right behind the tower, right across from the Hot Rod Reunion Central big white tent, SoCal Speed Shop booth over there, along with our good friends at Moon Eyes, set up over there too. A lot of great stuff there. All kinds of cool stuff to go check out while we're down here. And the cleanup, believe me, won't be very long because SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari here at Formosa Drag Strip has just an outstanding, all the latest equipment. And it won't be long. We'll be back rocking and rolling, finish up exhibition, and then right into Hot Rod Eliminator. A couple quick reminders here. Don't forget, folks in the grandstands that are putting up the awnings up there. Let's be courteous to our neighbors and let's not block their view down the track here for the folks that are sitting down close to the starting line there. So keep that in mind if you would, please. If you're driving around over in the motorhome city over there, please be courteous to your neighbors. Remember, it's a little dusty over there, and need you to just kind of cruise kind of slow if you're on your quad, your golf cart, whatever the case may be. Just remember your neighbors, if you would, please. I appreciate that very much. Well, you take a look down track there, and you can see the dust coming up from the cleanup down there, and it won't be too long. We're going to get back on rocking and rolling down the track here. Just kind of a wild start. I hope that isn't setting the omen for Saturday here at the day number 2 of the California Hot Rod reunion. But, whoa. I hope Warney had a cup of coffee there because if he did, it certainly woke him up. So just getting the job done down there, getting it wrapped up there. Of course, a lineup of people on the starting line to get Honoree Dave Layton's autograph, which was just great at the DoubleTree last night. All the honorees down there getting their awards from Bob Beck and stuff, and just lifetime achievement awards, and just great to see everybody there. It was just a Hall of Fame gathering at the DoubleTree last night. And, of course, tonight you'll get to meet all the honorees down on the stage there. We're going to do the Cackle Fest, which is something to really watch and see. Once you hang around for that. And, by the way, when the Cackle Fest is over, all my friends over in Motorhome City, quarter-mile courtyard on the far side of the track there, come on around behind the Michelob Ultra sign here, out on the track and get a look at the cars. All the folks in the grandstands here pit side, come on around the tower here, out into the staging lanes. Love to have you come out and meet all the great drivers of these Cackle Fest cars. It's going to be a fun time. Saturday night, the California Hot Rod Reunion here at Pomosa Drag Strip. Well, the good news is Heather's getting back in their cars over in the staging lanes, and you take a look down the track, and less is better. Few of the car equipment down there, cars, equipment, whatever you want to call them, it's okay, it'll work. The tractor, the quad, be just about done. And just like that, we're back racing with the outstanding job here at the SoCal Safety Safari here at Formosa Drag Strip. And it's going to start off Chris Robbins, the 67 Ford Econoline pickup truck. That car just absolutely pegs the coolometer. And Mike Levin, Falcon Sprint. Oh, those cars are way cool. Way cool, I kid you not. So two of the very cool cars on the grounds here. The Falcon far side, Chris Robbins over here, the Econoline pickup truck, which could actually kind of like really be a wheel stander. Oh, you got to love that pickup truck. Isn't that so cool? Actually, it's not big. It's kind of like a half a van. Chris Robbins down there goes 1111 117. Oh, I love that. Falcon 1261 101. It's the Showdown 57 Ford comes up. There we go. Get her in reverse to start backing up here. go see what they do. Showdown. Love that name. Whoop. That probably wasn't part of the game plan. Gets back in her again. Gonna make it down that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. 1260, 67 miles an hour. 87 miles an hour. Said the blind guy. Oh, man, this is cool. Joe Road celebrating birthday number 83 today, and his boys come up here. Be Joel Road over there far side, and Brother Jeff Road over here. The pickup trucks for the Road family. The 71 over there for Joel. The 73 over here for Jeff. Celebrating Dad's birthday. The California Hot Rod Reunion. Very cool deal. Got Mom and Dad in the house here. Of course, Joe Road, been part of the staff here for the reunions for all 30 years. Watching his boys. Wow, Joel made the big-time move. And that's younger brother Joel, by the way. Here comes Jeff up alongside him. Joel was red, by the way, just to get technical. Down there, top end. 1291 103 Joel Road, 1287 5 103 Jeff Road to celebrate Dad's birthday. Very cool. Fred Klein, John Hildebrand. Y Block Ford Coupe over there far side. Fred over here, Big Block 55 Chevrolet. '55 Chevrolet likes to do that twisting shout heel. Oh, yeah, totally. That's cool. John Hildebrand likes to run on down there. John's going to go 927. I'm sure of it. It passed to me. Oh, wow. Well, I was kind of close. 917, 143. I just got the 1 and the 2 confused. Fred Klein's 10, 800, 122. This next pair come rolling on up. Mark Bayer. Ryan Brown. Ryan Brown's 55 Chevy's cool, isn't it? In from Phelan. That's where Ryan lives. Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane going to get there first. 1027, 132. 55 Chevrolets, 1061, 130. This Drake Pageant. The Alabama Hot Pockets Camaro. Taking on Herschel Ward. Herschel over there in that 68 Camaro. Herschel's one of the power players for the championship. Top 10er in the world. And Drake Pageant. Ellie's Camaro, the Alabama Hot Pocket. Both of them go red. Drake was better, the two reds. Herschel top end, 960, 139. Drake goes 1210, 113. Just saying, Ellie ran quicker. 55 Chevrolet, CC, Curtis Farside, and Lloyd Anderson. The Vega over here, that Michelob Ultra lane. CC over there. That three-way Chevrolet lane. Vega at the finish line with that red light start. 10:59, 126. 12:13, 109. That three-way Chevrolet lane. Cool cars, cool cars. 68 Impala. Actually, it's a Caprice. Dustin Shaw rolls up here. Is that thing not cool? That is like the Queen Mary of cars. 55 Chevrolet bar side. Wow, that was a big bang. Oh, ooh. Dustin get back in it? That was weird. Strange. 1148, 108, and a big pop down there. 1216, 108, far side, 55 Chevrolet. Another cool car. Brian Hawksley. 65 Biscayne. And Mark Dick's very cool Falcon. Love the Falcon. Love the. I mean, you can't go wrong on the starting line right now. Check that Falcon out. That baby runs, doesn't it? Biscayne ain't bad either. 988, 135 for the Falcon. 1081, 123. I want to get the the Caprice and the Biscayne together. That'd be cool. Joy Tucker, 66 satellite. She was perfect in reaction time yesterday, by the way. John Kruger over there, far side Camaro. John goes red, Joy goes green. Top end, John Kruger, 1058, 127. Joy, the satellite, 1154, 113. As the Nova, Charlie Jorgensen in from Wildemar. That's my neighbor. The Vega panel. That baby's like slammed down in the dirt. Cool. Charlie goes 009 red. Vega goes green. Vega, Michelob Ultra Lane, 950, 145. Charlie's 1179, 123. Dan Jordan, 65, GTO, and Don Thomas's Fairlane. Oh, cool cars again. Jordan red GTO, green light start for Don Thomas. Watch that baby. This is great side-by-side runs down there. Thomas, 956, 141 in the Fairlane. The GTO is 982, 133. So kids just keep on coming. Dave McGuide, Simon Kennedy, Simon's far side. The 55 Chevrolet McGuide for the Rim of the World High School. The auto shop teacher over here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. The high school project car with a red light start means nothing now, it will later today. 1055, 129, Dave McGuide. 1055, 124, Simon Kennedy. Dave got there first because of the red light start, means he moved first. I know that stuff. Hector Aguilar. Del Tuman. Tuman far side, 55, Bel Air. And Hector Aguilar in from Buttonwillow. Buttonwillow's just over there, by the way. So the Apache pickup truck for Hector, the 55 for Del. Del top end, 1160, 114. Hector's 1210, 108. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. D-Gas, David Gas, need you the lays, please. D-Gas, David Gas, need you the lays, please. Jeff Kreider, Paul Williams, Paul Farside over there, the Elkie. The Bedrock Racing Wonder Wagon for Jeff Kreider and the team. Could be either the Wonder Wagon or, as he says, the Blunder Wagon, depending on how it runs. Red light starts both drivers. It's going to be the Wonder Wagon this time. Jeff down there top end, 1153, 114. Elkie's 1355, 97 miles an hour. Dan Davis, that's the Mopar far side. The national champion, Don Momey. Not going to repeat this year, Don isn't, with that 38 Chevrolet. Part of that Howell drilling team down in Long Beach. Dan Davis, the Mopar. Dan came a little bit further in Long Beach. In from South Dakota. Over there far side in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Well, that's not good for Dan Davis. Don Momey, 032 on the tree. Right on down through there. 927, 142 for the champ. 927, 142. Dan Davis cruising down that three-way Chevrolet lane in a car that goes a whole lot faster than that. 21.79 at 55 miles an hour. Next pair doing their burnouts. Tim Bewley. That's the Mopar over there far side. And Bob Sanders, 69 Chevelle. Come rolling right on up here the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Tim Bewley, the red light start, the Mopar over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. 10:39, 126. Bob Sanders, Chevelle, 10:51, 1-3-3-3. Bob Sayer, that's the Mopar. And Todd Ferguson, track champ, Verona drag strip. That's Thunderbird. Isn't that what the deal? It's a Thunderbird. Oh, that wasn't my song. Okay. Ooh, Todd goes 002 red with the bird. Which he wants everybody to know, like John Hildebrand, that's a Y block. 9.663, 137, Todd Ferguson. John Sayer is 12.051, 111. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. D Gas, David Gas, need you the lanes, please. D Gas, David Gas, need you the lanes, please. Matt Wilcox and Rick Fry from Purple Rain Racing. The team Rick's 57 Chevrolet. That's a clean ride, taking on the 56 over there far side. How'd that get there? Rick Fry, top end, 1098, 124. 1132, 117. Matt over there far side. So pretty good old race there. Rick got the jump off the starting line. Matt tried to make it up, couldn't do that. Mark Beaven, the Beebmobile, come rolling up here. Michelob Ultra lane in from Arizona. Another one of the cool, the 65 Plym over there. That baby's sweet. I got to get me one of those. Mark Beaven, 029 on the tree. Best of the two. Far side, three-way Chevrolet getting there first. 10-11, 135. Mark Beaven, the Beebmobiles, 11-11, 118. Tony Sanders, Tony Citro. Citro, far side. Top 10 points. Cuda right side, Chevelle left side. Steve Corcoran far side, the Chevelle. And Jeff Azadeo, 955, 139 for the Cuda. Steve-O down there at the Chevelle, 1384, 95 miles an hour. Now we're going to have Tony Sanders and Tony Citro. Citro over there, top 10 of the points with that Camaro for the team in from Oakley, who, by the way, works on equipment for one of the wineries up there. We'll just let that part go. Good guy to know, especially if you're winery. Tony Citro, 12 on the tree in the Camaro. Three-way Chevrolet lane scoreboard, 985, 136. Tony Sanders, 1348, 97 miles an hour. Wayne Carroll, Steve McReynolds. Steve McReynolds, that's the Vega there. Top 10 of the points for the championship. Wayne Carroll, Chevy Royale, 37 Chevrolet. At 37, getting on down through their top end, Wayne Carroll, 942, 141. Steve McReynolds, 952, 139. That was a pretty good old drag race at the finish line. Larry Warren, Connor Gregory. Connor coming up here. That's the Camaro here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane and three-way Chevrolet lane. Larry Warren, 55 Chevrolet, and from one of my all-time favorite towns of Tehachapi. Rocking and rolling right on through day number 2. The California Hot Rod Reunion. Larry Warren 036 on the tree. Better of the two, that 55 Chevrolet down there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. 1065, 124. Connor is 1164, 115. Mitch Knight, 69 CUDA, 383. Daniel Field, 70 CUDA, 440. Daniel, one of them D6 guys in from Idaho. Woo! Baby, did you see that? If you didn't have your camera or phone ready, shame on you. Almost set that baby down on top of the guard wall. 953, 144, Daniel Field. 1106, 118, Mitch Knighton. Well, that gets my cool award for now. That'll probably change within 5 minutes. But that was Bad Daddy, wasn't it? Oh, cool car, cool car. 64 Rambler American, powered by a Studebaker. Jason Cooper. I told you that cool deal wouldn't last long. Alan Brown, 34 Coupe, big block Chevrolet. I love Alan's car, far side there in the three-way Chevrolet lane. But when you got a Rambler American, the Studebaker power in the other lane. Sorry, Alan. Now, technically, in my book, the Rambler American won that race because Alan went red. I know it doesn't make any difference, but what the heck. 965, 135, Alan. 1196, 109 for the Rambler American. Yes, love it. Chris Owen, Marvin Rouse, couple of Vegas. Main event Marvin over there far side. Chris over here. Flames, I love flames. Marvin Rouse got flames on his car, that's cool. They're my life. Top end Marvin, 1014, 132. Chris Owens, 1036, 129. Marvin was 068 off that starting line as Jack Melinex, 67 El Camino, and Greg Rashad, 63 Nova. Big block right, small block left. Couple of red light starts. Better not do that later on today or you're going to be heading home early. Everybody wants to stay around late. 1070, 125 Jack. 1150, 113 Greg and the Nova. They just keep on coming. 74 cars in Hot Rod Eliminator, man. Just thank you very much, guys. Is Elizabeth DeRock, the very cool 65 Mustang, and Terry Bradbander, the 62 Chevy 2. In from British Columbia. Terry over there far side. Elizabeth a little bit closer. That Mustang's like way cool. Damn, baby. Slammed out of the dirt, fat tire underneath it. Top end. 1045, 128 Elizabeth. 1078, 120 far side Jerry in the Chevy 2. Next pair, Jay Biddle. That's the Mustang. That's the speed shop guy down from San Diego. That Michelob Ultra. CP Gorilla lane, three-way Chevrolet lane. Oh, love that burnout. Fred Shoemaker Jr. in from Reno. That's over in Nevada, you know. So Jay Biddle, the Ford parts specialist, San Diego. Biddle goes red. Fred goes green. Down there, top end, Jay Biddle. 967, 138. Fred Shoemaker, 904, 147 for the Avon. It's the Corvette, comes rolling on up three-way Chevrolet lane. Nova, Michelob Ultra, CP Carrillo lane. Corvette, Tom Price. Carson City, Nevada. Corvette, finish line.
Tom Bayer, taking on the 55 Chevrolet. Tom Bayer in from one of my all-time favorite towns over there, Big Pine. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Degas, you should be in the lanes, please. Degas, you should be in the lanes, please. NE3. Lindsay Lister, it's time to get up.
Wake up. NE3 to the lane, please. Start going there 3 to the lane, please. Corvette with the move off that starting line is Tom Bayer, 031. We'll get to that finish line first at 10:17, 129, 11:16, 5, 119 for the 55 Chevrolet. Cool car. Oh, I love Hot Rod Eliminator. Cool cars, cool cars. Check out the CUDA over there. That CUDA's way cool. And Robin Roberts, 70 Nova. Robin coming back here. CUDA down there, top end. 975, 138. That baby ain't bad. Nova gets down through there, 1280, 106. It's Paul Canon, the Howell Drilling Nova for the team. Paul living over up on the off the 15 freeway in the Cajon Pass there. And Stan Heber. Stan, a regular here at the California Hot Rod Reunion, former champ, in from Saskatchewan, Canada is where he hangs out at. Of course, Paul Canon, a former national event winner in the NHRA Lucas Oil Products Drag Racing Series. April will be up later in the other Howell Drilling car. Paul's 94 on the tree of the Nova. The first gen Nova. Stan going to try and run him down the second gen Nova. No, Paul 931, 146. Stan goes 956, 137. Scotty Morgan, Bill Freeman. Scotty, wife, oh, Lori's all dressed up out there. I think her costume is she dressed up looking like her husband. Just kidding, because she looks far better than that anytime. Bill Freeman, the 57 Chev. Don't forget, it is the California Hot Rod Reunion Halloween costume contest today for the backup babes. Go over to the jailbreak babes and Janet Thompson in there. Wow, not sure what happened to Scotty there. Bill Freeman down there top end, 959, 139. Scott goes 959, 141, but Bill with a red light start, and Scott a little tardy. It's the next pair rolling on up. V-dubs, V-dubs. Far side there, isn't that baby cool? Stephanie Bracey, 64 Bug. And Mark Bresinger, the 64 Nova. In from British Columbia, the out of time Nova. Oh, that was nice. Those front wheels, those springs. The Canadian car down there, top end, 952, 139. Steph in the B-dub, 1271, 107 in the drop top B-dub. Your national champion coming up here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Dan Rowley, stick, shift, Chevelle. Yep. Roger Melton, the CUDA. Dan Rowley pops that baby in high gear, and they are right alongside there. That's very cool race down there. Finish line, Dan Rowley, 10-11, 129, 043 on the tree. Roger Melton a little quicker and a little tardy off the starting line. 10:06, 123. That was cool. Getting near the tail end of Hot Rod. Roadrunner, I got to do it this morning. Greg Melton. Me. Okay, I got it out of the way. Rex Oliveira, 55 Chevrolet for Rex coming up here. I won't do that again, I promise. I won't go that. Never mind. I said I wouldn't do it again. I won't do it again. But it's a cool car. You got a 68 Roadrunner. That's like, oh, did you get a picture of that? I didn't, so I hope you did. Greg Meldon, top end. Check that baby out. 881, 151 for the Roadrunner. Holy cow. 1225, 109 for the 55 Chevrolet. But that Roadrunner, that was, oh man. Okay, I'm done for the weekend. I'm going home. Everybody said good. They were all happy. But Mike Rice, you got to buy me dinner tonight. Didn't you remember that? Oh, so you let me stay now? Not really. That's guy, big-time player here, Norm Bergman. That's the Mustang. Norm goes red. Ooh. Eric Hopkins, far side to 68 Camaro. And the Camaro goes 1065, 126. Norman goes 1154, 116. I'm really impressed that you guys were listening to anything I said. Most people don't. I don't get that at home. Jeff Newcomb, the Bug, going to close out Hot Rod. Session number 3. Next time we see him, it's going to be round 1. They're going to be racing for real. The V-dub off that starting line. Actually hiked the front wheels in the first to second gear change there. That was kind of cool. Close out Hot Rod, session number 3. 1208, 111. Jeff Newcomb, thank you very much. D-Gas, you'll be coming out next. D-Gas, you'll be coming out next. NE3 should be in the lanes. And Bob Beck coming up to the microphone here.
Good Vibrations Motorsports specializes in the parts you need for gas, alcohol, and nitro engines. If you're muscling a funny car or top fueler down the quarter mile, cutting a rooster tail across the lake, or cruising the boulevard, Good Vibrations has the blower and fuel system solutions for your personal ride and race car. If you want to go fast, really fast, then Good Vibrations Motorsports is ready to hear from you at goodvibesracing.com.
Action today. Here we have the D-Gas cars coming up. C-Gas, we need you to the lanes. C-Gas, we need you to the staging lanes, please. C-Gas to the lanes. All right, Randy Winkle over in the left lane. He's up against his old car. That's interesting. All right, so Winkle out of McFarland, California with a 38 Austin, 350 Chevy Power. Jonathan Flores out of Lemoore, California with the 67 Opel Kadett that Randy built just a few years ago. Now the Austin over in the left lane, kind of an interesting looking car. A lot of people mistake it for an Anglia, but it is not. It is a British Austin, same country of origin, same market target in Europe, but it was an Austin, not a Ford. It's kind of neat. Got suicide doors, Chevy V8 engine in it. Getting ready to go. Now, yesterday he ran a 1056. Flores ran a 1062. Flores off the mark with an 057 light. Winkle with a 001. Winkle out in front with the Austin. He cruises past the first and past the finish line. 1072 to a quicker 1058. Cars are running good. This is the second qualifying round of D-Gas. We're going to be starting eliminations later this afternoon. First rounds of a number of classes coming up. Right now, got John Wattenbarger out of Bakersfield, 55 Chevy. He's up against Brian Allen, Valley Springs. Still a qualifying round. 55 through the lights. It's their first 1067, 113 miles an hour, to a 1069 at 124 miles an hour. The 67 a little bit slower than yesterday for Wattenberger. The 69 a lot quicker. Rick Strickfatter out of Mariposa, California, right lane Camaro. Steve Barta out of Bakersfield, 62 Nova. Strickfatter gets the better reaction time and goes 1059 to a 1063. 59 just 1,000th quicker than he ran yesterday. Barter slows down a little bit. Dan Shrokosh out of San Marcos, 71 Camaro, 454 big block. Jeff Patton out of Alta Loma, 71 Camaro, 505. Someone got caught napping He better go get him coffee. He needs some caffeine. 989 reaction time for Patton. That's unusual for him. A 1072 to a 1062. Next up, Danny Brown out of Visalia, California. 72 Vega, 350 small block, ran 1064 yesterday. Gary Hardy out of Cressy, California. 73 Pinto, the pint-sized Ford, ran 1063 yesterday. The reaction time for Hardy as he takes the Pinto out in front. Vega trying to close in. It's tight at the stripe, but it is Hardy getting there first. 1067 to a 1073. Bill Rogers out of Bakersfield, California in the Michelob Ultra Lane. He ran 1066 yesterday. James Burt out of Kingsburg, California. 55 Chevy Bel Air. It was 036 reaction left lane, 069 right lane. 55 is alive and running quicker on the incrementals. Gets a 1057 to a 1061. Gets there first by 73 thousandths of a second. Charlie Jorgensen out of Windemar, California, 72 Nova. Ran 1056 yesterday. Mike Thomas out of Camarillo. Camarillo Bay, 64 Ford Falcon. Falcons first introduced to the market in late 1959. The first 3 years were called round birds. Square birds. Before Shelby started building the Mustangs, the Falcon was the car that they raced and built. At the finish line lights, 1074 for Charlie Jorgensen, 1079 for Mike Thompson. 55 Chevy, 55 Chevy, gasser style sitting up high. Axle car, straight axle. And take on Dave Curiagra. Curiagra out of Santa Ynez in the 67 Chevy. Got the Camaro going up against Fred Klein out of Bakersfield with the Tri-5, the 55 Chevy 632 Big Block. RPM start coming up again. This is qualifying. 142 for Fred Klein. A little late on the tree. Heading down track, they're side by next, 1060 to a 1058. And the 1060 gets there first, better reaction time by almost a full 10th of a second. Bo Dyson out of Bakersfield. He's an oil and gas consultant, 67 Chevelle. Kenny Sims out of Bakersfield, 63 Falcon. Now I talked about the Square Bird, the last Falcon that went down track. Take a look at the 63 that's there. That would be the round bird. 049 reaction for Kenny. 062 for Bo. At the stripe, it is going to be Bo with a 1066 to a 1087 for Kenny Sims. Don Fournier out of Sunnyvale, California, 48 Anglia. Currently in the number 14 spot, taking on Matthew Flood out of Shafter with the 71 Camaro, number 5 qualifier in the Michelob lane, three-way Chevrolet lane. Have the angle. Randy Winkle's Austin, so you can see the differences. Coming up on the finish line lights, it's going to be Fournier with a 1064 to a 1062 for Flood. Flood was late on the lights by over a 10th of a second. The margin of victory, that same margin, 1/10. Dave McGlide out of Running Springs with the 71 Camaro. He's in the Michelob Ultra lane, qualified 20th so far. April Valez. Dark, going to try and stick it to him. She's number 2 qualifier. Anyone can. April can. Coming up on the stripe, April's there again, 1064, a little bit slower than last time, to 1065, a 10th of a second improvement for Dave in the Michelob lane. All right, moving into the Nostalgia Eliminator 3 now. Ed DeSautte out of Rosemead, California, 62 Corvette, your number 1 qualifier. Ran a 960 with a 6. The unknown driver, we're still entering tech cards. And looks like a roach. There he goes. He's starting to back up now. Roadster qualified number 11 with a 976. Index for the category is 960. Ed, your number 1 qualifier over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. That Corvette was right on the money. 960 with a 6 on a 960 index. His next closest is going to be Cameron Webb. Uh-oh, T. Looks like he dropped some stuff. And the Corvette goes straight down, tracks 966, slowed it down a bit. Racers, if you break your car, we do know racers are quite capable of disassembling the vehicles while in motion. If you get a little bit of more commotion than you expected, pull to the guardrail on your side of the track and come to a stop. Don't keep driving. We got a little bit of stuff down there on track. Appears to be water. We'll just get it mopped up. We'll be back to racing action in just a little bit. Thanks for coming out for the 30th California Hot Rod Reunion. It's a good thing we're only going to do it once, but we're doing it on number 30 right now. And glad to be there with you. I've been here since the first, initially as a spectator, and then 25 years later, I got the job. I got to sit down here and talk to you, so I'm glad to be here. We got great cars still to run. We're going to have qualifying sessions going on throughout the day, and then around, somewhere around 1, 2 o'clock, we'll have first round of elimination starting in a number of the classes. So thanks for coming out. And if you have friends at home or someone you don't like or someone that you do like that didn't make it, go to dragracer.tv, dragracer.tv, and they can see the streaming video of what's going on throughout the day. One of my favorite cars, Ron Azalone, with his 23T, the old K Sissel car. 292 cubic inch 6-cylinder, number 6 qualifier with a 967. Lindsay Lister out of Los Angeles, personal assistant, 72 Shoemaker chassis dragster, 383 small block Chevy, number 5 qualifier. So these two cars pretty evenly matched. Doing it the hard way with 6 in a row here in the right lane. Remember, those 6 in a row makes it go, and it goes. It used to be a copycat car, also called a K-System car. It used to run side by side with it. They're pretty close on reaction times. Ron with a slight advantage, and at the finish line, it's going to be Lindsay getting there with a 956 to a 960. Ron goes right on the number with a 1, 960 with a 1. He now goes to the top as the number 1 qualifier. Don Mallory out of Citrus Heights, California, 23T, currently number 9 over in the three-way Chevrolet. Dennis Keck out of Wheatland, Wyoming. 036 reaction, number 7 on the hit list, and he gets there first. 957, too quick, so it's 969 a hold. 974 for Mallory, a little bit off, and the 969 for the previous run will be the one. Mike Menzier from Trabuco Canyon, California, 64 Williams chassis car. Number 10 qualifier with a 974. Cameron Webb in the Michelob Ultra Lane out of Bakersfield. Heavy equipment operator, number 3 qualifier, 964. So the dragster in the three-way Chevy lane. And the Roadster sitting in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Car's getting ready to go. If you haven't already gotten your goodie bag, head on over. They went through them really fast yesterday. They've only got a limited number available today. So if you haven't gotten your goodie bag yet, go over to the Reunion Central tent and get it. Don't forget, we'll have the autograph session later on this afternoon for the honorees we introduced to you last night. Audience up, and they're gone. Webb with an 025 reaction to a 161 for Mike. At the stripe, it is going to be Cameron with a 945. Too quick. 998, slowed down by 0.2 of a second for Mike. Not the direction he wanted to be going. Jeff Harris out of Bakersfield, California in the Michelob Ultra Lane, 23T, number 14 qualifier with a 772. Rich Harrison out of Lakewood, California. He's plastered. Well, he's a plasterer. Same thing, right? Okay. 27 Ford, 496 big block, number 8 qualifier. Ran a 969 yesterday in the three-way Chevy lane. Moving up, staging. Here we go. On-hand live. Harrison at 067 to an excellent 018 for Harrison. So we got Harris and Harrison on the line. And there they go, 955. Too quick for Harrison. 970, slight improvement for Jeff Harris. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 to the staging lanes. NE2 to the staging lanes, please. NE2 to the lanes, please. Jeff Follin in the three-way Chevrolet lane with 23T, number 4 qualifier, 964. Carl Carlson, the 27 Ford, number 5 qualifier. Leaves the line with an 026 reaction, 1/360 foot mark for both. Both identical at the 8th, and at the finish line, 960 with a 2 and a 960 with an 8. Carl Carlson moves up to the number 2 spot, and the 960 with an 8 takes Jeff up to the number 4 spot. Kenny Brush out of Fresno, California. Number 14 qualifier with a 1073, way off the number. John Miner, Lakeside, California in the three-way lane. 32 Ford, number 15 qualifier, under the number with a 951. So both trying to improve. Miner will try and go a little bit slower, and Kenny Brush a lot quicker. We'll see what happens here. Dragster here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Roadster in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Cars are staged. Light drop and the whole shot for Miner. 047 to a 349 reaction. Miner out in front. I got to slow it down, though. Let's see what he does. 950, he goes faster. That's the wrong direction, Johnny. Kenny Brush goes 946. He goes way too fast. He's even quicker than Miner. That's what happens when you try a wheel race with someone who's too quick already. Ken Fullerton out of Cedar City, Utah, 23T in the three-way lane. Spanky McGee out of Red Bluff, California, truck driver, also with a 23T. He is in the Michelob Ultra lane. Fullerton didn't have a run yet. Spanky, number 13, with a 987. He's got to speed up just a bit. All hands come up. 08-09. Fullerton way out there. Could he be too quick? Oh, way too quick. 908 on a 960. 980 for Spanky. He improves just a little bit, 0.07 of a second. Janice Hogan out of Orangevale, California, caregiver, 77 Chevrolet. Got a little Vega. Says it's got a Dodge 523 in it. Okay. Number 9 qualifier with a 963 in the three-way lane. Mark Jordan in the Michelob lane. 79 Malibu, one of the last of the rear drive Malibus before it became a joint venture with Toyota. He's the number 18 qualifier, 966. Never the throttles and off they go. Side by decks. Janice with a slight red light. 021 in the red. Still looking for that 960. Goes 982. Not going to help. 966. Almost identical to his previous run. So Mark Johnson or Jordan's previous run of a 966 with a 2 will be better than his 966 with an 8 that he just ran. Bill Anderson with the green everything here in the Michelob lane. Had a 66 last time out. Herschel Ward in the three-way lane, looking to slow it down. He slows it down by a whole bunch. He goes 998. He was with a 959 last time, so he slowed it down. Got to the right side of the ladder. Kent Combs out of Galt, California in the Michelob lane. Ron Combs out of Alberta, California in the three-way lane. 967 for both of these. Both these guys ran identical ECs last time out of 967 with a 1. They're still in good shape, but they want to improve, and that's not going to happen. Combs runs too quick, and Combs runs too slow. We got two Combs, Kent and Ron. Ron was a little bit slower, 964, but still better than his previous run. Kent Combs ran a 59, too quick. Lee Roberts Jr. out of Sparks, Nevada, over in the three-way lane. Number 22 qualifier with a 967, driving the 41 Ford pickup. Walter Cleavitt out of Lomas, California, 71 Barracuda, 542 big block. He is the number 28 qualifier with a 975. Leads the line well. Excellent reaction time for Roberts, 015. Coming up on the stripe, looking for a better time. He goes too quick, 958. Walter improves just a slight bit, goes 973 against a 975 that he previously ran. Bill Becker out of Paso Robles, inventory manager in the 33 Willys. Number 27 with a 973 qualifier in the Michelob lane. Larry Hessman Jr. in the three-way lane, the 72 Pinto, 421 cubic inches with a Chevy powered, and number 4 qualifier. Now, for those of you who complain about Chevys and Fords, you got to think back to the early days of racing. The Chevrolet brothers, when they left Generous Motors, started building racing engines. They were based on Ford Model T and Model A's. So to get a Ford to go fast, you still needed Chevrolet back then. At the finish line, a 962 for Hessman, not an improvement for him. Becker in the Michelob lane, 976, slowed down as well. Gary Greger out of Bakersfield, 65 Corvette, ran a 981 last time in the Michelob lane. In the three-way lane, George Sue out of Pioneer, California, 64 Malibu, the first year of the Chevelles, 540 big block, ran a 965 last time. Corvette takes in 094 reaction time. Sue with a better 075. Headed down track, they're looking to improve. Got to get closer to that 960. And Sue goes slower, 967. Traeger goes too quick, 956. It was 981. We'll hold on. Al White out of Azusa, California, 1965 Pontiac GTO. Member of the Road Kings Kart Club. Number 7 qualifier with a 962. Alan Brown out of Vista in the Chevrolet lane in the HotRod. He ran 969 last time out. Has the better reaction time. But Al gets there first, going too quick with a 957. 962 for Aaron Allen. That is an improvement for the coupe. Tom Christian out of Reno, Nevada. 67 Nova, number 3 qualifier, ran a 960 with a 6. Don Momi out of Stockton, California. 38 Chevy sedan. He's in the Michelob Ultra lane. 967 is what he ran. He is number 24 qualifier. Wheels go high in the sky for Moby. 051 to an 037 reaction time. He's quicker in the first 60 feet by 400ths. Slows down at the finish line, though. 964 to a 968. Not an improvement for Momi, and definitely not an improvement for Christian, who's already number 3, he ran a 960 last time out. Gary Lynch out of Sylmar, California, 1958 Austin Little Economy car. He's the number 15 qualifier with a 964. Jeff Clayman out of Bakersfield in the Michelob lane, driving the Demon. Number 8 qualifier, 962. Going to be tough for both of these guys to improve. It's going to be real tight. And no improvement for either. 970 for Kleeman. He slows down. 965. Oh, 100th of a second off his previous run for Lynch, but not on the faster side. They're Gen Nova in the Michelob lane. Mike Corradi out of Stockton, California. 60-year-old farmer, 70. Nova SS ran 972s in the 26 qualifier. Steve Papalayas out of San Jose Autotech, 68 Camaro, your number 11 qualifier in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Ran 963. Camaros were introduced 1967. Finally catching up. And a reaction time for the Michelob lane. At the stripe, though, it's holding on to it. 968. A little bit of an improvement, 400s quicker. 961 for Papalis. That is a move up for him. He ran 963 previously, this time in 961, so it's a good move. Tyler Fry out of Europa Valley, California, 73 Vega wagon. Currently under the number with a 958. He's got to slow it down just a bit. Chris Robbins in the Michelob lane. Michelob lane, 963 is when he ran last time with a little 64 Fairlane. 960 with an 8. Hey, there you go. 10:04. Well, Tyler slowed it down a little too much, but he's on the right side of the ladder this time. Jay Biddle, back with his Mustang. Speed shop owner, 66 Shelby. He ran under with a 959 last time. He's got to slow it down. Crazy Connie Wold out of Buena Park, California. Owner Brothers 3 Auto Repair. Unless the front wheels are in the air, Connie is not happy. They go up, they come down. That's what Tyson normally does. She got him up there. 061 to an 052 reaction time. Biddle out in front with the Mustang. And Biddle getting the win line. 962. That's where he wanted to be. He's right there. Connie slowed down. Connie, you got to pull the front wheels up higher. He went slower this time. Billy T got a Reedley, California, 67 Nova, number 1 qualifier. He ran a 960 with a 2. Monty Fitzgerald, Sacramento, California, truck driver, number 15 qualifier. He's in the Firebird here in Michelob Ultra lane. B-Gas to the lanes. B-Gas to the lanes, please. B-Gas to the lanes. So Monty Fitzgerald, if you watch him on Facebook, you'll get a report from him every day. He sits in his truck as he's driving along and gives you the latest and greatest information. 010 to an 034 reaction time. Billy Teague with a better of the reaction time. He's out in front. He goes 962, so his 960 will keep him in the number 1 spot. Monty goes 63, exactly the same number he ran last time, a 963 with a 6, and that is what he did previously. He'll stay in the 15 spot. Scotty Morgan back again, Tracy, California, 67 Camaro. Number 8 qualifier with a 962. John Friel out of Arbuckle, California, your number 2 qualifier in the three-way Chevrolet lane. He ran a 960 with a 2, just 2 thousandths off the index, and he is the number 2 qualifier. RPMs come up, and Friel just kind of rolled through the lights, will not get a time. He rolled through before the tree could get activated. So that was a bit of a wasted run, but he's in the number 2 qualifying spot, so he's pretty happy. 961 for Scott Morgan. He moves up. He had 962 last time. He improves by 5 thousandths of a second. And Morgan, let's see where he's at. Well, we're getting some more cars up there. Morgan is in the number 5 spot. So it's going to be a tough, tight field in that category. Mark Dyke out of Osler, Saskatchewan, with a 67 Ford Falcon. 427 for power. Going to take on Chris Ria out of Elk Grove, California. Nova scoots out in front with a 0-2-1 reaction time. Falcon chasing. They're looking to improve, and not an improvement. Mark slows down in the 10s this time. Needed to go quicker. 964, no improvement for Rhea, but it's really close. Only 100th off from his previous run. Todd Ferguson out of Lakeside, California, the 56 Thunderbird. Number 19 qualifier with a 965. The freeway lane. Bill Freeman out of Bakersfield, Tri-5 Chevy, the 57, chasing the bird. 959, too quick for Freeman. He'll keep his 978. Ferguson goes 951. He's too quick as well. He'll keep his 965. No change for either of these drivers. Jason Bart out of Bakersfield, 69 Chevelle. Got that big picnic table wing in the back. Stan Heber out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. He's got the 70 Nova, third gen Nova, number 27 qualifier with a 971. Barta not on the list yet. Bars are up and they're gone. Barta was going to react time of 050 to an 094. Ebert just staying right there with him. 981 slowed down. 966 for Barta. Good run for him. It's close to the top of the ladder. Brian Smith. He's a welder. 69 Cougar. Number 8 qualifier with a 962 in the Michelob lane. Jay Fry out of Rialto, California. He had 10-11 last time. No, the car is not performing. Poor Jay was still sleeping this morning. Had a 1-second reaction time. 964, no improvement for Brian Smith. 1168, Jay Fry goes slower. So not the run he wanted. He's got a bit of a problem with the car. They'll have to be doing some sorting back in the pit area. More qualifying action coming to you as we change categories once again. We're going into the Nostalgia Eliminator 2 right now. NE2. Thanks for coming out to the 30th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here with us. Bob Beck, along with Mike English, Steve LaBarbera, and Donnie Couch. We'll keep you informed about what's hot, what's not, and what's going on throughout the day. There's so much to see. The Grove area behind the grandstands filling up with hot rods. You got to check them out. Robert Baker out of Thornton, California, 69 Graybird chassis dragster. He's over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Qualified with an 865, he's number 11 in the category. Larry Bettenberg out of Cool, California, 37 Fiat, number 21 in the Michelob Ultra lane. He qualified with an 889. Has to improve that. Index is 860. All right, get it ready to go. Bob Baker and the three-way lane. Larry Bettenberg in the Michelob lane. One of the places I always stop at when I'm traveling through the manufacturer's midway area is Gasser Ward's magazine booth. Stop by, check them out. They got some great publications. If you love gassers, you'll love the magazine. Gasser Wars. Fiat heads towards the wall, pulls it back out. Now he's close to the center line. Oh, and he gets the cone. He changes lanes. Not the way to do it. 8:58 too quick for Bob Baker, but at least he got out of the way. Larry Battenberg went towards the wall, then pulled it back and went across the track. Got the timing cone on his first try. We'll get that back in position, get things cleaned up. We'll be back to racing action in just a little bit. And, they just told me down at the Gasser War booth, he brought some used trailer tires. So if you had a blowout on the way up with your trailer, he's got some good used 16-inch tires to get you home with. And if you're having trouble hearing this PA announcement because you lost your hearing aid, one got turned in. But obviously you can't hear me saying this, so if you're with someone and anyway, there was a hearing aid turned in. So if you lost your hearing aid and you're having trouble hearing these PA announcements, we have it here in the tower. Just describe it to me and I'll give it back to you. All right, more qualifying action going to be happening. Got lots of classes to go through. Right now, what we've pulled up is Nostalgia Eliminator 2. And they will be followed by B-Gas. So B-Gas is in the lanes, getting ready. You should be in the lanes. Nostalgia 3 is run. Nostalgia 2 on the line now. We'll get the timing cone back in position. We'll be back to racing action. Thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion 30th edition. I've been to each and every one, and I'll tell you what, it never gets old. This is great. Well, it started out old. It's a reunion. Anyway, it's cool. It's a great place to be. You see some great cars out here. Always love talking to the racers. And it is a reunion. Every year we get to meet up and greet people that we may not have seen over the past year. And it's pretty good. Get your goodie bags. If you've got your ticket to get your goodie bag, go over and get it because they're running quick. The people are taking them quick. So you don't want to go up there and find out they've run out. Also, get your official Hot Rod Reunion t-shirt. Prove that you were here for the Hot Rod Reunion. The sunburn alone at the end of the day will not significantly tell people where you were. All right, we got the cone back in place. Track is clear. We're ready to go back to action here. Michael Nitz out of Happy Jack, Arizona in the Michelob lane, qualified 15th. Jim Van Gorton out of Alta Loma, California, 27 Roadster, number 6 qualifier in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Both drivers in T-buckets or T. Nitz in the 23T with a Spitzer chassis. Chevy power, of course. Built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. Jim Van Gorton, 27T, over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 565 cubic inches with a big block. Now Van Gorton's number 6 qualifier. Mike Nitz through the lights. 862, good improvement for him. 870 for Van Gorton. He's going to have to hold on with his 862. Matt Peternell out of Pine Mountain Club, California, just up the road from here. 32 Bantam Roadster in the Michelob lane. Terry Lindblad out of Forest Ranch, California. 66 Williams chassis dragster, old school 392 Hemi. He is the number 1 qualifier in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 861 with a 3. Even the line. Lindblad with the better reaction time. They're side by next. Pertnell trying to stay with him. 863, not an improvement for Lindblad, but the 863 for Pertnell is also not an improvement, but they were at identical ETs down the track. Eddie Lucas out of Modesto, California, 39-year-old engineer in the 48 Topolino. He's in the Michelob lane, ran 28th with a 10.05. He's got to improve. Got to knock 45 off at least. Well, more than that, a second .4 to get into the number he wants. Steve Sakobos out of Las Vegas, Nevada, ran a 991. They're similar. They both have to knock off over a second to get close to the index. Three-way Chevrolet's got the front engine dragster. Michelob Ultra Lane has the Topolino. And the dragster's got a problem. Smoking bad as they push it back. So he is not going to be able to make a run. Steve's going to have to settle for his 991. And it looks like Luke is having some problems too right off the hit. Not the run he's going to want. Definitely no improvement for him. He'll have to stay with that 10.05 he's got. So Nostalgia Eliminator 2 going at it on their final qualifying run of the day. All right, the smoke from the dragsters turned into a barbecue. So we'll get that taken care of. All right, it's a tough break for Steve Sacomos. Doesn't make the run, and it gets a little oil dripping. It catches fire on the headers. They're checking it over to make sure it doesn't relight. All right, so we'll get a couple cars doing a burnout without flames. Roland Hughes out of Enubaclaw, Washington. Fiat over in the three-way lane. Qualified 26 with a 964. Sam Tucker, driving a Bantam in the Michelob lane. Number 9 qualifier with an 862. Tucker in the number 9 spot. Hughes in the 26 spot. We're having some excitement here today. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, we need you to the lanes. Eddie 1 to the lanes. At the finish line, 8:58, too quick for Hughes. 8:68, slow down for Sam Tucker. So no improvement for either of these drivers. Jason Truby out of Bakersfield up next with a 48 Fiat in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Number 6 qualifier with an 862. Jason Jones out of Las Vegas, 23T, number 11 qualifier with an 864. So I got a little stuff on the track we're mopping up. We'll get them ready. Pan Conrad getting a good shot of Jacelyn in her beautiful T Roadster. And they're going to push back the Fiat. Apparently we've got some stuff there on the track. Now, guys, I want you to notice our gentleman on the starting line who's mopping, he is a professional. Do not try this at home. If you try this at home, your significant other is going to know you know which end of a mop to hold. Guess what's going to happen? You get to use it. Bathrooms, kitchens, you know, the drill. So don't let them know you know how to do that. If you already have, I know the feeling. Tell me. All right, we got the track cleared up. We're ready to fire them back up again. Again, Jason Truby out of Bakersfield, 48 Fiat Topolino, altered. He's the number 6 qualifier in the three-way Chevrolet lane right now. Ran an 862. Jason Jones out of Las Vegas in the 23 team. All right, car's getting ready to go. Hey, young racers, AFX crews in the pit area at the end of the grandstands. Check out your favorite car with a T-shirt. Small sizes, limited available. Your number 2 and number 3 qualifiers are going to face off a little bit later on today. 65 Dodge injected alcohol car, altered wheelbase from Missouri, and the Old Yeller out of Ramona, California, going to be match racing later on. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Headed down track, 8:55, too quick for Truby, 8:98 for Jacelyn Jones. Not an improvement, 3/10 slower. More racing action to happen. Logan Beebe from Goleta, California, here in the Michelob lane. Number 25 qualifier with a 9:36. Big room for improvement there. Troy Moyle out of Carson City, Nevada, number 18 qualifier with an 8:74. Left lane powers away. Right lane gets close to that center line. Moyle with a red light start, though, goes 8:68. That's an improvement for him. Logan Beebe, still too quick. 9:44. Slowed it down from his 9:36, but not quite slow enough. Getting ready to go. Krista Sudam out of Bakersfield. 68 Tunnel Chassis dragster. Ran under the number with an 8:56. Got to slow down just a little bit. Gary Ryan ran an 8:69. Ryan goes too quick, 8:56. And it's Krista with a good 8:62 run, where she needed to be. George Lawrence out of Las Vegas, Nevada, 67 Swindale chassis car. Over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, number 4 qualifier with an 8:62. Chad Schoaf out of Redlands, number 14 qualifier with an 8:65. Chad holds away, 094 reaction to a 428, way out in front. And goes 872, slows down. 856 goes too quick for Lawrence. Jeff Brochester out of Forest Ranch, California, 32 Phantom in the Michelob lane. Number 9 qualifier ran 862 in that Phantom Roadster. Ron Cole out of Fullerton, California, Tuttle chassis car, 468 cubic inches of Chevy power in the three-way Chevrolet lane, ran 905. Room for improvement there. Got to chop off 45 to get to the top of the ladder. Right now, currently sitting in the number 24 spot. Cole moving up. RPMs are up. 037 to 045. Cole on his way. Can he improve? Ooh, too quick. 838 on a 60 to an 859 on a 60. They both go too quick, so their previous runs are going to hold at this point. Jim Miller out of Rancho Santa Fe, California, number 11 qualifier, 29 Ford, 565 cubic inches worth of Dart power. Qualified number 11. In the middle of the pack, well, not really, right at the top, it's Adam Westbrook out of on the Michelob lane with the number 2 qualifying car, 32 Austin Bantam. On the start this time, not an issue. GT we're looking for. Left lane goes out in front. Too quick. 852 for Miller. So 64 will hold. Westbrook slows it down by over 0.2 of a second. Hopefully not a sign that there's a problem. Wes Anderson out of La Mirada, California. 27 T Roadster. Jim Howe out of Apache Junction, Arizona. Got the 23T in the Michelob lane. Number 16 qualifier with an 866. They both have 866s. Difference is 5 thousandths of a second on their previous ETs. Wes Anderson in the three-way Chevrolet lane ran an 866 with a 1. Howe ran an 866.6. Drivers getting ready. Low stage. White shot rapidly. 0.256 reaction time. Little puff of smoke out of Howe's car, and he starts to slow down. 864 improvement for Wes Anderson. 965. Car slowed down. He's got a problem as he heads down track. Hopefully nothing major. He'll be able to fix it back in the pit area and make round 1. Jimmy Scott out of Fallbrook, California. 61 Dragmaster chassis dragster. A true vintage car. Number 21 qualifier with an 886. Jeff Chandler out of Lakeside, California. Another front engine dragster. Built back in 1969. So these are two pretty vintage dragsters. That Dragmaster, though, those are iconic. I love those things ever since I first saw one. First one was the Moon dragster. That Dragmaster chassis, totally unique. No one made anything like it. But Jimmy Scott with an 886 wants to improve by 0.2, and Chandler wants to improve by 4. Knots are getting ready to go. Car's getting ready, slowly moving up. Double red. Didn't make it. Chandler spins the tires hard. Don't know that he'll improve. Well, he goes too quick this time. 855, the index being 860. So the Dragmaster car pushed back. Not a good sign. Hopefully nothing major. And again, they'll be able to get back for the next round. thumbing through Gasser War magazine here in between rounds and between runs. Got some great photographs of some interesting cars. Have you ever seen a Pontiac Gasser? Well, they got a picture of one, 1957. All right, Warren Evans going to fill in just a little bit here. He wants to do the Gassers. He's also the man bringing you the live stream at dragracer.tv. Check it out.
Well, thank you, Bob Beck. Appreciate the opportunity to jump here in the booth for just a couple of minutes. You know, a little change of pace for me. As Bob mentioned, I have the privilege of being able to provide the live stream for this weekend's event on Drag Racer TV. And hopefully you've been able to watch it if you're not here, or let your friends know so they can watch it while you're having some fun out here. Of course, with any live feed, it's never quite as good as being here in person. So if you've never been to this event before, you need to put it on your bucket list. Get out here and enjoy the show, because there's just nothing like it being right here in person. B-Gas coming up now. It's the Door Slammers. 860 still up on the scoreboard. It's qualified field. And on the three-way Chevrolet side of the track, that's the left side here at Bakersfield. That is Tim Gorman from Bakersfield. Delano Propane CEO behind the controls of the 55 Bel Air, left side. Right side, Rob Udell from Irvine. In the Michelob Ultra, CP Carrillo lane. I'm going to have to get used to saying that. Again, 860's up on the scoreboard. Gorman was 870 yesterday for his best pass. That only puts him number 19 in the qualified order. Rob Udell only 200ths over the number and still winds up number 11. He went 862 yesterday, only good enough for number 11. Tight fields here in the B-Gas category. And at the top end of the track, a little too quick for Gorman, 858 and 158. That's not going to improve him. He'll stand on that 870. Rob Udell does improve just a little bit, 861 at 157. And for Udell, that'll move him up only one spot, as a matter of fact, so he goes to number 10. Chris Torres and Mark Lager coming up next. Lager left side from Wildemar. 64 Nova, 427 power over there on the left. Right side, the 68 first-gen Camaro, Chris Torres from Princeton, California. He'll line up his Camaro in the beams on the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side of the track. And to the other end. Torres rolled the beams, will not get a time as he rolled through the starting line beams before the tree was activated. In the meantime, Mark Lager goes 862 at 158, no improvement. Nice lap here on a Saturday morning. Rich Zondervan and Mike Gillespie coming up next. Zondervan's been under the number. He's got to get on the right side of 860. The San Jose runner in the 66 Chevelle. Leads the third line alongside Mike Gillespie's Nova 2 from Concord, California. Finish line, how about an 860 with a 9 at 157? Gillespie drops it on the number with a 9 at 157. Rich Zondervan, 866 at 157. Gillespie slides on up to number 6. Little log jam there between Torres and Gillespie. Mike Munoz, Ojai, California. The Oldsmobile 442 with a Chevrolet 622. Holding up the scoop over there on the left side. Right side, Ken Sacy from Citrus Heights, California. 70 Nova. Start block Sacy is honed into the 3001 on the red side, then goes 864 at 156. That's better than yesterday. He'll improve a little bit. Mike Munoz, 868 at 155. Sacy was number 19. Now is number 16. Again, it's a qualified field. Steve Pullen, your number 1 qualifier, 860 with a 1 on the 860 index. Speaking of Steve Pullen, your number 1 qualifier, he lines up left side of the track. His silver 69 first generation Camaro out of Indio, California, alongside Wayne Charbonnet. I think that's Charbonneau, Ramona, California. And the computer says that is a 48 Anglia. Got the big wing struts off the back there. Yesterday was not Wayne's day. He couldn't make a decent run. Car moves around a little bit at about 700 feet. Better, but not great. 957 at 140 for Wayne. Steve Pullen goes under the index, 853 at 157. Roger Stallmaker, the Bakersfield runner in the 65 Corvair. He's backing up now, find his spot on the starting line. Waiting behind the pre-stage line, that's Kevin Pope, right side from Exeter, California. 69 Camaro. Big block Chevy power for both. Again, this is a qualified field. 8,600 is the target. You see it up on the scoreboard. Kevin Pope was 861 yesterday. That only is good enough for number 9. Really tight at the top of this field. Roger Stallmaker could not run it up yet. 982. Looking mo better today as he's right down there, right alongside, and he goes under the number this time around, 858 at 154. So that's better, but not gooder. 850 with a 9. Kevin Pope is a 10th under the index at 164. Weasel Landers coming up next out of South San Francisco, California. Part of the Jugglers Racing Team is what the computer tells me. That's Super Sport Malibu over there, Chevelle SS on the left side, alongside Jim Black from Paso Robles. 66 Nova, right side. The retired police officer, thank you, sir, for your service. Again, we're shooting for 860s. Top end of the track. It's an 846. That's way too quick for Weasel Anders. Jim Black, right side, 865 at 156 miles per hour. Bob Whitted and Russ Riley come up next. Whitted out of Carson City, Nevada. All Mopar all the time, left side. 408 Mopar power under the hood of the Duster. I said Whitted, it's whited. Russ Riley, the Thunderbolt, right side, 64 Ford with a 706 cubic inch blue oval power plant. Getting set to make the run over here on the right-hand side. Left side, that's the three-way Chevrolet lane. Right side, the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Whiting better off the starting line. Riley is right there, both of them at the finish line. Riley was quicker, 8:56 at 1:58. Bob Whited goes 8:77 at 1:54. He's still about a tenth off the pace, as he was in the 8:70s all day yesterday. Now 8:77 today. Neil Westbrook and Mike Rabener coming up next. Westbrook left side from Pixley, California. He waits in the water box over there on the left. His first generation Camaro alongside another of the first gen machines, Mike Rabener. 67 Camaro. Rabener went 860 with a 2 yesterday. He sits number 2 on the qualifying sheet. We had 6 cars that all ran in the 860 zone yesterday and today. Both of them find their spot on the tree this morning. Nice reaction times for both. Top end of the track, 8:59. Oh, so close. But a little too quick for Neil Westbrook at 1:63. Mike Rabener, 8:58. Also, nice lap, but too quick at 158 miles per hour. Chris Turek and Megan Gorman come up now. I think I know where all the first generation Camaros are at. They're right here at Famoso Drag Strip. Turek left side, 70 Chevelle out of Queen Creek, Arizona. 8:62.0, his best run yesterday. Only good enough for number 12. Megan needs to find 400s as well as her best run yesterday in 8:64. Better leave left side. Top end says. Turek goes 8:65 at 1:53. That is no improvement. You see the laundry down there on the left side of the track. Megan Gorman does improve, goes a little too quick. 8:58 at 1:57. So she's been on both sides of the number, but hasn't dropped it dead on yet. Vince Reale and Randy Armstrong coming up next. Vincent out of Sacramento, California. 71 Nova left side. He's one of our 860 players. Randy Armstrong, 861.5 yesterday. Puts him number 10. The 57 Bel Air, right side. Reale 866 at 158. Excuse me, 156. Randy Armstrong 851 at 158. Attention in the pit area. We need A gas. A is an alpha gas. A gas to the lanes, please. A gas. We need you to the lanes, please. A gas. Come on down. A gas to the lanes. Rick Cruzengay from Cypress, California. Alongside Jerry Wold, you hear the rumpity-rump of the blown 68 Camaro on the right from Buena Park, California. Cruzengay's Tri-5 Chevrolet on the left, 55 Chevy. And the 55 is going to get there first on the left side, 861 at 158. He's kind of dialed in. He went 860 yesterday, 861 today. Jerry Wold misses it by 1 foul, 859.9 at 161. Needs that 8600 when it counts. So we'll roll right out of B-Gas into Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Bob Beck returns. He says, I've listened to you enough.
All right, thanks, Ward. Now we're going to Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Now, this is a heads-up index category, as you've been seeing so far. And the index for this is 760, an aggressive one. Dave Lawson in the three-way Chevrolet lane in the 09 Tuttle chassis car. Currently number 13 with a 764. John Lenko out of Bakersfield. Television director. Number 14 with a 766 in the Michelob Ultra lane. So two dragsters getting ready to go. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, a 760 heads-up index. Cars are still moving up, haven't staged yet. Pre-stage light lit for Johnny Lenko. Now the competition, Lawson rolls in, full stage, cars are up. 1, 2, 4. As they head down track, it is Lawson chasing. 760 with a 0. Johnny Lenko goes to the top, number 1 qualifier. 772 for Lawson. Not an improvement for him, but Lenko right on the number, down to the 1,000th of a second. He is the number 1 qualifier. Justin Lee in the left lane, the three-way Chevy lane. A dyno operator, he says. Now, how you ride a dinosaur, I don't know, but he's a dyno operator. It's an 06 Nielsen Parks chassis with an LS Series engine, 373 cubic inches worth of V8 power. Number 3 qualifier with a 760 and a 4. Matt Garcia in the Michelob Ultra lane. Ocampo, California, 32 Bantam Roadster. He's the number 24 qualifier with an 840. Dustin Lee, been immersed in drag racing since he was a kid. His dad, an old Skeeta, Southern California kind of dragster driver, and the driving instructor at LA County Raceway when it was operational. Dustin Lee, an excellent engine builder. Learned from his dad. He uses the LS Series engines now, and he is making some great horsepower out of these. When he started building engines, he started out with little junior dragster motors and was the engine supplier. Red light start for Matt Garcia, 040 for Dustin Lee. Dustin goes too quick, 757. Garcia, a 767. So good improvement for Matt Garcia. Both over 170 miles an hour on that pass. Ed Silberman out of Lake Isabella, California, driving the Sarmiento chassis car in the three-way Chevrolet lane. He's currently qualified 10th with a 763. Dave Isley in the Michelob lane out of Ontario, California, number 11 qualifier with a 763. He's in a Tuttle chassis car. Dave Tuttle, California chassis man. They get ready to go. Silberman ran a 763, as did Dave Isley. The difference between the two, 2 thousandths of a second. Silberman, the number 10 qualifier with a 763.7, and Dave Isley, the number 11 qualifier with a 763.9. Time. Silberman with the better reaction time, looking to improve on that 763 and goes too quick, 765, but Isley, a 761. He definitely improves. 0.02 of a second means a lot, and Silberman goes into the number 11, or stays number 11 But Isley moves all the way up to number 5 spot, tied with Hans Jacob with 761.3. Steve Schoenfeld out of Murray, Utah, will be in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Number 12 qualifier with a 764. George Johns out of Bakersfield, California. Number 8 qualifier with a 762. He's got a little Bantam Roadster, Chevy powered. Taking on the T Roadster, also Chevrolet powered. Now, why Chevrolet? Well, they tend to be a little bit less expensive to build. They're more plentiful, and they make the power, no question about it. So we're getting ready to go. Johns wants to improve. To do that, it's a slim 2/100 of a second change. Same thing with Schoenfeld, 400s will get them up. But they're pretty solid where they are, number 12 and number 8 qualifier. Down the track, 021.048 reaction time. Schoenfeld with a better reaction time and improves, goes 761.7. Johns goes 767, slows down by 500ths. That is not an improvement. He'll hold on to his number 8 spot, but Schoenfeld moves up. Schoenfeld's 761, a definite improvement. 300ths of a second will make a big difference. So Schoenfeld goes up into the number 8 spot. Next up, Sabrina Pecora. Doing her burnout over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 37 Topolino. Got a dark 350. Currently qualified 17th with a 768. Sean Hood out of San Anselmo, California. A 2016 Shadley chassis car. Number 4 qualifier with a 760 and a 7. That's how tight this field is. Johnny Len goes number 1 with a 760 on the button. Jason Bartlett, number 2 with a 764, as is Dustin Lee, number 3 with a 764. Sean Wood, 760 with a 7. Trokosh, 760 with an 8. He's in the number 5 spot. So it's a tight race here so far, just in qualifying. And it's going to get better. Weather is beautiful. Sun is shining. Exercise. Pecora's already caught him, though. Pecora may go too quick. Does. Goes 756 to a 751. Both going way too quick. So no improvement for either of these two drivers. Trokosh out of San Marcos, California. Number 5 qualifier, ran 760 with an 8. Hans Jacob out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Auto shop instructor. Ran 761 with a 3. He's the number 6 qualifier. So it separates them as a mere 0.05 of a second in qualifying. Number 5 qualifier, Trokosh in the three-way Chevrolet lane. And number 6 qualifier, Hans Jacob in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Thanks for watching us on dragracer.tv. If you're home or away, or I have a note from someone, he's at work. We were followed all over the world. Guys in Great Britain were watching us till they went to sleep. It's now nighttime there. RPM come up 028 for Hans Jacob. Headed down track. Who's going to improve? 760 with a 0. Hans Jacob goes right to the top. He's going to be the number 2 qualifier. Second one to run a perfect 760. A 760 with an 8 for Shrokon, identical to his previous time. So Hans Jacob moves up to the top, right behind Johnny Lenko. Two drivers with perfect runs. 760 with a 0 for both. They are going to be tough in the finals, I can tell you that. Gabe Brown out of Reno, Nevada. Fabricator in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Number 10 qualifier with a 762. Bobby Lee out of Monrovia, California. A Teamster studio driver. Qualified 13th in the Michelob Ultra lane. Getting ready to go. T-bucket body on Bobby Lee's car. Dragster for Gabe Brown. $760, the elusive number. All right, getting ready to go. Bobby Lee and Gabe Brown. For Gabe Brown. And it sounds like Bobby Lee may have backed out just a little bit. Goes 793, slow down 310. 760 with a 4. Good move for Gabe Brown. The 760 with a 4 puts Brown in the number 5 spot. It's a three-way tie there with a 760 and a 4 with Barta, Lee, and Brown. Now Barta's up on track right now with Shannon Cottrell. Jason Barta in the three-way Chevrolet lane out of Bakersfield. 572 cubic inch big block in his front engine dragster. Number 3 qualifier. Shannon Cottrell out of Nuevo, California. Yes, related to funny car standout Bobby Cottrell. Number 22 qualifier ran a 786. 7-0 Pro to the lanes. 7-0 to the lanes, please. 7-0 to the lanes. All right, coming into this hour right now, Mike English, and he's going to keep you informed about what's hot and what's not and what's going on.
Thank you very much, Bob Beck. Is Tom Brown and Cole Foster. And you say Foster, that name rings a bell. That is son of Hall of Fame racer Pat Foster over there far side, the fabricator, builds custom cars, motorcycles at his shop up in Salinas. It's gone 780 so far. Tom Brown in from Hawaii. Yep, that's right. 768 for the number 18 spot. For the Hawaii runners down here, that's in the Michelob Ultra. CP Carrillo Way. Identical 031 reaction time, 764 right side, 775 left side. Both of them improved, But remember, we're running on a 760 index. John Lenko, Hans Jacob, both 7,600. John did it first. He's number 1. Hans number 2. So the best you can do, dead on 0, gets you number 3. Quick check of the track there at the top end out of Cole Foster's ride is Dale Torres. Torres Family Motorsports coming up here. Going to back her up. So SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari checking out the track down there top end. Dale Torres going to sit here and wait just a second. Gone 763.0, sitting number 11 as he makes his Nostalgia Eliminator 1 debut. So word is from the top end of the track, we are good to go. It's always good news, isn't it? Well, I thought, which is those of you know me, isn't an easy thing for me to do. By the way, just a quick reminder, after racing tonight, after the AA Fuel Altereds, down on the stage, you get to meet the great honorees and our Grand Marshal. This is the 30th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion. And then we're going to do the Cackle Fest. Yep. Push start them right down in front of the grandstands here, down the fire-up road. Going to circle them around, park them out on the center of the track there, and it's going to be great. Just the great part of the history, the sport of drag racing. They'll be down there out on the track cackling away. And after they're done, you're welcome to come on out on the track there and see these great cars, the drivers and the crews, and just a fabulous time now. But right now, Dale Torres fires it back up. His buddy Jimmy Lister down there. Lindsay, champion in her own right. See what Dale does here. Improve on 763.0. Move up a little bit, about to find out. 761.9 gets him into the top 10. 761.2 gets him in the top 8. 026 on the tree for Dale Torres down there top end. Dale is 759.6. Missed that index by 4 stinking thousandths of a second. The next pair keep coming around. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. 23 cars. Is Kenny Upton and Dan Martin. Dan Martin, the reality check alter. Out of Northern California, far side. Kenny Upton. Out of Garden Grove Hills, overlooking Disneyland. SoCal, right side. Kenny Upton, 766.0 for the number 16 spot. Dan Martin, 769.6 for the number 19 spot. And you say, well, hey, Mike, what's the big deal? You know, 769, 766. When you index race, the closer you are to that index, and I mean, it means nothing in qualifying other than the spot on the ladder. But you want to go into eliminations later on today. These guys like to be close to the index. And now you go, well, 766, that ain't bad. In their book, it is. A couple of guys are pretty good at this. Dan Martin, three-way Chevrolet lane. Kenny Upton. Michelob Ultra, CP Carrillo lane. Move up that starting line to the alternate, Dan Martin, but it's all about numbers down there, top end, Dan Martin. How about 7603, Dan Martin, 7605, Kenny Upton. Wow, how about that? Dead on 3, left lane, dead on 5, right lane. I said they wanted to be near that index. Well, they were number 3 and number 4 qualifiers. Now the index will stay the same, but we're going to go to A gas, so it'll be nothing but door cards here. Ray Pageant, Terry Newton, a couple of guys battling big time. Ray Pageant over there for the laser leveling service in Santa Paula, 63 Corvette number 10 at 764.5. Terry Newton, the McClure Racing family Studebaker, son Josh Newton, the crew chief tuner on that car, 757.0 for the number 20 spot. He is 2 quick by 3. So Ray Pageant, 4 over on the good side. Terry Newton in the Studebaker, 3 under on what we call the bad side because he's under the index. Casey Truer, the national champion, number 1, dead on 8, so he left him 8 thou to play with. Speaking of Casey Newton, he'll be up the next pair. They're both pre-stage. Terry Newton's in. Ray Pageant, here we go. 4 thou difference off that starting line. The better going to Terry. 7,600 down there. Ooh, Terry Newton improved 7,610. Moves up big time. Ray Pageant, 2 quick at 757.3. Will stand on the 764. Terry Newton up to that number 2 spot. 7,610 is John Solani and the national champion, Casey Truer. The King's Oil Tools, 333 Willies for Casey and wife Kim, who is out there. Kim going to be part of the Backup Babe Halloween costume contest later on today. Casey said number 1, dead on 8. Tom Huggins in from Santa Paula. The Corvette for a guy who's got a very long history in drag racing, including Huggins spending some time in pro stock over the years. Tom Huggins, number 5 at 762.7. So number 5 left, number 1 right. And I will tell you right now, I do not believe that 7608 Casey Truer will stay number 1 at the end of this session. Both of them pre-stage. Green light starts. Huggins, the better of the 2 off that starting line of that Corvette. And down there at the finish line, Tom Huggins goes dead on 0 to the number 1 spot. I told you that dead on 8 wouldn't last. Casey Truer, 2 quick at 7.59. He will go to the number 2 spot with the earlier dead on 8. But Tom Huggins, 7,600, number 1. So Ron Connor, John Solani, couple 63 split window Corvettes. Ron Connor far side, sitting 15th at 771.7. John Solani, problems this weekend, 845.8 for the runner in from Lake Havasu here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo Lake. Ron Connor checks out. Greenway Chevrolet scoreboard for Ron Connor. Wow, goes too quick, 749.6, 184. John Solano, again, problems for a car that's normally rock solid, 8.375, is now number one in the points for the national champion, and he's your reigning national champion, Ray Castanetto. The Nova from Concord up the road there, you know, and Brent Pilcher. Pitchler in from Cameron Park. It's one of them supervisor guys. Yep. 69 Camaro, big edge, big block. 67 Nova, big edge, big block. Ray, the Nova number 4, 761.9. Of course, that Tom Huggins, dead on zero, is going to be number 1. Red over there in the Camaro, 770 with a 4. Both of them, well, champ, he'll stay 761. Red wants to step on it, that Camaro. Great side-by-side run down there. 7:59.8. Ray, too quick by 2 thou. 7:69.5. Brett, the Camaro, improves a hun. Brett will move up to the number 13 spot. Got up 1 spot by 4 thou. Cale Mallory. Ooh, how about that burnout, Justin Ferdemeyer? In from Washington, the 33 Willie, supercharged small block. Come to a stop down there at Cale Mallory. Cale right here in Bakersfield, regular here at Pomosa Dragsters. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. AFX to the lanes, please. AFX to the lanes, please. So Cale, like I said, a regular here, sitting 18th at an 8:15. Justin sitting 20th at an 8:54. And a couple of guys who would like to pick the pace up a little bit. Nova. Justin right on down that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane 810 164. Improves, but he wanted more. A whole bunch more. Cale goes 1150, 98 miles an hour. Justin will jump up to the number 18 spot, jumping over John Solani and Cale Mallory there. But the guy needs a whole lot more is Jeff Pike and Richard Wilson, the Voodoo Hemi. Richard Wilson, far side. And Jeff Pike, 63 Corvette. Jeff backs up here. He is in the number 8 spot at 764.3. Richard Wilson in the number 6 spot at 762.7. So a quick check of the track down there. Stephanie Rhea down on the starting line there, sporting the latest in backup Babe outfits there. Of course, the great contest that Jana Thompson's put together there. And thank you very much for doing that. As the word goes out, fire them up. Oh, Lori Morgan's out there in her costume, too. The backup Babe Halloween costume. Jana Thompson, thank you. It's going to be fun to watch. The 35 Dodge Aeroflow for Richard Wilson, a team out of Glendora. Jeff Pike, 63 Corvette. Now I have to ask you, if I said race car, which one would come to mind? 63 Corvette, Dodge Aeroflow. Just my opinion. Spotlight for Jeff Pike means nothing right now. It will later on. Top end, 756, too quick. Richard Wilson, the Voodoo Heavy, dead on 7 for Richard Wilson. And that moves him up to the number 2 spot. Right behind Tom Huggins, dead on 0. And Casey Truers, dead on 8 for your top 3. Is Frank Miranda and Brian Rogers. So this is going to be fun to watch. A couple of power players. Former national champion over there. That's the Rambler Wagon. In from Paso Robles on the Central California Gold Coast. Of course, the 67 Nova for Brian Rogers in from Lake Havasu. Wonder what the difference in temperature is between their two houses. Of course, everybody races a Rambler Wagon. Everybody named Frank Miranda. Frank's number 9, 764.4. Brian, number 10, a thou behind him, 64 with a 5. Brian Rogers, side by side, 1,000-foot mark. Brian Rogers, 769.5. Frank Miranda, 769.8. They will stand on their earlier numbers of 764 to remain 9th and 10th. As Cliff Boyles, Mike Mossy. Mike Mossy, that's the Camaro. Three-way Chevrolet lane. The shop foreman in Napa Ford up there in Napa, California. Big Inch, Big Block, and Cliff Boyles. The 53 Studebaker. Cliff backing up here. Qualified number 6, 762.3. Mike Farside, qualified right behind him. Number 7 is 764.0. 69 Camaro, 780. 033 Mike Bossy left second. 018 Cliff Boyles off that starting line first. Cliff goes 7620, picks up 3 thou. Mike Mossy slows 4 thou, 764.4. Cliff stays number 6. Mike stays number 7. Is Chris Curtis and Jim Teague. A couple of stunning cars. Jim Teague, of course, Hot Rod Restoration. He and brother Billy. That stunning paint job on this Nova, who's qualified 14th. And Chris Curtis, I'll tell you, for Mike Munoz and the team, this Chevelle, Jim Lang and the bunch down there, brand new car, just finished up a couple months ago. It has already been in the winner's circle, by the way. And if you get a chance to go look at that Chevelle in the pit area, the engineering work that Chris Curtis did on this car is absolutely spectacular. Two guys who have a lot of fun here at the Andra Series here at Pomosa Dragster, going to pair up here. Like I say, Chris is number 12 in the Munoz Mobile. Jim Teague, number 14. Couple of them want to step on it. They want to be all over that 760. Remember I said that about Tom Huggins. He went dead on 0. Dow separate him off that starting lineup on the scoreboard down there. Numbers wise, how about this? Dead on 2. Jim Teague goes to the number 2 spot. Chris Curtis picks up 3 hun. Chris Curtis moves up to the number 8 spot, 7630, Chris Curtis. Jim Teague, 7602, dead on 2, and you're number 2 behind Tom Huggins, dead on 0. Is Chevy Mack and Mark Shaw. Mark backing up to Henry J. Chevy Mack over there, that's that 68 Camaro for the SoCal Blower Boys. Rodney Flournoy, bunch out there. They had to wheel that car last run there. That baby was smoking the tires. She's got some power. So Chevy, Ricky Faden, Thias Flournoy, Rodney, the whole bunch. Gone 7.72.6 for the number 16 spot. Mark coming back here in the Henry J. He's gone 7.93.6. Right behind him in the number 17 spot. And this will set the field. Next time we see these cars, round number 1. Meaning 2 go down and 1 come back. I'm pretty good with that math stuff. Marcus pre-stage, waiting on Chevy over their far side. They're set. Wow, that's big time. Mark trucking on down that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. 785, 176 improves. Chevy coasting down their top end. That Camaro, the big horsepower, could not get it to the track there. Had to make those adjustment stuff. 1703, 55 miles an hour for Chevy and the team. A little bit of track prep. Jim Black out there on the quad, putting some of that sticky stuff down. 7.0 Pro will be out next. 7.0 Pro will be out next. Going to lower that index down from 760 to 7 flat. Going to be fun to watch. Day number 2, the 30th annual NHRA California Hot Rod Reunion here at Formosa Drag Strip. And hey, glad to have you. If you weren't here yesterday, you missed a spectacular day. A lot of fun, a lot of great times, but we're going to rock and roll it today. We are going to wrap it up with the Cackle Fest tonight. You are all invited to stay and enjoy the festivities after Q2 of AA Fuel Altered tonight. So the drag out on the track there, just putting the thin layer of rubber down as they always do. Great job with the track prep here. Formosa drag strip is one of the best in the nation. Well, the numbers will prove it. Hey, Gas, ask that Tom Huggins, dead on 0. So 7-0 Pro, you will be out next. 7-0 Pro, you'll be out next.
Good Vibrations Motorsports specializes in the parts you need for gas, alcohol, and nitro engines. If you're muscling a funny car or top fueler down the quarter mile, cutting a rooster tail across the lake, or cruising the boulevard, Good Vibrations has the blower and fuel system solutions for your personal ride and race car. If you want to go fast, really fast, then Good Vibrations Motorsports is ready to hear from you at goodvibesracing.com.
So Jim Black doing a little layer rubber down there. He's already put the sticky stuff down. Continue. Hey, all our friends out on the World Wide Web. I forgot you this morning. I apologize. Good Vibrations Motorsports, dragracing.tv, live feed. And all our friends down to Australia, Ben, Rachel. How about over in the UK? Oh, wait a minute. I got to answer this phone call. It's for me. Just a second. The lost cell phone is calling me. Attention. By the way, I answered that phone call. I did my job. Career move. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Tom Noble, I need you the second level of the tower, please. Tom Noble, second level of the tower. I have your cell phone. So I'm told. So 7-0 Pro coming out on the pad. Jim Black has cleared the track. Brian's back out between the rails there, putting water down. Rick's out there flipping the switch. I don't know where Kevin went. Oh, wait a minute. I thought he was socializing. First pair to start off 7-0 Pro is going to be Steve Fowler. That is the former national champion. And Jerry Buckley. Steve-O in from Lake Havasu, the Bad Moon Rising Altered, in that three-way Chevrolet lane. And Jerry Buckley in from Oregon. Be over here in the Michelob Ultra CP Corolla lane. I am very happy to know that in Salt Lake City, Mike Ames has not lost his cell phone. But Tom Noble promotes the drag strip has. Stephanie Fowler misses flat top. Out in front of her husband there. That's Mr. Flat Top. And Jerry Buckley. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Weasel Anderson to the second level of the timing tower, please. Weasel Anderson to the second level of the timing tower, please. So Jerry rolls up in that dragster. Steve Fowler over there at Bantam Altar. 734, Steve Fowler, number 17. 729, Jerry Buckley, number 15. The former champ looking good down there. 7037 for flat top Steve Fowler. 718.6, Jerry Buckley. Both of them improved. Steve Fowler up to that number 2 spot, right behind Dale and Pereira. Jerry Buckley up to the number 15 spot. For the team that's from Oregon is Bill Workman and Terry Brewster. Terry, the retro rocket, far side there. And Bill Workman for the Vulcans Car Club. Bucky Austin's favorite car, back it up here. The Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo Lane for the Workman brothers. Now this is Vicky number 3 for the Workman brothers. Oh, I'm sorry, Weasel Anders to the second level of the timing tower, please. Weasel Anders to the second level of the timing tower. Now, this is Vulcan's car number 3, the Vicky here. They have found the original car that raced in the 1950s. Went to Arizona, picked it up, gonna bring it back, and it's all restored and in the Lions Drag Strip Museum. Here we go. Both of them want to improve a bunch. Down there at the finish line, Terry goes 7:17, improves a bunch. Bill Workman goes 7:29, improves himself. Terry Brewster, number 15. Bill Workman, number 18. Dale and Pereira sit number 1, 7011. Steve Fowler, number 2. Mike Cross, number 3. It's Jared Oliver, number 4. Richard Phillips, number 5. Is Jason Vanderpool and Dwight Garland Jr. Jason over here, that's the Bantam Altars. Alan Johnson Power sitting in that lucky number 13 spot at 7:13.6. Dwight Garland Jr., and what I understand is going to be Dwight's final race. Yep, that's what he told me. I believe him. Dwight's number 17, 7:27.3 for the team out of South Orange County in Mission Viejo. Jason over there far side in the hunt for the national championship. That Bantam with Alan Johnson Power. Dwight, he's in charge of Big Block Chevrolet. Chevrolet lane, Jason Vanderpool. Holy cow, checks out 678-202 Jason. That isn't what he was looking for. 811-165 Dwight. Neither one with numbers that they wanted, but wow. All right, attention to the pit. Weasel Landers, Ricky Martin, need you to the tower, please. Weasel Landers and Ricky Martin, need you to the tower. Well, the words were put to me now. So Weasel Landers, Ricky Martin. Second level of timing tower now is Richard High and Brad Peters. Brad Farside. Three-way Chevrolet lane. Sit number 10 at 7-11-3. Former champ, Richard High out of Lake Havasu. Number 12 at 7-12-9. So Ricky Martin, Weasel Anders, second level of the timing tower now as Brad Peters back from his burnout. Richard High, father-in-law Terry Caldwell, watching over his driver here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. So a couple of dragsters, Chrysler to the left, Big Block Chevrolet right. They are in step. Red lights again, red lights mean nothing. Down there, top end, Brad goes too quick, 696. Terry, oh wow, Richard high, 7012 goes to the number 2 spot, right behind Dale and Perry Arias. 7011 is now the next pair coming up. Big time battle here during qualifying with Richard Phillips. That's the Bantam Altered. And the guy who's sitting number 1 in the points for the championship, Tony Trim. For Harvey Williams and the team out of Northern California, 69 Mustang funny car. Harvey standing behind the car. Tracy McKnight playing backup babe today for that Williams team, rough and ready. Richard Phillips coming back, the Bantam Altered. Richard has gone 7053. He is number 6. Tony, 7088, sitting number 9. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Weasel Anders, Ricky Martin to the second level of the timing tower now. This is your final call. You guys need to get up here now. So Tony Tripp, Richard Phillips, Mustang Funny Car, Bantam Altered. See what they do down there at the finish line. 7060 improves 2. 710.5. Richard Phillips slows 5. So Tony moves up to the number 8 spot. Richard Phillips will stay number 6. Man, the hits just keep on coming. Chris Bates for the Bodakin. Just a legendary name in Fuel Alters, the Bodakin brothers. And Dirty Dan Trokosh. The Killer Crower Dragster. Steve Zimmerman, the team down there in San Diego. Dirty Dan, former champ in Nostalgia Eliminator 1, 7-11-4, sit number 12. Chris Bates for Bodakin Brothers, Jack and the guys, sit number 7, 7056. Galen still sitting number 1, 7011. Of course, that Racing Bates family. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Double A gas, need you to the lanes, please. Double A gas, supercharged. Need you to the lanes, please. Wow, I'm not sure what that was weird. Dirty Dan down there, 727, 198. He'll stand on his earlier 711. Same with Chris Bates there. He'll stand on his earlier 705. Start out at that number 7 spot. Mike Cross, Jeff Casal in this pair. Mike Cross sitting number 4 with 7040. Jeff Casal, the machine shop owner, 9 Mile Falls, California. Love that town. Sit number 14 at 714.2. Mike Cross is number 1 through the entire session. Session number 1 till Dalen came up and went 7:01.1 and took it away from him. Then Richard Hyde this session, Steve Baller bumped Mike Cross over their far side, the retired fireman. Out of that number 1 spot, he's now number 4. Jeff Casal, 14th at 714.2. Final session to set the field. 7-0 Pro, round 1 later on today. Another great side-by-side race in 7-0 Pro. Jeff Casal, 7:059 improves. Mike Cross slows 2 to a 7:066. So Jeff will jump up to that number 8 spot. Mike Cross will stay number 4 as he's slowed 100. So now it'll be your number 1 qualifier, Dalen Pereira. That's the Bannerman from Arizona. 7:011 is Jochen Lindberg. In from Sweden, 10:13, the best run for the Swedish team. Good bunch of guys. You get a chance, well, go down and talk to those guys. Having a lot of fun. But need to get a little bit better than a 10-second run for the team making that long trip over. You haven't gotten an idea. That altered over there out of Sweden started their trip here like a month and a half ago, shipping the car over on a boat based out of Gardena. Dalen in from Arizona. Alter your set. Well, that's going to improve on a 10-second run. Parachute coming out. 7:20 for the team out of Sweden. 7:20, 131, shutting it off early. Dalen, whoop, 6:908, 194. Well, that's too quick on a 7.0 index at 7.0 Pro. Is next coming up, Kevin Raposo, former Hawaiian guy, now living in Bakersfield with Vince Giranallo, the racing Giranallo family out of Las Vegas. So this is going to be good to close out 7.0 Pro. Double A gas. Double A gas. Need you in the legs, please. Double A gas, need you in the legs, please. So the racing Giranallo family, and for all of Hawaii, Kevin Raposo over there, that Greg Suinaga tune-up, Kyle out there watching Dad Kyle. Big-time career coming in. He's got his own car. And Vince Giranallo. They raced in everything. Fuel altered, 7.0 Pro. Oh, who knows what they have. Currently number 5, 7.052 for Vince. 7.091 for Kevin, number 11. Final pair. Hey, you go 7 flat, you're going to go to the top. Better off the start. Ooh, that didn't sound good down there. That was a bang-o. Kevin goes down through there. Whoa, 685.3, 199. Kevin, that's too quick. Vince had a very good run going there in the Michelob Ultra Supi Carrillo lane, and all of a sudden you heard that baby go cabango, and he lifted off throttle, 783.5, 108. So that wraps up 7.0 Pro. Later on today, round number 1. 2 go down and 1 comes back. AFX will be out next. AFX will be out next, followed by Double A Gas. Well, just when I told you there was going to be, that was going to close out 7-0 Pro, they surprised me. Bring one more car in. So Mark Madison, in from Utah, has had nothing but problems this weekend. 14 second runs back to back. Mark back from his burnout. They just had a mad thrash all weekend on this car. Want to step on it here. Just get a good lap down the track in that three-way Chevrolet lane there to go into eliminations today with better than a 14-second run. So we're about to find out if they got their problems fixed there. Second run, and then the motor goes way down there. It will improve, but it's not going to be good. 803, 106 for Mark Madison, but that's a big-time step up. And, well, let's just say they've got something to work with if they didn't hurt parts again there. But we're going to have to check the track, and word is there is some stuff down there. So we're going to have to shut them off here and roll the safeties for again as Mark pulls over next to the wall down there and comes to a stop. And, unfortunately, things happen. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top Fuel and Funny Car, please stay in your pit areas till we come and get you. Top Fuel and Funny Car, stay in your pit area till we come and get you. Staging lanes are getting a little packed up with cars here as we're trying to rock and roll this baby. We got to clean up down track there. So please bear with us here. We're going to roll the safety safari here, the SoCal Speed Shop safety safari. Get that baby cleaned up and rocking and rolling right on through the day here. Day number 2. 30th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion. So a ray of safety equipment down track there in that three-way Chevrolet lane to do a cleanup there, unfortunately, for Mark Madison, the team in from Taylorsville, Utah. Weekend has not gone as planned. So AFX, you're up next. AA Gas, you should be in the lanes, please. AFX and AA Gas, you should be in the lanes, please. Michelle, I'll be glad to do that for you. Attention in the camping area, attention in the camping area. If you own a gray dually Duramax, California license plate 09879J2 on the camping side, your alarm's been going off for quite some time. So a gray Chevrolet dually, license number 09879John2. You might want to get over there and turn your alarm off before your battery goes dead, because every time a car goes by, it goes off, and, well, you ain't got much time left. So head on over there in the camping area. That's a gray Duramax dually, license, California license 09879John2. Your alarm's going off and the battery's going dead because the alarm's going dead. Wow, isn't that great news? Top end of the track is clear. We're going AFX. Bob Beck's going to slide in and talk about a couple of Mustangs here, which, by the way, this one over here is real fast.
Yeah, it sure did. Okay, Mike McCallum out of Paradise, or Palisade, Colorado. 65 Mustang 410 small block. Dave Budget out of Anaheim, 70 Mustang Coupe, 557 big block. He's number 5 qualifier against number 14. 143 miles an hour, ran a 941, is the number 5 qualifier. Mike ran a 997, number 30, or number 14 qualifier, 133 miles an hour. That is moving. Now, the 64 Mustang was the first Mustang introduced April of 1964 at the New York Budget was 248, reacted to a 366. A little sluggish on the starting line as they head down track. Budget out in front, 942, slows down, 996, slight increase or improvement for McCallum. McCallum stays in the 14 spot, Budget in the number 5 spot. Next time you see these guys, it'll be eliminations. Steve Whitmore out of Dixon, California. 67 Mustang, 427, 23 qualifier with a 1054. Ken Kinnicun from San Juan Capistrano, a little Rambler American. They hit the loud pedals and off they go. Little reaction time for Whitmore. Mustang out in front, almost identical 60 foot. At the halfway point, they are side by next. And at the finish line, Whitmore goes 10:57, slows down, 10:64, another slowdown. The car's not getting quicker as the temperatures rise. Mitch Akers out of San Diego, the world's fastest 60 Chevy Impala, ran 10:61, qualified 25th. Dan Davis out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 64 Plymouth, number 22 qualifier with a 10:54. Mighty Mopar taking on the wing thing, Chevrolet. Akers heads towards the center as he heads down track, keeps it back in the groove. He had a 132 reaction to a 153. 60 foot's nearly identical, and Akers there first improves to a 1060 and an 11:13 slowdown by over a half second for Davis. Ron Kisner, one of my favorite cars out here, the Whitewater, Colorado 68 Barracuda, looking like an old Sox and Martin car. Number 11 qualifier with a 976. Larry Ford driving a Barracuda. 2 Sox and Martin lookalikes as they head down track. 66 over the left lane with Larry Ford as a 206 reaction to a 064 for Kisner. Looking to improve that 1087, goes 1084. 980 for Kisner. Kisner slows down. Slight improvement for Larry Ford. Ford in the 27th spot. Kisner stays number 11. Todd Hoffman out of La Mesa, California. The Sayonara Plymouth. 426 Chrysler Power. Number 8 qualifier with a 966. Dakota Berry out of Grand Junction, Colorado. 67 Valiant. Oh, the Valiant goes red. He rolls to the lead. Will not get a time. So his 10:17 previously run will hold. No improvement for him. He will not get a time on this last run. 10 flat for Todd Hoffman. He slows down by over 0.4 of a second. Not the direction he wanted to go, but he had more mile per hour. So not sure what the issue with him was this time. Barracuda and Chevelle getting ready to go. Kenny Moreland, motorcycle shop owner with the 66 Chevelle. Ran 10:13, 18 qualifier. Kevin Jones out of Whitewater, Colorado. He's got the Barracuda moving. The number 26 qualifier with a 1082. Coming up on the finish line, it's Moreland out in front. Goes 1016. Not an improvement for him. 1092. Jones slows down by a 10th as well. Another Barracuda. This is the notchback. Taking on the Chevelle. Jeremy Smith out of Canyon, California. The 3-way Chevrolet lane. Actually, it's a GTO. Yeah, the GTO Chevelles, they all look alike. GTO 099 reaction pulls out in front of Robert Norris's 68 Barracuda. The little GTO goes through the lights. 994 and proves 134 miles an hour. 1050 slows down just by 0.02 of a second. So Smith, 994. Number 14 position, Norris in the 21 position with a 10:48. Dave Sprague out of Upland, California, 72 Dart, going to try and stick it to the big Dodge. Darren Derricks in the 63 Dodge. The masonry contractor out of Spokane, Washington in the Michelob lane. Number 10 qualifier. Dave Sprague, number 20 qualifier. Sprague off the mark with penalty action time at 0.86 to a 4:01, but it's ET that we're looking for. The 60 foot is behind Aaron Deeks. Deeks goes 9:76. No improvement there. 10:43 for Sprague. He improves by 100th of a second. Rich Wood out of San Diego, 62 Nova, first year of the Chevy Nova, 496 Chevy Big Block, number 6 qualifier with a 952. Darren Derricks out of Boise, Idaho, Dan Derricks, 63 Plymouth with a 572, number 7 qualifier. We'll go high in the sky for the Mopar. Mopar, move over, Plymouths are racing. At the stripe. A 978, no improvement for Dan. 959, no improvement for Rich. So their previous runs will hold. Fairlane wagon of Dale Schroederer out of Kingsburg, Colorado. 64 Fairlane, 991, his best run. 126 miles an hour, number 13 qualifier. Bob Moreland out of Valley Center, California. 66 Chevelle, 971, his best run. Number 9 qualifier. Drop and they're gone. 116 reaction time. The Moreland Chevrolet out in front. Shut down the Ford. Goes 972 to a 1042. Top Fuel, we need you to the lanes. Top Fuel to the lanes. Ernie, the attorney. He's really an attorney. Yes, he is. Ernie Gorney out of Arcadia, California. 67 Fairlane, number 4 qualifier. Wheels go high. He loves that. The Mopar alongside Roger Melton trying to chase him down. But it's Ernie all the way. 909, a big improvement for Ernie. His previous run was a 930. Top Fuel only. Ernie moves up to the number 2 spot. Roger Melton stays in number 17. Paul Cyril out of Norwalk, California. Number 16 qualifier in the 3-way Chevrolet lane with a Mopar. Brian Hawksley out of Tehachapi. Got a Nova. Again, Top Fuel only. Top Fuel only. No funny car. Top Fuel only to the lanes. Top Fuel only to the lane. Wheels go high and keeps on pushing the Mopar close to. And Brian Hawksley bumps the tree, goes into deep stage, then late. 999, identical to his previous run for Paul. Brian goes 12:18, slowed down by 2 seconds because of that falter on the start. Watch the Roadrunner in the right lane. Greg Melton out of Escondido, your number 1 qualifier. Watch the front wheels. You'll be able to see them even in the front row. Oh, yes. Last time he was way up in the air. Keeps it a little conservative this time. The AMX chasing, not going to catch him. 879. Ooh, that's an improvement for the number 1 qualifier, solidifying his number 1 spot. 11:10. For the AMX. So Melton way up in front. Got about 4/10 over Ernie, the attorney, who's number 2 in qualifying. Dave Franklin with his big 61 Ford. It's been a race car since it's been in the family. It's been in the family since just about new. It's out of Ramona, California. 61 Galaxy, number 4 qualifier with a 914. Clay Kosick. Better reaction time for the Ford. That big Ford, and they're heavy. Gets there first. 908, a good improvement to a 905. They both improve rather well. And it puts Dave Franklin, number 3 spot. They bump Ernie out of that. And Anderson, Mopar, goes off down the track. As we get ready for the gassers. Anderson ran at a 978 previously. This time a 970. So good improvement as the gassers get ready to go. Special happy birthday girl here, Ashley Phillips. It's her birthday today. Oh, she's that old? Oh my gosh. Ashley Phillips, backup girl for Rich Phillips, the 7-0 Pro category. Happy birthday to Ashley Phillips. She's going to be ready for Social Security soon. Yeah, another 40 years. Blue Star Moms out there alongside Sid's, and they are selling iced tea. The proceeds from their iced tea sales going on to benefit veterans. The Blue Star Moms, they're there. Get your iced tea from them. Their money, the proceeds going to veterans. So check it out. Thanks for coming out to the 30th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. We're glad you could be here with us. I'm Hot Rod Bob along with Mike English, Steve LaBarbera, and such. Donnie Couch, Warren Evans, keeping you informed about what's hot, what's not, what's going to be. We're glad you could be here with us. Doing a little bit of track prep for the gassers as they come up. Now remember, when I'm talking about gassers, although the drivers may qualify, we're talking about the cars. I know my wife tells me I'm a gasser sometimes. I got to watch what I eat. All right, Real Deal Corvette here in the right lane. Going to take on Mad Mike. Mike Molia, Grants Pass, Oregon, 33 Willies. Number 2 qualifier with a 683. Lance Kotak out of Grants Pass, Oregon. This is a Real Deal Corvette turned into a gasser. Not like some of the ones you see that are actually a reproduction body. This is the narrow, short wheelbase, real Corvette that they've modified. So we got the Willys, more traditional gasser, taking on the Corvette. Stingray was introduced 1963. By the Corvette enthusiasts, they are referred to as C2 models, being the second generation of the Corvette. First gens are the solid axle that don't have the independent rear suspension. Of course, for drag racing, that independent suspension really doesn't do any good, so it's the first thing they pull out. But more Corvettes were used for road racing than drag racing in the day, and the independent suspension significantly helped them. Corvette's been in production since 1953. Only missed 1 year of production. There was no 1983 Corvettes sold to the public. There were 50 built as pre-production vehicles, but they never was sold. They were all crushed except for 2 that are sitting in the Corvette Museum. Willys Americar over the left lane. Mike Molia getting ready to go. 33 Willys to take on the Corvette. This is our final qualifying attempt. Go up in the air, the Corvette. He's chasing. Lance Godek is way out in front. Molia comes on strong with a 787. No improvement for him. Godek goes 736. A big improvement. And that puts him in the number 4 spot, 736. He had to go quicker than 706 to get into a higher position. Molia stays in the number 2 spot because of his 683 earlier. Lance Godek, 736. He's over a second ahead of the number 5 qualifier, Mike O'Connor. Gary Renero out of Merced, California, 48 Austin. Chuck Moore, the Horse Rancher with another 63 Corvette. Now, if we had that blue Corvette alongside this one, you'd see what I was talking about as far as wheelbase, width, body style. This is a far more aerodynamic and wider, longer car. The Raniero brothers, I remember when they first put this car together, hand-laid up fiberglass body. They widened it, they lengthened it, and until they painted it, you could see exactly where the modifications to the stock body were. The car's been a gasser, running in AA for decades. First introduced it at the Good Guys events. Gary Raniero, 1948 Austin with a Brad Anderson 452 cubic inch Hemi. Chuck Moore out of Castro Valley, California, 63 Corvette, another Brad Anderson Hemi, 445 cubic inches worth. Chuck Moore qualified number 6. Now, we don't have a qualifying number on Raniero, but I know he made a pass yesterday, so I'm not quite sure where that number went. See where you can go. Raniero quite capable of getting at the top of the heap. Got to get the power to the pavement. Oh, something was again, what happened to him on his last run. He didn't fully stage, and they hit the tree, did not get a time. They shut him off. Chuck Moore goes 7:22, a big improvement from his 11-second run yesterday. He goes 7:22 at 207 miles an hour. Moore goes into the number 4 spot. Godek gets dropped back to the number 5 spot. And Raniero again with a problem, not making a qualifying pass. Stands are getting full as we get ready for the fuel cars. Top Fuel, you've been called to the lanes. Only Top Fuel. Top Fuel to the lanes. No funny cars, please. Only Top Fuel. All right, so they push the Raniero car back once again. 2 more gassers preparing. Here at the back of the staging lanes. And following the gassers are going to be the Pro Mods. More racing action to happen. We're doing final rounds of qualifying right now. First round of elimination will be a little bit later today. We will begin with the hot rod category later today. Not calling you to the lanes now. Final qualifying sessions coming your way right now. Finishing up A-Gas. We'll follow up with Pro Mod, then Nostalgia Top Fuel. So more racing action, more qualifying as things get hot and heavy here at famous Famoso drag strip. If you've been coming to this track as long as I have, you've noticed so many changes happening over the years. Improvements to the track abound. The track keeps getting better and better. More paved areas, better seating. Funny car, first call. Funny car, first call to the lanes. Funny car, this is now your first call to the lanes. Funny car to the lanes, please. All right, so the gassers, the final pair of gassers, pulling up into the water. They'll be followed by Pro Mods. We'll get the cars off track at the finish line, and we will be back to racing action. Have you had the chance to walk through the manufacturer's midway yet? You've got to do that. Some great things there, and things you may need for your car as well. Souvenirs, you know, Christmas is coming. It's good place to do your shopping for that favorite guy in your life. Or in my case, my wife too. She goes for these car things. All right, so we've got some stuff down after the finish line that we're going to take care of. Once we get that done, we will move on to the final pair in AA gas. Do appreciate you being here with us at the 30th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. If you haven't already gotten your goodie bag, head on over. They're running short. If you haven't already picked up your goodie bag and you've got your ticket to pick it up, do so, because they've got them there. Also, prove that you were here for the 30th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Get the official shirt of the reunion. Prove that you were here. The sunburn alone won't do it. A lot of pro mods in line. We've got a good group of the pro mods here. They'll be running in just a moment. Top Fuel's in the lanes, and this is first call for Funny Car. Funny Car to the staging lanes, please. Funny Car to the staging lanes, please. The Grove is full of cool cars and more. Check them out. Little car show going on for you right behind the grandstands in the Grove. I guess you could call that grooving in the Grove, I guess. So the next AA gas cars that are coming your way are Mike O'Connor out of Bend, Oregon, owner of Bend Auto Care, 57 Chevy. A Noonan 471 big block, number 6 qualifier right now, ran an 854. Your number 1 qualifier is right alongside him, Scott White out of Seaside, California. An HVAC contractor's got that beautiful 41 Willys, 471 cubic inches worth of Hemi. He's your number 1 qualifier with a 662, 210 miles an hour. Looks like we're getting just about the all clear down there. A little bit of smoke or dust at the finish line, past the finish line area. Dusting off some of the grease sweep out there. Once we get the all cleared, it looks like it's going to happen soon. We'll fire up these 2 gassers. Again, thanks for joining us here at the 30th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. It's hard to believe it's been 30 years since this started. Probably the most successful, longest running nostalgia event around. Just waiting for the word from the top end to let us know we're all clear to go. Have you checked out the Leslie Lovett photo contest? Back there in the pitch. Check it out because there are some amazing photographs taken by amateurs and pros alike, capturing the essence of drag racing. All right, water going into the water box. That's a good sign. Here we go. Scott White, your number one qualifier in the Willies, ran 6:62, 210 miles an hour. Mike O'Connor out of Bend, Oregon, number 6 qualifier with an 8:54. This is a heads up, run it out the back door class. No index, no handicaps. 57 moves up. Starts the part out first. Scott White ready to go. Scott pulls pretty far forward. He gets it going. '57 Chevy. The style of '57 Chevy body started with Mr. McEwen. Making his first, not his first, but making a funny car. I mean, the first one with a '57 body on it. A lot of adaptations since then. A few other '57 funny cars emerged. Gassers and Pro Mods alike are using a variation of this body. Staging lanes are filling up with top fuel and funny cars. Scott White holding on so far to his number 1 position. Either one of the following two could take that away. We'll see how that works. Here we go. Number 1. White taking on O'Connor. He hit the light. And the throttle goes down to the floor. It's White out in front going 6:51. He improves. 6:71 for O'Connor. He improves by over 2 seconds. That is where to go. You know, he moves up to the number 2 spot. White secures his number 1 spot with the 6:51. But 6:71 for O'Connor now. Can either one of these Corvettes touch them? 4th generation Corvette over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. That's Carl Wilson. 93 Corvette. Brent Williamson in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. A 63 Corvette. Corvette introduced 1953. There were 3 body styles shown to the public. There was a Roadster, which went into production and became the actual Corvette. There was a fastback. They called it a Corvair. It was cool. They should have come out with that, but they didn't. Then there was a wagon called the Nomad. It later on showed up on a Bel Air chassis. The Corvette Roadster came out first year. Over 200 of those made. There weren't that many. It wasn't until 1955 and the advent of the 265 V8 did the Corvette sales start to rise. Now it became the performance car it should have been all along. Corvettes earned their reputation as road race machines, but hey, Hot Rod Ingenuity says we can make it anything we want, and Corvettes and drag racing are synonymous. Split window, 63 for Brett Williamson. He's run a best of 589, number 2 qualifier. Carl Wilson out of Anaheim, number 1 qualifier. These are pro mods. We've gotten out of the gasser group, and now we're into the pro mods. Your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers with a more aerodynamic line. Number 1 qualifier gets crossed up, takes out the timing cones. Williamson backs out of it. He spun the tires. Luckily, he was far enough back that he didn't have the issues that could have happened had they been side by side. So Wilson holds on to his number 1 spot with the 588. Williamson, 589, just behind him. They'll stay right where they are right now. That'll be their last qualifying session. They'll be back later on they'll be back tomorrow for their first round of eliminations. Top Fuel and Funny Cars are in the lanes. They're getting ready for their 3rd round of qualifying. For second round for Top Fuel, we'll have Funny Car first round later this evening. All right, we'll get the code set up again, get the timing system back in operation. Next up, John Durden from San Juan Bautista, California. He has a 59 Corvette. He's number 6 qualifier, running a 927. Eric Peterson out of Pacific, Washington. Now he's the number 8 qualifier in the Pro Mods with a 51 Chevrolet. He's got a 526 Hemi, as does Durden in the 59 Corvette. It'll be interesting to see how they go. I'll tell you what, this Chevrolet is wild. I mean, we expect some of the Pro Mod Corvettes to look swoopy and stuff, but you really got to take a look at this 51 Chevrolet. They'll get him fired up in just a minute. Doing a little sweeping, setting the cones in place, and we'll be on with their qualifying round in just a moment. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck, along with Mike English, Steve LaBarber, Warren, and others, and Donnie Couch, keeping you informed about what's hot, what's not. Again, if you got friends at home that couldn't make it, tell them to get on their computer, go to dragracer.tv, and see the live stream of everything going on here on track at the 30th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Chris Curtis just came up to the tower. I got to thank him tremendously. He brought me a Curtis sports car in a box. Yes. Curtis, as I said when he was up earlier, has a legacy of cars in his family. His grandfather started Curtis Cars. They were making Indy cars, quarter midgets, race cars, and a sports car. Now, how many of you remember the Muntz 4-track tape players? Raise your hand. It's okay. All right, I see a few up there. Do you remember the Muntz Jet sports car? There was one. It was actually a Curtis rebadged as a Muntz. And the Curtis sports cars went away. Now, Chris's dad kept the company going, but was building Curtis race boats. Chris is a fabricator extraordinaire. He inherited from the family, and he continues to build amazing machines. You saw his car running earlier today, a regular here at Famoso Drag Strip. So Chris Curtis, the Curtis family, a long lineage of racing cars from Indianapolis to the dirt tracks all over the world. And sports cars, too. They brought me a Matchbox. Oh, it's beautiful. I don't know whether to open the box and look at the car or keep it in the box for eternity. So this is cool. Really is cool. Speaking of model cars, though, have you gone through the manufacturer's Midway area? There are places there where you can get 1/8 and 1/16 copies of some of your famous and most popular drag cars and muscle cars around, and they're there. Well, it looks like everyone's departing the track. Good sign. We're going to go back to racing in just a moment. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for being here with us at the California Hot Rod Reunion. So the Pro Mod's getting ready to go. They come to life. They fire them up. Honoree tonight, or last night. Dave Layton, our stage master as well. John Durden out of San Juan Bautista, California. 59 Corvette, number 6 qualifier right now, ran a 927. Really didn't get the power to the pavement, only 92 miles an hour. Eric Peterson, also not having the run they wanted with their 51 Chevy, going a 27-second ET at 26 miles an hour. But he's back, and he does a burnout. Look at this car. Uh-oh. He can't get it in reverse. Ah, there it goes. All right. Whew. Saved the day. So the Durden Corvette coming up over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Eric Peterson here in the Michelob at CP Carrillo lane. And they're back in that 51 Chevy up real slow. Slow and slow. '51 Chevrolet, chop section. Every piece of the body has been massaged, as has the Corvette in the three-way Chevrolet lane. All right, hopefully they get the power to the pavement and keep it going. Picnic table spoiler on the back of the '51 Chevrolet. Not only does it keep the car stable at speed, but it's a great cup holder when you get back to the pits. Two Chevys moving up in the beams. Peterson's got the pre-stage light lit. Durden moving up. Now they're fully staged, lights drop, and oh, Durden's car loses fire. Peterson waiting, now he's going. But Durden's got a problem, the blower belt pops off. Peterson, he's just kind of cruising through there. He's made the show, goes 1085. Well, that's a, believe it or not, a 17-second improvement over his previous run. Durden blows the blower belt right off on the hit. Got a little bit of stuff to clean up there. They'll be back, replace the belt, and they'll be back for elimination rounds. Next up, Josh Kalish. Kalish in the Studebaker Pro Mod out of Aromas, California. Got a 526 Hemi. Currently the number 3 qualifier with a 593. Garrett Richards out of Tacoma, Washington. The 2012 Shelby Mustang Pro Mod. 522 cubic inches worth of Ford motor. He's the number 5 qualifier with an 860 and a mere 87 miles an hour, so he didn't have a full run either. The Ford comes to life. Crew gets the Studebaker fired off as well. World's only Mustang Pro Mod. Here in the right lane. Garrett Richards, Old Ultra, BP Carrillo lane. John doing a John Force style burnout, goes all the way to half track and beyond before he can stop. He might as well just hit the return road and come back. I mean, you know. 53 Studebaker with a 526. Chrysler Hemi, number 3 qualifier with a Super Stud at 248 miles an hour, 593 ET. Garrett Richards out of Tacoma, Washington in the Michelob Ultra CP Corello lane, the number 5 qualifier. Only did an 860, 87 miles an hour. Kalish, 248 miles an hour. Studebaker lineage dates back to the days of the Conestoga wagons before the automobile. Studebaker Corporation made wheelbarrows and wagons. Got into the car business, but when the Studebaker family relinquished power to different or various management teams, the company started going down the drain. Studebaker finally folded in 1966. The Avanti product they had did live on for quite a few years under various ownerships. The Mustang, the only pony car in production since introduction in 1964. Studebaker losing up some real estate, closes in. It's tight, but the Ford gets there first, 605, 237 miles an hour, 593 for Kalish in the Stud, matching his previous run. Garrett Richards goes up to the number 4 spot. Kalish stays number 3, 593. Rob Moore out of El Cajon, California, 60 Chevy. I guess I was mistaken about the world's fastest Chevy being in the, or 60 Chevy being in the AFX category. Here comes Rob Moore out of El Cajon. He's the number 9 qualifier right now. So unless he can pick up the speed a little bit, he's not really the fastest 60 Chevy. Wade Shortstrom out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. 57 Bel Air. Brad Anderson, 522. A minor 509 in the 60. Wade has run 661, 204 miles an hour. Rob Moore wasn't able to get the power to the pavement and only ran a 28-second lap at 48 miles an hour. He'll work on that. The Batmobile over in the left lane. Look at the wings on that thing. 1960 Chevrolet. Everyone else was doing fins that stood straight up and down, even Chevrolet in 1957. But for 1959 and 60, Chevrolet did something different. The wings were horizontal. Rumors back then were that if you went faster than 100 miles an hour, the car would lift. Never confirmed that. New Chevys, 57. We talked about the flopper body, 57, started by Tom McEwen. It morphed into gassers and pro mods, as you can see by this one. Wade Georgstrom out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, here in the Michelob lane. Rob Moore in the freeway Chevrolet lane. RPMs come up. 60 bounces. Got the hiccups. Right lane heads through the lights, goes 799, way off his previous run. And it is Rob Moore coasting through with a 1339. So it looks like that FX 60 Chevy still is the fastest 60 Chevy in the world. So Rob Moore stays in the number 9 spot of Pro Mod. Wade goes into the number 5 spot, stays with 61. And another Corvette Pro Mod coming. Justin Wake out of Clovis, California. Shorty's Fabrication, 1953 Corvette with a 526 Hemi. Did make a good run, 32 miles an hour. So he's number 10 on the qualifying list. See if they can get the power to the pavement and get the vehicle running the way they need to. Once we get an all clear from the top end, we'll give him the sign to fire up. And there it goes. Corvette getting ready. Burnout sounds good. Gets a little sideways. Straightens it right back up again when he lifts the throttle. Justin Wake, Clovis, California resident. Shorty's Fabrication, the sponsor of the car. The 53 Corvette, that's the first year of the Corvette. They were built in Flint, Michigan in 53 through early 1960s when they moved to St. Louis. Stayed in St. Louis for a while, ending up in 1968 moving to Bowling Green, Kentucky, where they have been ever since and continue to be. Just down the street from the Corvette manufacturing plant is the Corvette Museum. It's celebrating its 25th anniversary soon. I'm going back for that, I know. And I know I stop there every year when we do the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion in Bowling Green. I always make sure I get there a day early or stay a day late and get to go through the museum. Corvette, the only true American sports car that has been in production almost continuously. Getting the RPM, he's in the groove through the lights. 584, 237 miles an hour. 584, we've got a new number one. Justin Wake goes to the top of the ladder, the number one qualifier. All right, next up, 69 Camaro. Now, I understand this is a license pass for this Pro Mod driver. So trying to get his competition license. Yeah, we got a special request. Joe Rode, one of the NHRA staff here at the Hot Rod Reunion, has been for decades. Joe Rode, his family came up just to wish him a happy birthday. His two sons came up here. The family is here. Joe Rode, one of our crew members, 83 years young today. Happy birthday to Joe Rode. 69 Camaro Pro Mod, getting ready to go. This will be a license pass, trying to secure an NHRA competition license. Then we're going to do some track prep. And Top Fuel, you will follow the Pro Mod. Top Fuel, you're going to follow the Pro Mods. Driver motioned on to get into the beams and get staged. And we're going to do some track prep before we move into the Top Fuel category. Drew says you're ready to go. And he does, I guess, what you would call a moderate pass. Don't know which pass he was on to get his competition license. But he launched as a 0.9 second 60-foot mark. It was 2.8 seconds at the 330, 5 seconds at the 8th mile where he shut it off. And he goes through with a 9:17, 103 miles an hour. At the 8th mile, he was actually going faster than he did at the finish line. But it was a license pass, so it wasn't supposed to be a full pass down the track. Top Fuel, you'll be coming out in just a little bit. We're going to do some track prep. And then when the Top Fuel comes out, it'll be Donnie Couch and Mike English. giving you all.
Good Vibrations Motorsports specializes in the parts you need for gas, alcohol, and nitro engines. If you're muscling a funny car or top fueler down the quarter mile, cutting a rooster tail across the lake, or cruising the boulevard, Good Vibrations has the blower and fuel system solutions for your personal ride and race car. If you want to go fast, really fast, then Good Vibrations Motorsports is ready to hear from you at goodvibesracing.com.
Thanks for being here at the 30th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion. Currently, the ladder stands at this. Tyler Hilton, number 1 qualifier with a 575.1. Adam Sorokin, number 2 with a 575.7. Pete Kaiser, Brett Williamson, Brendan Murray in the top 5. Shane Stewart, Brian Hall, Pete Wittenberg, Phil Rakowski, Mike Anderson, Sean Bowman, Frank McBee Jr., Jim Murphy, who used to dominate this category, in number 13 spot, the 14th spot, Tyler Hester, and then Dusty Green. And I'm going to turn the mic over to Donnie Couch and Mike English as we get ready to go into the round of top fuel qualifying.
Top Fuel Eliminator, session number 2 on the pad. Donnie Couch making his way into the booth here, and DC, you were out and about, and this promises to be pretty spectacular. Temperature down about 10 degrees from what it was yesterday, and Well, I'm looking forward to seeing this. How about you?
Well, you know, when the temperature drops, the horsepower rises and the track gets cooler. And so there's good bite out there. As the first pair comes to life here with Michael Anderson, brand new Top Fuel guy from Texas, and Brian Hall, the Nomad dragster. Nice burnout by Brian Hall. Michael Anderson, new to the class, came all the way out here from Texas, Abilene, Texas.
By the way, Donnie Couch, session number 1, the California Hot Rod Reunion Backup Babe Halloween Costume Contest with Kelly Hall out in front of her husband, and she has been part of this contest for a number of years. And Jana Thompson put this together. Jana says, I'm going to just spend my time organizing this contest. We appreciate it very much. So it's going to be fun to watch. These girls putting on great costumes. I know I saw Maury Anderson and Stephanie Rhee out there earlier. You know, just great to watch. But here we go. Brian's back and watch Kelly Hall. The only backup babe that'll go over and take the throttle stop off their car. Of course, it's her husband driving, so, you know. Michael Anderson and the team. An 8-second run for the team out of Texas here. The Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. And Brian Hall, 684.2, sitting in the number 7 spot in an 8-car field, which has former national champion Pete Wittenberg on that bump spot. You see up on the board there, 727.7.
Both looking to improve right now as they're both pre-staged, Mike English.
They are set. Oh, watch that Brian Hall car. That baby right on down that 3-way Chevrolet lane. 588. Look at the speed, Donnie Couch. Only 194 miles an hour. Brian Hall was 208 at half track, and that's pretty trucking right along there. So 588, Brian up to the number 4 spot. Michael Anderson, 6094, 204 up to the number 6 spot. And former national champion Pete Wittenberg has now been bumped out of the field. And Shane Stewart in his Top Fuel debut on the bump.
Well, Brian Hall, Mike, it looked like the mile an hour was down because that baby was putting out some smoke, using up some pistons down there.
Yes, it was, absolutely. So the next pair rolling right up is the SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari checking out the track. Sean Bowen, in from Michigan. The chassis builder, custom car builder, pretty darn good with a welder. And Brendan Murray, right up there in San Jose, racecarparts.com. For the Running Wild team, a guy who's been doing this for a long time, is Brendan, set number 7 at 655. Sean Bowen, one shot yesterday, spun the tires, 9:15.5 at 84 miles an hour for a car that is plenty capable of going to the number 1 spot.
Of course, Brendan Murray, that's a period correct Top Fuel dragster, full body, beautiful looking car, and he's looking to improve out here.
Yeah, Brendan always there. John Brewer, former NE1 champ, turning the wrenches on Brendan's car down there, and it's a big help to have somebody come along and step in like John Brewer and help you out, because it gives you another set of eyes and helps you out.
Yeah, well, these things are pretty complicated, especially with that little tire that they run. They don't run the big tire like the funny car.
No.
So it's awful tricky to have that much horsepower in a small tire.
And make it work.
And make it work, exactly.
Yeah, you always tuned on a funny car. You couldn't handle the small tire.
I couldn't. If I had a dragster, I'd just go get Pete Kaiser to run it.
Well, there you go.
Right?
Well, wait a minute. I'd get Pete Kaiser to run it, Mendy Friday.
And drive it.
No, I'd get Mendy Friday.
Yeah,
drive.
well, yeah, that's a good choice. Mindy's working on that car this weekend.
Yes, she is. By the way, that car sitting number
1.
Number 3.
Nope.
Tyler Hilton.
Oh,
trying to win
right.
a national
right.
championship in a brand new car. It's number 1, Adam Sorokin, number 2 in that champion car. And that aforementioned Pete Kaiser, number 3 right now. But we're not done yet.
Yeah, just checking something out on the track at the top end, and we'll be back to top fuel action as they fire them up right now. So we are ready, folks.
Absolutely. So Brendan Murray, late model 426, one of the few in top fuel, but yet in funny car, there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
And of course, Sean Bowen over there, the early style Brad Anderson Hemi for that team, the 392 style car. And here comes Sean Bowen. Sean Bowen does his burnout. And take a look there. That is also a late model 426. My mistake there. See what happened when I try and second guess you, Donnie?
It's still early, Mike. Yeah, I was looking to see it.
Drivers back from their burnouts. Late model 426s, both cars. John Brewer standing in front of Brendan Murray there looking over. It's Sean Bowen's team car. Rick shoots here. I have no idea why.
With no camera.
Yeah.
He's a legend now. He doesn't need that.
Twice.
Right? And the motor price.
There, pre-stage whack of the throttle there out of Sean Bowen's car. He's trying to bump it in there and set, go. Sean Bowen, another good run there. Sacrifice them to the piston gods. Brendan Murray, 6'11", 215. Sean Bowen was checking out, and then all of a sudden you saw a little wisp of smoke off the right bank of that car out of Michigan, in the three-way Chevrolet lane there, and shut it off. He'll be 6'6", 147. He'll stay in the number 8 spot. Brendan Murray, number 7 at 6'11", 4 for the team out of San Jose. And as always, he'll jump out on the track there. Quick check, just not necessarily something on the track, but they just want to make sure. The first session of the fuel cars here on Saturday, Donnie Couch has already started off with a big time pairing here. Tyler Hilton, number 2 in the points for the national championship, will come up here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. And Pete Kaiser making his return to drag racing as a driver for Dan Horan.
The driver and the crew chief.
He's a busy man this weekend.
Yes, he is.
Now, as we said yesterday, Donnie Couch, that is a brand new ride for Tyler Hilton here in that Great Expectations car. They parked the Chevrolet powered car, went to Tony Bartone and said, we want to buy your championship car. Tony said, we can make a deal. And they switched over to the Hemi for the team in from Ohio. And Pete Kaiser, of course, been tuned in the funny car, the top fuel dragster for Dan Horan and the team. And Dan said, hey, you're driving the dragster this weekend. Well, that didn't take long. And, of course, tuning on that car over there, helping out, former national champion, Mendy Fry. Number 1 qualifier right side, number 3 qualifier left side.
This is going to be a good matchup, Mike English. We're going to see some positions change here.
So Bobby Hilton walks up to his son. Got Jason Bunker standing behind his car there, helping out this weekend. Very talented driver, Mendy Fry, walking around. Pete Kaiser's there, her good friend, and you'd almost say she looks like a fish out of water, but she looks like knows exactly what she's doing.
Yeah, she knows how to work on these cars and build them.
All 4 lights are lit. Great match up there, down there, top end. 5'6", 255. Pete Kaiser goes to the number 1 spot. Tyler Hilton goes 5:69.3. Shut it off again to 220 miles an hour. Goes to the number 2. Well, gets bumped back to the number 2 spot. That was top speed of the meet for Top Fuel Dragsters. Pete Kaiser, 5.660. 2:55. It goes number 1.
What a great run, and what a great way to come back into the driver's seat
Now,
for Pete Kaiser,
right now, Tyler Hilton has picked up 9 qualifying points. However, there's still a ton of cars to run, including the guy that's sitting in the number 1 spot. Brett Williamson has not run this session. Yesterday, Tyler picked up 3 points for the championship, which could make a difference.
I didn't see that.
Interesting little note on down here on the starting line. Fortunately, Pete Kaiser went a little long down there in the safety sparge. You're going to have to go down and pull him back. Didn't go into the sand, just didn't make the turnout. Pete Windberg over there far side had the parachutes pop out while he was sitting here waiting to run in the next pair. So gives him time to put the chutes back in and make this run. Drama.
Always drama, but
Yeah.
we're seeing some great side-by-side action in Top Fuel here at the first round of qualifying today.
Yeah, the first session on Saturday. Great session yesterday. Spectacular.
It was a great day, and we're going to see some incredible runs today because of the cooler temperatures, with cooler track conditions, and it's going to all come together today.
Go ahead, Donnie. Talk to that. What's his name?
Hey, Mike English, look who I got in the tower. Dan Haran,
Car owner.
car owner, driver. Supposed to be letting his son drive the funny car, but when's that going to happen, Dan?
You know, Ryan's going to be in that car as soon as I get back into this Top Fuel car. Right now, I'm just super happy for the Kaiser family, Pete Kaiser, and everybody that works their tails off on this car. Couldn't be happier for him to go to number 1. And quite honestly, I think that 66 is going to hold for number 1.
Well, I think so too, and he's done a great job, and we knew it was going to happen.
Thank you, Donnie. We appreciate it. We'd like to come out here in front of all the people at Famosa Raceway, and we couldn't be happier. So now let's see if we can get that plastic car a little faster.
Well, you will. Good luck, Dan Haran. Thanks for coming up.
Always glad to have that guy come up here. Just the stuff he talks about, just very interesting to hear. As Pete Wittenberg got the parachutes back in there, and Tyler Hester. 2 very good quality cars that have visited the winner's circle here and are not part of that 8-car field in Top Fuel Eliminator.
I think that's going to change, Mike English.
I think it's going to change. Bump on the scoreboard down there is 6.607. Pete Whitberg, far side, 7.27, his first effort. Tyler shut it off and coasted down there to a 20-second run for that overtime special. Daryl Tedford, Rick McGee, and that whole team out of Exeter.
Right up the 99 freeway, our favorite highway that leads to Famosa Dragway.
Don't all roads lead to Famosa Drag Straight?
In our books, they do.
Yep, and the California Hot Rod Reunion. Hall of Fame starter Larry Sutton, part of that Pete Wittenberg team over there, the Circuit Breaker, which he drove for so many years.
Yeah, it's great to see him out here. Of course, we had breakfast with him yesterday and today, and great to see him.
So here we go, race their way into the field, about to find out. Oh, that Circuit Breaker car over there putting good numbers down. Pete Wittenberg, 5.76.4. 243, and they found their way in a big way. Tyler Hester, 5.85.6, moves to the number 5 spot. Wittenberg to the number 4 spot, and that bump spot now is a 6.094. And that is Michael Anderson and the team out of Texas. Holy cow, Donnie.
Brand new team out of Texas,
Yes, for
Michael
sure.
Anderson. They're doing a good job.
Hey, Corey. Wow.
Mike English, we got Corey McClenathan in the tower, buddy. Yes. No, this guy. And then you. Come here. You're next, Dave. Corey, we didn't see you go down the track very well yesterday, but you made a test run after the sessions, and you're smiling.
Yeah, we were able to overlay that on some other runs that we made in the past, and I think we're going to be okay. I mean, the bump is a 592 for 8 spot, so kind of is what it is. We got to go out and run a 70.
Well, you're a dragster guy, but you look like you're having a lot of fun driving this funny car.
You know, I'm just now getting comfortable, so to speak. Before I was centerline wall. I'm like, okay, I'm taking up a lot of real estate, so I better get my stuff together. But really having Glenn being a funny car for so long has helped me a lot.
Hey, Corey, you sound like you were talking about your Volkswagen days there.
Well, that's the only flopper I've ever driven is a, 600 horsepower VW engine. It's very different, but I'm enjoying this. I got Cruz down there and everybody run through the crowd. I'm like, can I get a picture, Cruz? And
Yeah. Well, we're glad you're back. We're glad you're here in a funny car, and we wish you luck the rest of the day. And go get them, buddy.
Well, I appreciate all the well wishes. It was really tough to watch it on TV last weekend and not be in Dexter's car, but Kevin did a great job and got a couple rounds, and he got all my sponsors in for me. I'm a happy guy.
There you
That's
go.
all that matters. All
Absolutely.
right, Corey McClenathan, man.
Glad to have him part of the NHRA Heritage
Yes,
Series.
yes.
Tremendous pluses. Shane Stewart and Phil Rakowski, the small block Chevrolet off the island in Victoria, British Columbia. As I said yesterday, they put that car and trailer, truck, and everything on a ferry and bring it over to the mainland to come down here and race. And Shane Stewart, Donnie, that car is a world traveler. Was built here, was bought by some people in Australia, went to Australia. Shane is from Australia. Shane went down there and got that car and brought it back here, and now it's in top Fuel Eliminator.
So that car's got some airline bonus point miles.
Yes, it does. Of course, Shane's wife was out there, part of that California Hot Rod Reunion Halloween costume contest. And, oh, there's a few of them going down the other side of the track there.
Yeah, I see him.
Yep,
Wonder Woman. I see Wonder Woman or something down
that's
there.
Celia Green, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So here we go. 2 cars again, not in that field. 6094, the bump spot. Oh, watch that Shane Stewart car there. Man, that left lane is putting up big time numbers. 585.4, 258 miles an hour, Shane Stewart. Phil Raskowski, the small block Chevrolet, 689.2. Shane up to the number 5 spot. And the guy who is number 1 in the points, Brett Williamson, is on the bump spot. And we got one in the beach down there at the top end. See a big cloud of dust there. And I will find out as soon as I can who it was. But Shane Stewart to the number 5 spot with top speed of the meet at 258 miles an hour. So waiting, safety safari rolling down there, the SoCal Speed Shop safety safari. And we'll find out which car it is and give you word on the condition of the car and the driver as soon as I get it.
One went off in the beach down there.
Eric, which car? Was it Stewart? Okay. So it was Shane Stewart, that great effort there at 585.4, 258, and it went into the beach down there. And, of course, the outstanding SoCal Safety Safari here rolling to that car and driver. Now, I'll give you a word as soon as I get it. But right now, Donnie Couch, you have a special guest.
Hey, I got an honoree here, Dave Settles. We were at the ceremony last night and want to congratulate you on your achievements and be an honoree here at the race.
Well, thank you, Donnie. It was my pleasure, and it was an honor indeed. And I had a great time. I really did.
Well, you've done a lot for the sport and been a crew chief, been a driver. You make the badass fuel pumps, and we were glad to see you get up there last night, even though Bob Beck forgot who you were.
Well, like I told him, I'm easily forgettable.
How are you enjoying these nostalgia races out here?
It's very impressive. I've seen they're running 560s with these top fuel cars. I'm sure somebody will dip into the 50s. And I remember driving top fuel cars when we couldn't run that quick with the big tires and everything else that goes along with it, large motors and everything. So they're doing really, really good. That little itty bitty on there, and they manage the power and torque curve real good. They really do.
Yeah, for that small tire, and of course these engines and heads have evolved, and blowers and everything since you were doing it. But fuel systems, but
they run nearly 11,000 RPMs.
yeah. Well, we're excited to have you here, and hope you enjoy the rest of the day. And stick around. We'll talk at you a little later.
Okay. Well, thanks for the hospitality, and hopefully see you shortly.
Yep, you will. We're here. Uncle Davey, ladies and gentlemen.
Dave Settles, one of the great honorees here at the 30th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion, and very well deserved.
My hero.
Mine first. Okay, word is from the top end. Need a tow truck down there for that Sullivan and Stewart car. A tow truck to the top end, please. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Oh, one of the calls I love to make, Donnie Couch. Double A fuel altered to the lanes, please. Double A fuel altered to the lanes, please.
We thought Top Fuel was exciting. Wait till those fuel altereds get up here.
So word is from the top end of the track, Shane Stewart is out of the car and walking around, and we're probably not going to repeat the things he's saying with that car. That was just a very, very good car, and put him in the number 5 spot. And with the word that they need a tow truck at the top end to pull him out of the sand trap, I have a feeling that may be a wounded duck, Donnie Couch.
Well, and the sand's pretty deep down there, and going that speed, first of all, the sand gets into everything, and the fuel system and the fuel tank, so everything's got to be gutted, and the motor's got to be gone through. Hopefully the chassis is not damaged.
Well, Shane is pretty good with a welder, and he's only about 3 hours away from here. They might load that baby in a chassis. Well, there's guys around here that can fix it, too.
Yeah, where there's a will, there's a way. These drag racers don't give up.
Not at all. Not at all. So, right now, sitting atop the field is Pete Kaiser, Dan Horan Jr.'s Digger Dan tribute card to the late, great Dan Horan Sr., his dad, at 5.66.0. But Shane Stewart on that ran 258.57, and there was a late parachute on there, and unfortunately, it's a long shutdown here at Formosa Drag Strip, but when you run 258 miles an hour and you're not in the parachute, that long shutdown shortens up.
Yeah, you better be on your game there with the parachutes. But fortunately, he's okay, and he'll be back. The car can always be repaired, and we'll see what happens.
I'm not sure we'll see that car this afternoon, but we might see it tomorrow.
You might see it tomorrow.
We'll walk down after this session, take a look and see. So we're on the pad right now as they're getting it cleared down there at the top end. Frank McBee Jr. and the team be coming up here in that Michelob Ultra. CP Kalilay, the team out of Madeira, and the Champion Speed Shop Special, and Adam Sorokin, who still has a chance for that Top Fuel title.
Well, they got their car running pretty good.
Yes, they do.
Number 2 qualifier, I believe, yesterday.
Number 3 now as they got bumped back one, 575.7. And that small block Chevrolet.
Yeah, you give Bob McLennan time to figure that out, and he's happy with the chassis now. Now he can concentrate just on the motor, and they better watch out.
And it's interesting how they built a brand new car and weren't happy with it. They went back to the car that was 2009, took the 2 cars, put them together, and came up with one car that seems to be working pretty well, and then put that stunning black body on it. It's just
it looks good. And like I say, now that they've got all the problems solved with the chassis, all they have to do is focus on that clutch and that motor. And Bobby McLennan, he's an ace at that.
Yes, he is. Driver isn't too bad either. By the way, got to give a shout-out. Adam's wife, Jenny, in the house this weekend. Glad to have her here.
Yeah, we don't see her too often. It was a real pleasure to see her. Yesterday I saw her, and hopefully we'll see her today.
Yeah, for sure. Glad to have her here. Of course, Frank McBee Jr. and the team down here just up that 99 highway in Madera. A new car to them.
Yeah, good-looking car, too.
Very good looking. Got that candy apple red paint job. And this is a car that was built for Top Fuel Eliminator. They, just like that, fired him up. So here we go. Adam sitting number 3 in that Champion Speed Shop Special. Frank McBee not in that field with a bump spot at 599.9. I should tell Steve Kaiser I missed the bet. Well, this is one of my picks. I had a 605 11 with my other 2 picks. Were 599, something like that, for quality 40. So Frank McBee coming back here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Adam Sorokin in the 3-way Chevrolet lane.
I had a 588. Can't remember.
Kaiser goes 575, something like what?
That's great.
Yeah.
You see,
So Frank rolls up there. Bobby McClellan walks away from his car over there. Frank McBee Jr. wants to be part of that 8-car field. Adam wants to stay in the 570. That champion car once again, 5804 242, Adam Sorokin. That car is deadly consistent, Donnie Couch. Frank improves to a 675 too, but will not be part of the 8-car field as of now. One more session later on today, Donnie, but Adam will stand on that 575.7.
well, like I say, that little Chevy, you give Bob McLennan enough time, he's going to figure it out and figure the track out and go to the top.
That small block Chevrolet was 205 miles an hour at half track.
That's a good run. Great run. So next pair is already suited up and ready. Starters are on the motors. And
Jim Murphy, another former champion, and Dusty Green. I have a feeling there's going to be backup babes for Dusty over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane.
I think there's going to be 3 of them.
Trifecta?
Trifecta backup babes.
Yeah. So Dusty will be over there far side. Jim Murphy over here with that Dan Wilkinson tune-up. Nicky Bonifani in the house. The clutch guru.
Yep, there he is. Of course, he's here supporting his teammate, Matt Bynum. They got the whole Worsham clan here, too, supporting Matt and debuting his funny car. Former Jim Head funny car.
That won this race in 2013.
Yeah, at the March meet with Chad Head driving.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're waiting on. It looks clear.
Down at the top end, I believe they're clearing the turnout there is the, one of those lock-up clutch deals.
I've heard about that.
There we go. Just got the word over the radio. Top end is clear. So Jim Murphy and Dusty Green. Been a while since we've seen Dusty back part of the Top Fuel field.
Yeah, well, he's Everybody wants to be a part of the Hot Rod reunion.
Yes,
so
they do.
He's not going to miss this as his car comes to life. Jim Murphy's car also comes to life.
Two very good quality cars that have not been quick enough to be paired in the 8-car field, Donnie. Murphy's had a 14-second run. Dusty, a 12-second run. So Jim Murphy. And Dusty Green. Wife Celia, the team, hopping over the hole there with nothing but backup babes out in front there. And, oh, Donnie, we're judges for that contest. It's going to be a little bit tough.
Yeah, the contest might be over right now.
Yeah, I think it just ended. Good couple, though. Love to talk to him. Just great there is Dusty coming back over there and Jim Murphy over here.
Jim Murphy's backup babe is not going to get my vote today, Mike English.
Okay. The California Hot Rod Reunion Halloween costume contest here. Just a great deal there. Again, thanks to Jana Thompson for putting it together. Celia Green and everybody over there. I'm not sure Dusty can concentrate on driving. His
We'll
buddy
see
Brad,
how he does.
Yeah, his
I'd
buddy
be a little
Brad Thompson out
distracted
there
too, right?
Brad Thompson always helping out his good bud Dusty, and Jim Murphy. Dan Wilkinson walks away from his car. They're both pre-staged. $5.99 if you want to get in that field. Wow, Dusty goes right up in smoke. Murphy down that Michelob Ultra Lane cloud of smoke. Wow, 584, 5, 208. Look at Murphy, 208 miles an hour at half track, and then only goes 208 at the finish line. That car was on one heck of a run, 584.5. Dusty up in smoke, 1583.7 at 58 miles an hour. Murphy up to the number 5 spot. The bump spot now is Brian Hall at 588.6. Wow. And the final car will be Brett Williamson, who is number 1 in the points for the championship, and right now is sitting number 9. They've gone 599.9, and the bump is 588.6. Now, the Forever Young car is plenty capable of stepping up big time. That's not the problem. But, Donnie, as you well know,
anything can happen out there.
Yes, it can.
You know?
So right now, Tyler Hilton has picked up 9 points in qualifying for top Fuel Eliminator. Brett Williamson, a car that's very capable of going to that top spot.
Well, we're going to find out right now. Brett Williamson pulling into the box and going to do his burnout.
Brett Williamson, just a very talented driver, that whole family, you know, but he builds them, drives them, tunes them.
I've seen him drive an alcohol hydro, you know, at the drag boat races, and a very talented guy over there.
Yeah, for sure. You drive a boat, you're fearless in my
Yeah.
book. So this is a very, very interesting run because, well, points make a world of difference. He came into the race with a 2-round lead, picked up 7 points in qualifying yesterday, where Tyler Hilton picked up 10 points in qualifying. Tyler's got 9 points so far.
Every run is important.
For the championship.
Yes.
Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. A, fuel to the lanes, please. A, fuel to the lanes, please. I can tell you right now, Tyler Hilton wants to know what this car runs this run.
Yeah, I'm sure he's watching. What's up, buddy?
You guys all right? You know it's Dad's last weekend.
What?
Okay.
What is he going to do?
He's racing Randy today. I'm going to race him tonight.
Okay.
And then it's a Chicago-style fuel altered show.
Two quickest.
2 quickest out of the 2 today and the 1 tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Run for the deal tomorrow afternoon.
What's he going to do after he retires?
Well, we started Michael driving the 7.0 car, and I'll drive it. We're still doing it.
Good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that.
Here we go, Mike English.
The final car. Points ever so critical for the championship. Mixing Cabango down there. Holy cow, 676, 135. And going in to session number 3, 0 points for your. Oh, man, that makes a world of difference, Donnie.
And not in the show.
Not in the show. So Tyler Hilton basically picking up 12 points towards the championship. Does not get him the lead, but it tightens up that paddle big time going into the final session tonight. Get right.
All right, Mike. Well, we'll be doing a little checking of the track right now. Brian, what's going on with you? You've made a pretty decent run out there. Are you happy with that?
Well, we're going to go out and, Rich didn't be able to be with us this weekend, so we're going to go out and try and put that thing in the number 1 spot for him and do our best for Rich this weekend.
Is he on the phone quite a bit, checking on his car? It's very strange. I don't think the car's ever ran without Rich Quasco.
No, it's a lot different without him being here, keeping us all straight. But, I got Ron Rogers and EJ and Scotty over there, and of course, Jill's keeping us all in line. We got all the right stuff. We're just missing the old man.
Yeah, well, we wish you well, Rich Quasco. Hopefully you're watching the show. And we wish you the best out there today. So it's going to come down to a good track and good weather.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't let Brian Hopewood go running off here without mentioning. This is Dad Ron's final race behind the wheel of the Rat Trap.
Yeah, it's 25 years. It's been a good run. Yep.
Well, a lot of history there and a beautiful car and a great career for him, so we wish him well.
Yeah, we're gonna race each other this afternoon. I'm gonna beat him one last time, and we're gonna beat him bad. So he's gonna make me walk home, I think.
Yeah, that's all right. You'll take that walk, won't you?
It's a long walk, but it'll be worth it.
Yeah, well, emotional weekend for you guys, for your dad, and for Rich not being here, but we know you'll do well, and Rich left the car in good hands, so we wish you luck, my friend.
Well, thanks. Yeah, we started my son Michael driving last weekend. He made his first 2 runs. He has the next generation Rat Trap altered that we're going to run 7.0 back east, and so Michael's getting started. He's a crew member on Hilton's car, so we got a lot for the old man to do. He just won't be pushing the pedal.
Well, there you go. Well, again, we wish you luck and have a great run.
Look who showed up.
I heard you talking about me.
Wow. Get him up here. Michael Hope, come on up here, man. Get up here. The next generation of the Rat Trap drivers, Donnie Couch. Michael Hope, you got him there.
Michael, are you ready for your challenge?
Yes, sir, I am. It's going to be a lot to stand up to, but I'm going to try to do my best.
Well, you've got some great teachers and you step into some good cars and good equipment, so
yes, sir.
It's got to be exciting for you. How old are you?
23.
23 and getting into it, man. So you're excited about that, and you're going to go to a lower class first, and then
we're going to run 7.0, and then we'll work our way into other classes eventually, and maybe play with a little nitro.
I was going to say, that car's going to have nitro in it the first weekend. Come on.
Maybe sooner than later.
Yeah, maybe sooner than later. Thanks.
Don't tell Mom.
No. Yeah. We're going to work slow right now, get comfortable in the car, and then we'll start throwing stuff at it.
So,
use
Michael,
parts.
2-3 runs, you'll be comfortable, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep. So.
Well, we wish you luck with all that. We want you to be safe out there, and you got some big shoes to fill.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, buddy. Well, thanks for coming up and chatting with us.
Yes, sir. Congratulations. Thank you.
So, unfortunately, man, that Brett Williamson team down there, that was kind of a big-time klobauing there that they did not need Donnie Couch's. That championship run in Top Fuel Eliminator has just got, like, really tight. But we're going to go into session number 2 of Nitro Funny Car. Or session number 3, my apologies.
Well, I saw on Brett Williamson's run a big puff of smoke on the left-hand side of the motor, and then we saw a big flash of fire. So it came awful early, and I know they're disappointed with that run, but they'll be back. They'll have one more shot at it, and they want that championship bad.
Tyler Hilton, Dad Bobby, and Grandma and Grandpa Jim and Allison Lee want that championship. Go to that great expectation.
What
cars.
A story. What a story they have buying that car at the last minute and bringing it out here. They did some testing along the way. Well, we won't be down very long, folks, so don't go too far. We got Funny Car coming up next, and we already see the Problem Childs matched up against the Capital Punishment Car of Tony Gerardo. And
Billy Morris at number 4 at 572.3 with that Problem Child. Tony number 8 at 592.3 with a Capital Punishment Car.
But Mike, the problem is we've got Funny Cars backed up to the 99 freeway to try to get up here and get in this show.
That's like standard,
right?
You know? If they don't go to the 99 freeway, they don't have enough cars.
Yeah.
And then right after Funny Car,
Fuel Altered.
All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. A Fuel, you should be in the lanes. A Fuel, you should be in the lanes. Junior Fuel, need you to the lanes, please. Junior Fuel, need you to the lanes, please. So Donnie Couch with the best equipment in the country down there for the SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari. It won't be long. We're going to be rock and rolling right along session number 3 to set the 16-car field in Nitro Funny Car. It's first round tonight. Oh, it's going to be a thing of beauty.
Yeah, it's going to be cooler, and track conditions are perfect. Of course, we got the best prepared track in the country out here, and they got all the right equipment and all the good crew, and a lot of people love to come here and race. Even the big show guys come and test here all the time because they know the track is consistently good.
So the SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari teams down to 2 trucks down there, Donnie, and it's all down in the shutdown area pretty much there. So the racing surface is always, it's 110% here, and it won't change.
Yeah, it looks like they're on their final stages of cleanup down there, and we'll be underway with the funny cars. We got any friends in Elko, Nevada watching the show?
Shouldn't be home in Elko, Nevada. They should be here.
They should be here, right.
Yep.
All roads lead to Famosa.
Looking down track there, you see the trucks going through, dragging down oil absorbent material down there, and just a lot of pressure going on that team to maintain that championship run for Top Fuel Eliminator. And funny car, well, Bobby Cottrell for Bucky Austin and Michael Bryan and Jeanette, that is going to be another championship feather in their hat.
Well, they're making consistent runs. They're not hurting the motor. The only problem they've had is with an oil pump this weekend, and they're looking good over there, and they got big smiles.
Well, when your car runs like that one, that's always
Right.
pretty easy to do.
Right. Everybody's smiling over there.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, man,
come
great
to life.
news. So Billy Morris, Sid number 4 at 572.3. For Eddie Knox, Dad Rick Morris and the bunch, the problem child. For the blower shop and Torco and little fist pump there, he will come up here in that Michelob Ultra CP Corello lane. And Tony Pardo on the bump at 592.3 with that capital punishment Camaro. Tony yesterday, 592.3 at only 223 miles an hour. It's a car that has dipped down into the very low 570s here for most of drag strip.
Tony's got a new crew over there this weekend, and they're all doing a good job, and everybody's happy over there and having a good time, and that's most important for Tony Gerardo.
Absolutely. Of course, the glass contractor lives up there in Pleasanton and puts glass in big buildings. Real big buildings. Oh, back up, babe. Part of that contest out in front of the
I
problem
see
child.
it. Oh, they got 2 of them out there.
So the problem child coming up, one of the first, the funny car with the pedal clutch for Billy Morris and the team, and Eddie Knox looking over his car. And Tony Gerardo, the more traditional clutch, that capital punishment car. Tony is pre-staged. Billy coming up.
Here we go. They're both pre-staged.
Listen to the RPM start coming up on that problem child car for Billy and the team. They are set. Nice move, Billy Morris down there. Side by side to start off funny car. 5, 6, 8, 7. 257 for Billy Morris. 5702. 259 Billy number 3. Tony Gerardo up to the number 4 spot at 259.21 miles an hour for Tony for top speed of the meet for funny cars in that capital punishment team.
Thank you so much.
And a badass.
Damn straight.
Right?
Damn straight. Me and Alicia, we don't change.
I know.
Got a Steiner and a Sterling right there.
That's why we love you.
Absolutely. Bill Wyndham, the shakedown Firebird, brand new car for Bill. And Nathan Sitko getting behind the wheel of the Bubble Up Pacemaker. Team car, the 69 Firebird. In from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Donnie, Nato getting in behind the wheel.
You know, he just showed up to be a spectator. Luckily, he had his fire suit with him in his suitcase, and they put him right to duty. Right on. Yeah, Ryan Hodson, of course, got sick. I heard he was on the premises walking around with a mask on, We'll have to see if we can get word from him what's going on with him, but he wasn't well enough to drive the car and stepped aside and let Nathan Sitko drive it. This is a fairly new car here, and I don't think they have everything ironed out with that car.
No,
But,
I talked to Ryan's dad, Ron, and he said they're still trying to find the combination here in a new combination. But, hey, we know what the old car ran like.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out right now as they're pulling into the beams.
Now, Wyndham, one of those pedal clutch guys over there, has gone 7.083. Nathan has gone 6 flat. Number 11 right side, number 16 left side. Good possibility those runs will not hold up. About to find out now. Wyndham brings the RPM up on that shakedown car big time, Donnie.
Yeah, they bring it up to about 4,400 RPM. They're both pre-staged, Mike English.
Nathan gets in, waiting on Wyndham. Listen to the RPM, starts to come up. Another great side-by-side run down there, top end, 593, 239 for Nathan. Bill Wyndham goes 596, 214, and that shakedown car, that's the best run he's made on that brand new car. Nathan, number 9. Bill Wyndham, number 10.
Yep, all smiles on the Bill Wyndham car as the crew runs down to their truck to go pick them up. They'll be happy with that run.
Absolutely. Getting up into that number 9 spot is Nathan in the pacemaker car, and Bill up to the number 10 spot. And Bill Wyndham was only 214 miles an hour as you saw that motor go dead down there top end as Jeff Moniz and Matt Bynum come up here. Matt Bynum with that Kenny Youngblood design paint job. It's pretty stunning, isn't it, Donnie Couch?
It's just beautiful. Just a beautiful car. Former Jim Head car that Chad Head drove to a victory here at the March meet.
2013.
Yeah, it's been a while. That car's been sitting ever since. They just
Jeff
got it out of
Moniz.
mothballs. And here
bring
they
it
go.
out of the mothballs just like that. Jeff Moniz, the quarter pounder. Van Gundy, Clark, and Moniz for the team out of Buena Park. A guy that builds. Oh, his work, his fabrication work is incredible.
Some of
Jeff
the best.
Moniz built that car.
Of course, both of these cars, paint jobs designed by Kenny Youngblood, one of the best.
Absolutely.
Or no, he is the best.
He is the best. So Matt Bynum, of course, his weekday job, car chief for Alexis DeJoria.
Yeah, and he's got the Worsham family out here supporting him, and Nikki Bonifani.
Nicky down there on the starting line. Chuck Worsham helping out. See Chuck standing down there.
Oh, no, I did see her.
Wonder if Connie's here.
I didn't see her.
Well, that's all you can see there. What about the daughters?
Right.
How little girls are now. They ain't interested in racing.
Here we go. Matt Bynum pre-staged.
Matt has gone 598.2 for the 11 spot. Jeff Moniz, 669, sit number 16 in a 16 car field. RPM's coming up on Matty Bynum. Whoa, parachute out on Jeff Moniz. Matt Bynum, 582, 238 miles an hour. Jeff Moniz was side by side with Matt Bynum and then popped that parachute out. Jeff goes 639, gets off that bump spot up to the 14th. Matt Bynum to the bottom, quick half of the field, 582.5, 238. Give you an idea, Jeff Moniz was over 200 miles an hour at the 8th mile mark.
I had it on the speaker. It had printed out what you said.
Hey, all my friends sitting in the grandstands on the pit side here, I just want to give you a quick invitation. If you'd like to walk around the tower, behind the Michelob Ultra sign here, the quarter-mile courtyard over on the other side of the track there is open. You're welcome to walk over there and have a great seat there. You can walk up to that blue wall there and see what it's like to have one of these great nitro cars do a burnout right in your face, Donnie.
Right? Might even blow your hat off, too. You know who's in the grandstands also? Tim Boychuk not going to make this Q3
Decided
session.
not to run this session. Tim Boychuk sitting in the number 2 spot, 568.4. Just said, you know what, I'm going to sit it out. Round number 1 later on today.
He's up there with his daughter, Angelina, who's going to get fitted for that funny car and driving it soon, and his son-in-law, Cameron.
Cameron Frey, absolutely. So Jeff Utterback and Bobby Cottrell come up. Bobby, you're national champion again for Bucky's Auto Repair and Northwest Chevrolet Benchmark RV.
Here.
Big Ken gives a pat on that car there. As Mike O'Brien walks up here, Jeanette down there, Bucky out in front of his driver. And Jeff Utterback, the surfer. The Advanced Services Vega sitting on the bump at a 644.0. Bobby, number 1, is Heidi Austin in the contest, Donnie.
Is she?
Oh, yeah.
Jeff Utterback not backing up down there, and he is, they're going to send Bobby on a single run. So unfortunately, that Advanced Services car. So not sure what happened to that team having the new car blues, unfortunately. So Bobby will go on a single run here. 5, 6, 7, 9, number 1. So the green car gets to show off. Watch that scoreboard. Holy cow. 5:59.5, 261 miles an hour. 252 to the 330 in that twilight zone. 372, 207 to half track, and then 5:59, 261 miles an hour. Bobby Cottrell separates himself even further from the field in another championship run. Holy cow. Man.
That was an incredible run.
Jeff Utterback down there had a ringside seat for that, baby.
He didn't want that ringside seat.
No, he wanted to be alongside him, but man, I mean to tell you, 5:59.5, 261. Holy cow. Top speed, low ET of the meet, the whole 9 yards, man. Just run the table. I'd go to Vegas now. So the championship run continues for Bobby and Bucky and Mike and Ken and Jeanette and that whole team.
Don't forget Heidi.
Oh, I didn't. By the way, Donnie, Rachel says it's race day down in Melbourne, Australia.
I still don't have cookies.
Oh, you were too late. Sorry. Sunday morning down under. Feels like Sunday morning here. Yeah.
Like we've been. Next up, Drew Austin in the Pro Max Camaro, and James Day in the Matthews Motorsports Camaro.
Cecil Matthews and the boys in from Northern California, and one of the best drivers in the business. And James Day, who just had a kablowie yesterday and wounded that baby big time and would like to get himself in the field now for sure. Of course, Drew Austin and the team, Dad Pat, the bunch there, sitting in that number 9 spot at 588.9, 245 in that Pro Max car for the Dinsmore Auto Group.
Yeah, they're in no way near their right back where it should be, and I expect a good run out of this Jeep.
Well, you remember he said it was self-inflicted trying things, you know. Now trying to get their way back, and watch out.
Yeah, he's one of the best in the business, so let's get it figured out.
Hey, let's not forget Grandpa Walt Austin back up there in Washington, watching his son and grandson here. You know, he'll be on if this car doesn't run good, he'll be on the phone. By the way, if you can't see where you're going because you lost a pair of glasses, I have them in the tower here. So the quad out there in front of Jeff Utterback, going to push him off the track here in a second. Continuing on with qualifying. They don't fit very well. You're not supposed to wear your glasses on your eyebrows. They're supposed to go on your nose.
Oh, okay. All right, as the next pair comes to life, Mike English, Pro Max car, Drew Austin. He's going to be in the Michelob Ultra CB Corolla lane. And James Day.
The only Ford-powered funny car here.
In the property.
Yes, sir.
Or in the country.
Yeah, well, Hall of Fame, crew chief, tuner, dad, Pat Austin. And James Day. The Racing Day family, wife Hiley, of course, her new car being built, supposed to be debut at the March meet.
Fuel altered.
So Drew his burnout, of course, Dad Pat standing down there. The first man ever, the first racer ever to double up at an NHRA national event, winning top alcohol funny car and top fuel. And Pat is still the only guy ever to do the double up, winning a sportsman category and a professional category.
Well, that family has a lot of talent.
Yes, they do.
Led by Grandpa Walt Austin, who's not here this weekend. He's at home. We wish him well. And, see what the boys can come up with.
Of course, James Day, a veteran driver over there that has driven just about everything in the country. I mean, he's wheeled the fuel. In fact, when they built the new Burkholder Brothers fuel altered that's here today, that'll run.
They called on him
to shake it down. Went 619 in his first run.
Shake it down for Ron Capps, right?
Yes, absolutely. So Pat Austin looking over his kid's car here. Cecil Matthews and the team over there.
Crew chiefs walk away. Drivers are pull them into the beams.
Drew wants to get in the top half of the field. James Day wants to get in the field. Well, that's going to get him in the field down there in a cloud of smoke. 571, 252, Drew Austin. 581 at only 203, James Day. The bump is now 642. Drew Austin up to the number 6 spot. James Day up to the number 9 spot. Corey Lee, Dan Horan Jr. The Berry Speed Shop. Infinity Plumbing Design car for Dan Horan. The fastest funny car ever. 264.95 miles an hour. Does his burnout the Michelob Ultra Lane. And Corey Lee for Gary Turner and the Peddler team. Corey Lee, 6 flat 4, number 13. Dan Horan, number 5 at 5708. Of course, Bobby Cottrell, top speed of the meet with that 5:59 run, 261.27 miles an hour. The stunning paint job, another one of those Kenny Youngblood designed paint jobs on Corey Lee over there at Gary Turner's Peddler.
Yeah, that's one of the most beautiful cars out there.
Of course, Dan Horan, his Camaro over here, former national champion.
Dan's pretty pumped up as his dragster is sitting number 1, and he wants to put this funny car on the number 1 spot.
Well, absolutely, in a car that has dipped down into the 550s before.
Yeah, he's fully capable.
Yeah, very short list of funny cars. His dragster driver, Pete Kaiser, now turned crew chief when the funny car runs. Dan Horan up in smoke. Corey Lee down that 3-way Chevrolet lane. 596, 247, Corey Lee. Dan Horan, that was weird to see that car happen there. Corey improves 596-1, 247. And steps up, and he will move. Let's see.
We've rarely seen Dan's car smoke the tires that early.
Absolutely. That was weird. Corey Lee up to the number 13 spot with that 596-1. Dan Horan will stand on that number 12 spot for Corey Lee. My apologies. Dan Horan will stand on yesterday's 570 with an 8 for the number 5 spot. The bump spot still stays Chris Davis. It's 642.7 with the old school Nitro car.
Next up, Mike Peck and the Quote Wizard Camaro and the Madness Camaro of Jeff Gregory, former Top Fuel Hydro driver. He'll be in the Michelob Ultra CP Corello lane.
And Mike Peck Sr., the Quote Wizard team car in from Washington. Daughter Natalie sent us a message, said Junior's not driving this weekend, brother Mike Peck Jr., because him and wife are having a baby this weekend. Very cool.
They have a good excuse to miss a race then.
Questionable.
Yeah.
Mike Peck Sr., former 7-0 Pro National Champ, sitting in that A spot at 576.5. Jeff Gregory, relatively new to Nitro Funny Car and making a progression. Of what you and I have watched him over the year or so, Donnie, slowly get there. And it's just not an easy thing to do, especially coming from a boat, getting into this type of deal. It's an interesting thing.
Okay, both crew chiefs walk away as the drivers bump them into the lights.
Jeff Gregory trying to improve that 642 bump.
They're both pre-stage, Mike.
Michael Peck has said, Jeff Gregory said. Here a pedal down there, top end, in 659, 188, Michael Peck. Jeff Gregory started to move there and had the initial launch, and then that Madness Camaro seemed to kind of nose over. He goes 8 flat, so Michael Peck will stand on the 576.5 to stay number 8 is Brad Thompson, the System 1 Filtration Systems team car, and Corey McClanathan. Corey coming up here. The Mac Attack car is just having he and Rick Akers getting together. Got Glenn Micreys tuning this car, and well, Corey said, "This is it. I got one shot." And he started to get comfortable. He hadn't driven a funny car since he had his Volkswagen funny car.
Of course, Rick Akers, who owns the car, very sick, and he said this is his medicine coming out here and running that car.
Very true. I'd love to have it. So Brad Thompson. Wife Jana putting together the Halloween costume contest today. They got cash on the line for this. Jana went out and got sponsors for this. And I got to tell you, Donnie, we got to appreciate Jana. She said, I went out and got the sponsors. I've organized this contest. She's down there as a cheerleader. But she said, I am not in the contest.
Yeah, we can't vote for her.
Yeah.
I said, we already did.
So Corey Mack. I'm going to watch that Firebird for Rick Akers and the team over there. See what it does. A lot of stuff going on today, Donnie. We're going to have an autograph session later on.
Top fuel drivers.
Yeah, going to be a fun deal right down here in the California Hot Rod Reunion Central 10th. Honorees are going to be down there.
We already have our posters to be signed on, Mike.
Yes, sir.
Kevin Stiff, thank you.
So Jana Thompson bringing her husband in, and Corey Mack with Glenn Micreys and Rick Akers. Brad, who went 623 yesterday, shutting it off. Corey had both problems. Brad, the pedal clutch, RPM coming up big time. Wow, hang on there, Brad Thompson. Hang on there, Corey Mack. Brad gets back in it. Goes 658, 188. Corey pedaling it, not going to be in that 16-car field tonight. 718, 127 for Corey Mack. So Brad will be 14th, unless things change. Corey Mack, 718.7, not going to be part of that 16-car field. Chris Davis, the old school Nitro, Plymouth Arrow, be far side.
You got one more pair of funny cars, Mike, and then the fuel altereds are coming up.
Oh, man.
Johnny West up there.
So Terry Youngblood behind the wheel of the Omni for Dennis Swearengin and the team, and SoCal Machine Tools Special, and Chris Davis, old school Nitro. Terry's like my hero. Shows up Saturday, one-shot qualifying.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive if you can pull it off.
Of course, Chris Davis going to start out at that number 16 spot unless Terry and the guys can step up and bump him out. Drama.
Always drama with funny cars or anything with nitro. If you don't want any trouble, don't pull the coil wires off.
Is that what they told you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what Honoree Dave Settle said? Leave them in the trailer. They don't eat hay in the trailer.
These girls are waiting for you down here, Dave.
Yeah, it's an autograph. It's a little thing with the honorees.
They
So here we go, Donnie Couch, final pair to set the 16-car field with round number 1 in Funny Car later on today. Terry Youngblood for the SoCal Machine Tools Special, Crew Chief Dennis Swearingen, and Chris Davis for Old School Nitro. Chris Davis, a half-track burnout there. Of course, Dennis Swearingen standing down there. His funny car coming back here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo light. Of course, his day job, Donnie Couch, is tuning on Krista Baldwin's Top Fuel Dragster in the Camping World Drag Racing Series.
Yeah, saw him last weekend in Dallas. It's a fun group over there, and Chris is getting a handle on that Top Fuel car and making some good laps.
Yep, and unfortunately, career best numbers, and it was just a bloodbath that qualified, and she didn't get into the 16-car field.
It was a tough field down there, and tough break for them. They're a new team, and they'll get it.
So Chris Davis back. Dennis Swearingen leaning over Terry Youngblood's car there. So Dennis Swearingen walking away from Terry Youngward here. Chris Davis rolls up over there. Fuel altereds on the pad. Chris Davis, nice move down there. Whoa, oh, that was a double drinker. Oh, we got a trifecta. Wow, watch out there. Terry Youngward almost over near the wall there. Chris Davis improves to a 627, 228. But, man, I mean to tell you, Terry Youngward was moving around down there, got over near the wall, doinked a couple, got a trifecta, got 3 cones down there, then wheeled it back over, got over near the wall here. And wow, what a way to end Funny Car. We got fuel altereds coming.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting enough.
I got to catch my breath here. Well, the good news, we look down the track down there, the top end is that they're off the track, and I believe all we've got to do is replace those orange pumpkins, and we can rock and roll right into double A fuel altered qualifying session number 1. So a chance here to stand up and stretch your legs, and don't go away because fuel altered qualifying session number 1. If you've never seen fuel alters before, you are in for a treat. They're wild, they're wacky, they're crazy, and in Fuel Altereds, it's not about low ET or anything like that. It's about getting to the finish line under power in your own lane and ahead of the guy in the other lane. So a couple of cool things that are going to happen tonight, as I talked about after Fuel Altered session number 2 later on this evening. Honorees down on the stage. If you did not go to the DoubleTree last night for the great reception, meet all the honorees, Bob Beck will once again introduce you to them down on the stage down here. Also, it's Saturday night Cackle Fest here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Going to line them up. First, we'll run them down the track here, let you get a good look at the cars here as the crews tow them down the track there and make the turnout at the top end, line them up, and we're going to push them down the track, right down their fire road here, just like they used to do in the olden days when they used to push start Top Fuel Eliminator. They will circle around. We're going to line them up out on the track here and let them just sit there and cackle as long as they can before they melt them to the ground. And then you are welcome to come out on the track and get a look at these great Cackle Fest cars. Meet the drivers, meet the crews, get a picture, get an autograph if you'd like. I got just one favor. Please don't climb the fence. Walk around behind the tower here. Can't believe you just tossed a pumpkin like that. SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari down there doing what they do so very well. And actually, I tell you, it would be nothing finer than seeing these crews just sit there and do nothing. But unfortunately, when you get a little nitro involved in them and they start to scoot on down through there, and it can get a little bit wild and hairy. And, well, it did there.
Mike, you think that was exciting? Wait till the Fuel Altereds get up here.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. One of the truly most spectacular classes ever, the NHRA Heritage Series Championship Drag Ring. AA Fuel Alters, man. Just love to watch them. And Nanook, the Red Dragon, Plan A, Impatient. They're all here, man. It's just unbelievable. There's more back there that I can't even see. Hey, don't forget to punch out. Hi, Tom. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I made it. So the quad going down the track here in the Michelob Ultra CP Corolla lane, what that does is there's a drag behind the quad there, and it's actually very cool. It's like a chain link fence, and it picks things up off the track, and it's really another great innovation here for most of Drag Strip to pick up things, and that's just another idea that I had absolutely nothing to do with. Of course, we've all seen the tractor with the counter-rotating slicks on the back there that put a thin layer of rubber down there. Out down in front of the grandstands there. Check that out. Nitro Kevin in the house. Very cool.
There's just certain things that shouldn't happen. I mean, God bless you. Yeah.
Got the,
Yeah.
the nerves to do it. I mean,
Yeah.
we did a couple of t-shirt contests at the fairgrounds. No one checked that. Now, I'm almost 60 years old. My mother came on the front page of the sports section of the newspaper.
Oh, the front section of the sports section. Perfect.
The other. And it's our.
Well, the good news is they're putting the first pair of AA fuel altereds around behind the tower out of the stage lanes. And veteran driver Johnny West, the team in from Arizona, and the Impatience car, the Giancarlo family, out of Las Vegas. Johnny, who went to the money round, AA fuel altered at the March meet. James Giancarlo, a family that just has, they got an altered 7.0 Pro. They got the AA fuel altered. Who knows what else? They got a whole fleet of race cars over there out of Las Vegas there. And Johnny West, Arizona, the Plan A for West Coast Fabrication. Oh, he got back just in time, Donnie Couch, for AA fuel altered.
I wasn't going to miss this.
Not at all. Johnny West, a guy who's just a Hall of Fame career over there far side that three-way Chevrolet lane. And James Giancarlo Jr. That family, they just said a second ago before you walk back in the tower here, Giancarlos have a boatload of race cars.
Do they really?
Oh, they got the altered that's qualified like number 6 and 7.0 Pro. That's the alcohol car. They're ready to run the AA fuel altered year. Junior and senior getting together here. Man, wear a family out.
Yeah, great racing family, though. Of course, Johnny West, he makes a lot of parts and pieces for all these guys out here and at the big show.
Yeah, that Westco Fabrication.
Westco, yeah.
Queens Creek, Arizona.
And here we go.
James Giancarlo Jr. going to be the first one to come rolling up here. The Michelob Ultra Lane. And Johnny West. Plan A. Impatience. Johnny West's career as a driver has spanned 4 decades. Donnie including behind the wheel, drove for Roland Leon.
Yep, he sure did. He's been a crew chief on a lot of cars, too. He's got a lot of talent over there. Of course, he ran his own funny cars back in the day. And now he's running his own fuel altered.
Always had that Plan A name.
Right? Where's his girlfriend? She's supposed to be here. Yeah, where's the air compressor?
First pair, AA fuel altered. The California Hot Rod Reunion.
All right, both pre-stage, Mike English. Here we go.
They are set. First pair, AA fuel altered. Woo, look at that Plan A car move around. Johnny West lifts off the fall. James Giancarlo, 6.21.0, 225 miles an hour. Johnny West had better early numbers, and you saw whiffs of smoke out of that Plan A car. Donnie Couch rolled out the throttle, 642.1. 167 for the team out of Arizona.
Yeah, Johnny West car looked like it was skating around at the top end, too. So he had his hands full at that end of the track.
Well, what's wrong with that in a fuel altered?
That's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah. Tom Padilla, the Red Dragon, AA fuel altered out of Washington, and Kyle Huff, third-generation driver, the Nanook AA fuel altered. What a legendary car.
I love the drag racing, Mike.
Oh, how I love the drag races. So Kyle Huff. By the way, Donnie Couch, I'll tell you in a second after the burnouts. Kyle Huff, third generation driver there. Dad Dave Huff made that name legendary. And of course, Dad Rick drove that car. He'll be over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. They have added a car to their collection. I don't know if you know that. There is now a top fuel dragster, part of that Huff family over there.
Well, they're serious racers, and it looks like they're adding on to their agony.
Their agony of
right?
fuel racing. Of course,
we
Tom
love it.
Padilla, the Red Dragon, in from Washington. There's a guy who's been doing this a while.
Ran a funny car for a while.
Yes, he did.
Launched the body in the air here, and I think it was a record.
Hung out with the Sputnik up there.
Exactly.
Kyle Huff, now 30 years old, and believe it or not, he has over 10 years driving experience. He was still a senior in high school when he started driving Grandpa Dave's and Dad Rick's AA fuel
You'd be a
altered.
senior in high school, and they go, hey, what'd you do this weekend?
What,
Oh.
220 miles an hour, my grandpa's fuel altered?
Yeah. All right, both crew chiefs signaling to each other that they're making the final adjustments as they walk away from the cars.
It's funny, Rick Huff used to drive that car, and he's standing down there plugging his ears. Check that out, top end, Kyle Huff. 625, 172 Nanook. 614, 200 miles an hour for Tom Padilla. And man, the fuel alters are putting on a show here, Donnie Couch.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. This is their first attempt at the track, and they're all doing a good job so far.
Kyle lifting off the throttle down there, 172, and Tom Padilla sneaking around him down there. This is going to be a good one here. Pure heaven.
And high heaven.
In high heaven. Huey Callan over there, far side. Sean Callan driving. And Jeff Bennett keeping that name so famous. Pure heaven. It was part of Southern California Lower in the AA fuel ultra. And I say that because really, Donnie Couch, Southern California was where the fuel alters came from. There was a number of cars on the East Coast, including...
Not that many.
Not that many. You know, Gabby Bleeker had that car out of Chicago. You know, the Palmer and Hill Bad Habit fuel altered. But this is where it really was.
Yeah, Irwindale, Lyons, and Orange County.
And occasionally at Carlsbad.
Yeah, there you go.
So Sean Callan. Oh, how about that for a burnout for the high heaven car? And Jeff Bennett. Pure heaven. His father-in-law, the late, great Leon Fitzgerald, man.
Yeah, beautiful car. You really need to be up close with this car to appreciate the quality of how it's put together and everything's polished and painted.
Just a
beautiful.
stunning car.
Yes, it is.
Interesting note, big block Chevrolets for both cars.
Uh-oh.
So drivers back from their burnouts. Couple of banded-bodied big block Chevrolet on nitro. Remember when that high heaven car used to come out of Colorado and come down here when the Jackson brothers made that name so famous? And everybody hated to see that car come through the gate. Of course, Jeff Bennett, his father-in-law, the late, great Leon Fitzgerald, who, man, that Pure Heaven car was just legendary.
Made that name famous.
Former U.S. Nationals champion was Pure Heaven.
As they both bumping them into the beams, they're both in pre-stage.
Jeff Bennett said, Sean Coward said, whoa, watch out there, Pure Heaven. Sean right on down through there, that three-way Chevrolet lane, parachutes out, 6:49.2, 200 miles an hour. Sean Callan in the High Heaven car. Jeff Bennett got a little bit squirrely.
Yeah, got a little loose off the starting line, got her sideways.
862, a 129, Jeff Bennett and the team. Tom Padilla still sitting up there in that number one spot at 6:14.6 is Brian Hope and Dylan Wynowski for the Chuck Speed Shop team. The Legends of Nitro Rookie of the Year is Dylan. Congratulations to him. Still in high school.
Yeah, he's a great kid. I interviewed him yesterday, and he's got a bright future ahead of him.
And Brian Hope will be over there far side. The legendary car for Rich Kowalsko and the team, Pure Hell.
Rich Quasco, for the first time, is not here this weekend, but giving him instructions by phone.
No, if that car doesn't run good, Rich won't need a phone.
No, he'll be down here.
Yeah.
Caps. Put my vote for Kelly Hall.
Ron Capps, 100%. Absolutely. Of course, the text message from, the driver of that Napa Toyota and Ron Capps. And, yep, I agree 100%. Is Dylan Wynowski for the Chuck Speed Center over there in Arizona and Roberts Auto Service. How about that burnout for Pure Hell and Brian Hope? Of course, Dylan, just 18 years old now. He's kind of like an old geezer. Dad Robert, who had a lot of success in this car, runner-up at the March meet a couple years back. Mom Gwen standing down there watching her little boy. Oh, got sister out in front of the car there. It's the backup babe. That's so awesome for the Wynowski family. Brian Hope over there. Jill Gawasko out in front of Dad's car there. Trevor Larkin out there checking things out for the Wynowski family. Of course, Donnie Couch, Johnny West, who just ran a little bit ago, helps out on this Dylan Wynowski German. Yeah. Arizona neighbors there.
He's a good man to have on your side.
And Brian Hope, part of that Hope Racing family. Dad will be up in the next pair. And son Michael making his mark.
Yeah, he'll start his career.
So Dylan, the Legends of Nitro Rookie of the Year, and Brian Hope. Both of them pre-staged. Set, go. Woo, look at Pure Hell. Watch that Dylan down there. Top end, Dylan Wynowski, 652, 190 for the Rookie of the Year, Dylan Wynowski. Brian Hope made the move off the starting line that started that Pure Hell car. Went to hell. Started rattling the tires. 14:48 at 61 miles an hour for Brian Hope and the team.
He had the front wheels in the air, too, during all that, so he had his hands full.
Interesting one here, Donnie Couch. Ron Hope, the legendary Rat Trap, his final race ever after 25 years.
Well, he's had a great career. And
hadn't he?
We wish him well, whatever he's going to do. And
I can
sounds
tell you
like he's going to play with his grandson a little bit.
Grandson Michael's down here watching Grandpa, and they've already got a car built for him, and he's starting to make his way. And then Randy Bradford, the Bradford's family AA fuel altered. Randy now living up in Washington, another one of those legendary cars. Remember, I know you remember Bradford's Crankshaft service on Garden Grove Boulevard.
Yes, sir.
The late, great Dexter Bradford, who did so much, and his kid Randy carrying on the tradition. Word goes out to fire up the next pair. Randy Bradford, Ron Hope. Donnie, how many times do you think these two guys have paired up?
Hundreds of times. Here we go, the Rat Trap in the Michelob Ultra CP Corello lane. Gonna do his burnout right now, folks.
And here comes Randy Bradford. His burnout that three-way Chevrolet lane. Tom Padilla still sitting on that number one spot at 6:14.6, boys and girls. So the banner for Ron Hope in the retirement run for the team in from Franklin, Tennessee, Randy Bradford. Rat Trap and Bradford's go back 50 years in AA fuel altered racing. Burnouts are done. Drivers are going to come forward. Brian Hope and his son Michael down there at the top end. They're going to wait for Dad/Grandpa in his final race. Ron Hope, like nothing better to go out in style and whoop them all at AA fuel altered, the California Hot Rod Reunion. Here we go. They're set, and now watch this. Ron Hope got to move off the starting line. Down there top end, watch that Rat Trap out of the throttle. Bradford's gets by him at 694, 223. Ron Hope, and I can tell you there's probably tears down there at 773, 129. But we will see him tonight. And then tomorrow in eliminations in AA fuel altered is the final car, I do believe. Rodney Flournoy, Godzilla. We'll close out AA fuel altered.
Yes. Rosa Flournoy, your son is up next, and the car's fired, the Godzilla, and we know you're looking on.
Rosa's sitting down here. That's Mom in the front seat of the.
And we know Dad, Eddie Flournoy, is looking down from heaven and saying, "That's my boy. Go get him, son."
Absolutely. Dia
Beautiful.
Flournoy out in front there. The team is hot. Rodney Flournoy comes up. Godzilla. Custom engine builder out of Carson. One of the all-time favorites, man. A guy whose nitro career is probably 50 years, Donnie Couch?
Yes, 50 years. As a teenager, he tuned John Kimball's Top Fuel Dragster.
And drove it. And remember,
drove it.
Dad Eddie bought that Jerry Ruth funny car. And
Yeah, the Mustang. They raced it. Eddie's driven a lot of stuff, and Rodney's just doing a great job with his fuel altered. He's driving the A-Gas Camaro out here. A great family, and I love these guys.
Thias out in front there, Rodney. Mama down there in the Chevrolet truck, watching her son there. The whole bunch, the SoCal Blower Boys.
They have more fun than most teams out here, I can tell you that.
They wore me out in an hour.
Yeah, they are a great group. I love hanging out with them.
So Rodney will come up. Final car, AA fuel altered. 6:14.6, still sitting number one. Godzilla. Donnie Couch, listen to that thing.
Yeah, she's purring pretty good. Over there by the center line.
And didn't get a cone. Yes! Congratulations. Through the center line, 811, 112, and did not doink a cone. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how a fuel altered should run. 811, 112, and who cares? Man, that was awesome. Over near the center line, Rodney pulls it back, doesn't doink a single cone, and he'll take the turnoff out there to close out session number 1 of Double A Fuel Alter. Donnie, quick reminder, after the Cackle Fest tonight, Joe Walla in the staging lanes. Rock and roll.
One of my favorites, and
Absolutely.
a great guy, and a guy can pick a guitar pretty good.
He's not too bad.
Not too bad. We
Yep.
love him, man.
Looking forward to it. Under the lights, in the staging lanes, Joe Walla gonna rock it tonight after the Cackle Fest. You better be there. Donnie Couch is gonna dance.
No, I'm playing guitar.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
singing.
lead guitar. Right? It's got to be easy. But Joe Walla, #1 fan of drag racing out here.
Donnie, we got to get out of the way. Is A Fuel coming out next? A Fuel coming out next. Steve LaBarber coming into the announcer's booth.
Thanks, as always, Mike English. All right, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod to the lanes, please. Round number 1 of eliminations for Hot Rod. Needs you guys to the lanes. So we got Sean Bellemere, who sends the RPMs of this baby up to the moon when he takes off. He's currently sitting in the number 3 spot with a 633, 218 miles an hour. So in the lane next to Sean Bellemere, we got Pete Ortiz, your number 4 qualifier with that Ken Bates Jr. tune-up. He went 639, 219 miles an hour. So here in A Fuel multiple combinations, we got injected on alcohol, or excuse me, blown on alcohol or injected on nitro. Both these cars here. I know Sean Bellemere's got the blown on alcohol. And the Pete Ortiz Hot Rod got that Donovan injected on nitromethane. But listen to the RPMs of that 23T altered over there in the 3-way Chevrolet side. That thing screams about 10,000 RPM when he puts his foot in the clutch. And before he takes off, that is a top alcohol funny car motor. Moon Alice, he's 043 in reaction time on their final qualifying session here in A Fuel. He gets down there 641.7, 216 miles an hour. Pete Ortiz left a little bit of time on the starting line here. Goes 699, 147. What do you think, Connor New?
You know, that was a great pass. Looks like Ortiz definitely had to lift down there just past 1,000 foot, and that's for the slow time. And they're just getting ready for round 1 tonight.
It's round 1 this evening. That'd be tomorrow.
They are going to be tomorrow. There are a lot of classes, though, running round 1 tonight. This class won't be running round 1.
So speaking of round 1, attention in the pits, Hot Rod. Round number 1 of eliminations. Need you to the lanes, please. Hot Rod, to the lanes, please.
Seriously? We're already in eliminations?
Yep,
Really?
Saturday, baby. They are the biggest category out here. I believe they have 75, 74 cars. So we're going to chunk them off in half before we go into Sunday. Because Sunday we do a lot of stuff in the morning with opening ceremonies and all that stuff, so we need the time. So tonight we do round number 1 of Hot Rod. Need you guys to the lanes, please. Hot Rod, to the lanes. Next pair, we got Sean Kabari out of San Martin, the lawyer. Watch out. 2020, the Dyna chassis, 511 cubic inches in the rails. And Wayne Ramey out of Simi Valley, that 2017 Nielsen Parks car. He's sitting in the number 2 spot, went 615, 215 miles an hour, and the number 5 qualifier not too far behind him, 639.6 to 210 miles an hour. So we'll see what they got up their sleeve as they were playing around last night in the pits, and I'm sure they may have found a new combination or some new tune. So, okay. Sean Kabari, your number 5 qualifier, 6:39.6, 2:10 on their final session here in qualifying, I believe, before they get into eliminations on Sunday.
And we saw these cars run last night, Steve, and they were making some impressive power last night. And today, the cloud covers here. We have a little bit of a tailwind today. You never know what these things are going to do today in this cool weather.
That's drag racing. It could change in a second. So John Bedcourt stepping away. As his tune-up already been 6:39. See if he's got something better up his sleeve. Everybody steps away, and they start getting into the staging beam process. Both combinations here got the blown Hemis on methanol. And Ken Bates in the U.S. Air Force car, he's injected on nitro. He's going to be in the burnout box. It looks like he's got a solo. Next car down the racetrack, but let's talk about these two.
So number 2 and number 5 qualifiers. Will they be able to improve? Ramey ran a 6:15 at 2:15 to get him to the number 2 position. And Corberry ran a 6:39. Will these two be able to get down there and maybe make some improvements? 6:13. He improves by 200, Steve.
That's good. 218 miles an hour. Picked up 3 mile an hour there. 211. So picked up a mile an hour and a little bit of time there for Sean Kabari. Now he's sitting number 4. Wayne Ramey going to go to number 2 on that pass. So I believe this is our final car here in A Fuel.
And this is your number 1 qualifier, Ken Bates, out of Anderson, California, the 96 Tuttle dragster over here.
The doctor out of Anderson, California, physician for the U.S. Air Force, hence the U.S. Air Force tagging on the vehicle. And he's a guy who's won multi-time champion, multiple event wins, and no stranger to the winner's circle here at Formosa Drag Strip.
And he's qualified at number 1, 6:05 at 2:31. This thing definitely has some power underneath the on the motor, on the dragster. And let's see if he can improve from that 6:05. Might be kind of difficult because of the weather, but you never know. They might put a tune-up in it that might make the car happy.
Now they're just tuning for Sunday.
They are. They just need a consistent tune for Sunday.
So Ken Bates' Hemi comes to life, injected on nitromethane, and that's the coolest fuel on the planet. That's why they don't make it here in the U.S. Here we go. Burnouts, and I believe after A Fuel, we go Junior Fuel, and there's not too many of those, and then we do a little bit of exhibition after HotRod. So Junior Fuel and then HotRod round 1. HotRod, they are rolling into the staging lanes here. HotRod now, round number 1 of eliminations. Need you to the lanes, please. HotRod, round number 1. Need you to the lanes, please. HotRod to the lanes. I want to say hello to everybody watching on dragrace.tv. I know you came all the way from Boise, Idaho, your first California HotRod reunion, and what an event to come to on your first one. You're not being let down.
No, definitely not. It's been quite the show for sure. My first time being here and first time announcing, which is amazing. It's quite the honor to be able to do this. It's such a great event, such a historical event, and to see some of the best nitro cars in the country by far go down this quarter-mile drag strip here. And my goodness, did we get a good session this last session just a few minutes ago.
I need all these fuel cars and all the front motor cars and everybody. I would love to see the same car count in Boise for your Night Fire, your Igniter.
Yes, I would love to see that. Funny cars, they were definitely strong this year. Top Fuel is really strong this year. But let's see what Ken Bates runs here. They're getting into the stage here. Here we go.
He's already 188 miles an hour at half track top end. He goes 606. Not going to go better than that number 1, of course, but he slowed down a hun. 606, 230 miles an hour. So Ken Bates just playing with that Sunday tune-up now as he's going to stay number 1 moving into Sunday. Next up, we got our basically competition eliminator front motor dragsters. The Junior Fuel B. This is Dustin Lee and all the guys in Junior Fuel. Very competitive class. Very limited on cubic inches, and they make some power, and they got those high revving small block Chevys. You see up on the scoreboard there, it'll say 714. That is an index. They can go under it, and they usually do. But they can't go too far under it because then that time sticks, much like competition eliminator. But we got Wayne Williamson out of Walnut Creek, 78 years old, and that's the cool thing about nostalgia racing. There's all these guys, retired, all had a staggered career doing whatever they're doing, and you know what? In my retirement, I'm going to go drag racing. So hats off to him. Give me a little bit of inspiration what I want to do in retirement if I ever reach that. Or lucky enough too. Is we got Tim Beeman over here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side out of Los Molinos, the physical therapist in the 2004 Yui Hara that's having a hard time getting it running here. His burnout is complete for Wayne, and it looks like the crew over there for Tim Beeman said, stick it. Whoa, we're already in the field. We're number 5. We'll see you on Sunday.
You know what's crazy? I made this comment earlier to our photographer, Gary Himes. I have never seen so many front-engine dragsters on a racetrack property. I don't know. I guess it's a hot rod reunion and March meet thing, but to me, that is cool seeing all these front-engine and nostalgia cars out here.
Oh, absolutely. And any of our ANRA events, the American Nostalgia Racing Association, it's basically like this, just without nitro. So you get a lot of these open wheel, a lot of front motor cars, and that gets a pretty spectacular car count itself. As we got Wayne Williamson, not worried about reaction time, just trying to get that number for tomorrow, and he goes 8:21, 155 miles an hour. So not a bad pull. As they're getting Tim Beeman's car hooked up, and they're going to get him off the starting line here. We're going to get into our next pair. And speaking of night fires and all things Firebird Raceway, your guys' Igniter usually starts, May, like beginning weekend in May?
Yes, in the beginning of May, and it's after the March meet, of course. And the March meet usually kicks off the Heritage Series race and comes right into Firebird in May, where, a fresh win off the March meet can really give a team momentum going into the rest of the season. The Igniter is definitely a big race for the funny cars for sure. We don't get top fuel, but funny cars for sure. And definitely coming from a low altitude track to a high altitude track can really change their game up a little bit. And especially going from, they run at Igniter, go back to Bowling Green if they decide to go, and they run at sea level back there, but then to come up for night fire and you're running 5,000-6,000 feet above sea level. It's quite the series. You gotta be on your game, especially if you're tune-ups.
Tuners. And that's why they do all the practice stuff, and everybody keeps track of the data. Obviously, they got like crew chiefs, and they know what the density altitude is at every pass they go. So when they go to your facility in August, when you're at 5,000 or 6,000 feet above sea level, that's like racing in Vandermeer for the Western Swing.
Yes, and it's crazy because we run the cars at nighttime too, and a lot of times they don't get to do that on some of the series races and stuff. And just the difference between when they run on the actual race day, when it's like 100 degrees, from where they race at night, where it's 20 or 30 degrees cooler. It can really mess with the tuners a little bit. And that's what makes our track so much fun to race at. It's a tuning game.
The equalizer. So next up here, we got Matthew Baldonado, 1998 FAR chassis dragster, 406 Chevrolet between the rails. And then we got Dustin Lee, the former engine builder, now dyno operator, another one of the FAR chassis. Got that 405-inch cubic inch small block there, and Dustin Lee is one of those legendary LS guys. Like he took an NE1 dragster, put an LS with a carburetor on it, and won multiple championships in that thing. And anything small block, I think I'd let Dustin Lee put his hands on.
Yes, and he lives in Idaho, so it's not very far for us. If we need a small block or anything like that, we'll go to Dustin Lee.
Call Dustin, as he's getting out of the engine game, and we wish him the best in his next endeavor. But he's currently sitting number 1, 699 on the 695 index. So talking about pushing it.
That's really pushing it, and he may come close. He ran a 699, so he did come pretty close to that index, and he's your number 1 qualifier. While Matthew ran a 728 that last qualifying session on a 695 index, so that puts him at the number 4 qualifying position. So you would think Matthew would want to, improve and maybe get better ladder position for tomorrow.
So we'll see what Matthew has up his sleeve right now to try to better his qualifying position before race day on Sunday. Once again, final call, Hot Rod to the lanes, please. Final call, Hot Rod to the lanes. Top end of the racetrack going to be Dustin Lee, 704, 187 miles an hour, 738 for Mr. Baldonado over there in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side. Just a couple pairs left here in Junior Fuel. And then we're going to switch gears into Hot Rod, and that's the fun stuff. That's a fast pace, dial your car in. You could have a 8-second or 9-second car racing a 13-second car, and it could be anybody's drag race. And that's what I love about bracket racing. Says I love the pace of it, and I love announcing it's almost like a rhythm. You know what I mean?
It is for sure.
So a couple more heads-up cars or index cars, and then we're going to get into hot rod. Love the name of this guy right here. Brad Woodard's Junior Fuel B car called Alcohol Abuse. And raise your hands in the stands if you relate to that. He's all the way from Oceanside, the 2017 dragster, 412 cubic inches. And Don Enriquez, he's been around forever. The banjo player out of Bowling Green. Actually worked, I believe, for Hillborn for years. Still probably does. 2010 FAR. 400 cubic inches of Chevrolet in the rails, and that guy has multiple championships and also multiple event wins in that setup. Don Enriquez, he's been around forever. I think my dad even saw him when he was, in his 20s. So the final pair here in Junior Fuel, and then we're going to switch gears into the bracket category. The most cars on property for one category. I believe there's 74 of them. So we'll split that in half tonight. So we'll go down to like 33 cars.
And you can never go wrong with the bracket class. You get all these index classes, and everyone's trying to run their index, but seeing a bracket class mixed in, it really brings in a mixture. And, a couple of these drivers, a lot of these drivers are probably running both index, one of these index classes, and the hot rod class.
A lot of guys do the C-gas, D-gas, and also hot rod. But hot rod, to me, it is a tough category. But the thing about bracket racing is you don't have to have a $200,000 car. You could go buy a 1970 Duster or a 63 Nova that's roached out, just put a good motor in it and go have fun.
Exactly. No, that's what it's all about. And just like everyone says, you don't have to be the fastest car to win.
Nope. That's the beauty about bracket racing. It's nice to be the chaser.
It is. And unfortunately for me, when I bracket race, I'm usually the being chased.
Yep. So I'd always rather be the hunter rather than be hunted. But hey, some days you're the hero, some days you're the goat. So the final pair here, Don Enriquez, Brad Woodard, as we got Hot Rod already in the water box. $697, Brad Woodard, 724, Don Enriquez, and that's going to do it for Junior Fuel. And you look up on the scoreboards here in just a second, you'll see the dial-ins appear. You got this sedan delivery or Chevy wagon. He's dialed in at 1170. He's going to get a head start. Camaro over there in the three-way Chevrolet side is going to get to be the hunter. It's a random draw here. Random pairing going into round number one. If you're next to him, you're racing him. So John Kruger, right down the way there in Tehachapi, the aircraft crew chief, 68 Camaro, he's dialed in at 1066. And C.C. Curtis out of Templeton, that 55 Chevy wagon. He's going to get the head start with an 1170. Staged and ready to go. Trees coming down for the wagon. Red light start, wind light start. So John Kruger had the fast car advantage. And when the slow car goes red, that means you go into round number two. So on the 1066, he picked up a little bit with the 1062 at 126 miles an hour. Curtis, 1150 on the 1170, and he was a little off on that dial-in. Next pair, Joel Road out of Kuna, Idaho. Is this one of your buddies?
He is. You know, he races at Firebird. He's new this year, and he's been kicking butt this year. So let's see what he can do here.
He's dialed in at a 1296, and Bill Freeman going to be waiting a long time. As you look up there on that scoreboard, it's 969 for the Texas Gold 57 Chevy, and green light start for the truck, and a good one at that. So Bill Freeman got his work cut out for him as he's trying to catch him before the finish line and not come fast to that 969. Can he do it? Nope. Look at that. 003 gets it done on the 1296. He was 003 in reaction line, goes 1303. Bill Freeman was coming in like a freight train. He said, take that finish line, son. 964 on the 969. He took it by 0.05 of a second. And Joel Road bows out. Joel Road moves on. Bill Freeman bows out here in round number one. As we got Charlie Jorgensen out of Wildemar, 72 Nova, dialed in at a 1057, 1107 in the head start going to Mark Beaven in the Duster out of Queens Creek, Arizona. So not much separation and reaction time. That Nova trying to get around that Duster before the finish line and go that 1057 mark. Can he do it? No, Mark Bevan just too good to get that done. 058 on this end, goes 1138 on the 1107. Charlie Jorgensen was 055, goes 1106 on a 1057 dial. And the tranny man right here, Rick Fry, 57 Chevrolet Bel Air. And Michael Cortez, 68 Dart. So problems there for Mike Cortez, and that's a win line start for Rick Fry, the owner of Chino Hills Transmission. And it looks like Rick Fry's trying to film a Dr. Dre video. Things bouncing around like it's got hydraulics under it. He's dialed in at a 1095. He goes 1557. But I'll tell you what, Connor, there's no such thing as an ugly wind light.
You know, that a win light's a win light, but man, that was probably one of the that he probably won't be happy with that win light. I hate to say it, but he probably won't be happy with that win light. Usually racers should be, but no, he probably won't be happy with that.
Nope. So they'll get it back to the pits, and the Purple Rain team down there, they got their whole setup down there. A lot of guys, a lot of knowledge down there. They'll figure it out. I bet you Rick just got nervous. He took his foot on and off the gas just to have some fun. He saw the win light. He's like, yeah, I'll do it. So next pair here in Hot Rod Eliminator, we got Todd Ferguson in the T-Bird. And I believe that is a Y block. And that thing is fast. Alan Brown, 34 Ford Coupe out of Vista, California. He's dialed in at a 960. So both these guys got their C-Gas tune-ups in it. So they're leaving on the bottom bulb here, or the full tree, instead of the Pro Tree. That's one of my favorite cars coming into the water box. It's 66 or 67 Nova. So identical dial-ins. First one to the finish line. And already Alan Brown has got some work to do. So he's hoping that he can push Todd out the back, and I don't think he can. Nope, he doesn't. 966. Hard to beat when the guy goes 005 and you gave him 700 to play with. And he made it 4, so good on him.
Yeah, when you have a 005 to an 078, that just pretty much means you better hope the guy with the 005 breaks out. And that did not happen, and Todd is moving on into the next round. And hey, they were dialed 960. I wonder if they're going to be back in an index class here in a few minutes.
C-Gas. Yep. So go ahead, Connor. Talk about this next pair.
All right, we got Brian Hawksley dialed at a 1080. Tehachapi, California, in a 65 Biscayne over there on the left-hand side lane, and Paul Cannon out of DeVore Heights out at a 933. One of these two with an 012 reaction time, and one of these has some work to do. Will the Nova be able to catch the left lane? Top end says he will. 942 on a 933. And how about it for Paul getting the round win? Brian runs a 1099 on a 1080 with an 012 reaction time. Just could not run the number. So Paul got what he wanted with an 057 light. Was in trouble because Brian had an 012 light, but something happened to Brian's car, and Paul's getting the round win.
Looking at that mile an hour, he was 97 miles an hour at half track, and he only picked up 10. I think at the top end, Brian got a little anxious and may have given that win light back.
He may have, and that does happen.
So our next pair here, Fred Klein. Out of Bakersfield, dialed in at a 1055. The CP Carrillo side, Michelob Ultra side of the racetrack, and we got Jason Cooper. All right. All right. Jason Cooper's dialed in at a 1195, so he's going to get a head start over there on that three-way Chevrolet side. That's 1964 American. Whatever that is, I don't know, but it's got a 259 cubic inch small block, whatever in it. Better in reaction time by a bunch. Going to go to Jason Cooper, but can he make it work on the number? And yes, he can. 1197 on the 1195, 013 in reaction time, and that is a pretty tight setup right there. Fred Klein dialed to 55. 1055 goes 1074 and couldn't run the number. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need Exhibition to the lanes, please. Exhibition to the lanes, please.
Now we got Don Mommy out of Stockton in that beautiful 38 Chevy sedan over here in the right-hand side lane. And Marvin Rolls out of Chino, California in the 72 Vega. Left-hand side lane down at a 1017. And here comes the sedan trying to chase down the Vega. And they're pretty comfortable in reaction time. 2,000 separated. And how about Rolls? 1017 on a 1017. He is dead on 9. And is that not hard to do, Steve?
Oh, my God. No, Marvin and Don Mommy in round number 1. That's a final round at most tracks. To see them go head-to-head in round number 1 was tough because Don Mommy, he usually goes some rounds in that big old heavy Chevy. But to see him bow out of here in round number 1, that is rare too. But Marvin Rolls, multi-time track champion, event champion, series champion. He's got more trophies than I would know what to do with, and he's moving into round number 2. So good on Marvin. So next pair. 55 Chevrolet over there called Purple Haze, dialed in at 1190. Paul Williams. Dialed in at 1365, and I bet you they sat there in the staging lane and goes, I will do the worst reaction time. He goes, no, I will.
And look at what happened.
I believe Purple Haze got it done, 1226 on the 1190, so you might want to take that shoe polish to readjust before round number 1 tomorrow, unless you find a second in there. Paul Williams got down there, left about a month or so on the starting line and just couldn't get it, couldn't back. It was 1405. So we got Dave McGuy, the Rim High School. That is a student-built car out of the auto shop class. Dave McGuy, 1066 dial in, and we got Bob Sanders dialed at 1055 in that 69 Chevelle. They're good on this end. Top end of the racetrack going to be, going to be Bob Sanders. He made an 096 work. I believe Dave gave it back because, he scrubbed a bunch of mile an hour off on that 1090. 1063 on the 1055 for Bob Sanders, and Dave McGuy bows out in round number 1 here in Hot Rod. So once again, attention to the pits. Exhibition needs you to the lanes. And also, if there's an Evan Lee Eric on property, you live on Cover Ranch Road, I have something that belongs to you. Joey Tucker and that Mopar dialed to 970. Glenn Anderson from Idaho. Good-looking Barracuda right there, top end of the racetrack, and he drove all the way from Idaho to not make it out of round number 1, and that's a tough break. But the guy next to him, Joy, or the lady next to him, goes 0-11 and 57 on a 55, 2 off the number. Took 9 at the finish line stripe, and it was just bad start to stripe.
It's just like, get out of here. Like, that's pretty much just a throat punch, pretty much, that she just gave him. 979 on a 970 for Lynn, just could not run the number, and unfortunately, he'll be back in the AFX class, though, coming up a little bit later in the program, because he was in that a little bit earlier.
Go ahead.
And now we got Tim Bealey out of Bakersfield, out of a 1033 in that 70 Duster in the left-hand side lane, and Herschel Ward out of Morgan Hill, and that 68 Camaro down at a 962. Pretty comfortable in reaction time, 300, separate at the starting line, 971 on a 962, and Ward will get the round win. 1051 on a 1033. Tim did not run the number, so Herschel Ward will be moving on to the next round, Steve.
Tim Bewley going to look at that time slip and stick it right in the burn barrel. He's, nope, I don't like that reaction time. That's where it started and stopped. We got Derbil Tooman, out of Acton, 55 Bel Air, dialed 1164, and a 935 dial in for that 70 Barracuda of Daniel Field out of Weiser, Idaho.
It's actually, we call it Weezer up in Idaho.
Is that their favorite band there? Is that where they're from?
I don't know much. Oh, dang it.
Win light start. He would have been tough to beat anyways. Delbert was 003 in reaction time, and on that 1164, let's just put the spanking to it. Goes 63.6 under by 4 thou, but it don't matter. He won at the hit of the throttle. As Daniel Field bows out, falls victim to that red light, and red light is a automatic trip to the trailer.
Which is unfortunate because Daniel drove, 13, 14 hours just to get down here and gets bowed out. But he'll be back in the C-Gas category here in a little bit.
Perfect. It's a good thing about doubling up is we got Tyler Fry. He built this engine himself. This is the first engine he's built in that Vega wagon that just slammed down to the ground. Dialed to 958. Chris Owen dialed to 1037. It looked like Tyler's going to have to be fancy with the footwork down to the top end, and he is. 959 on the 958. Still took 4 hun. But both of them, the reaction time started with a 1, and Tyler dodged a bullet there as Chris Owen bows out in round number 1, 10:41 on a 10:37. Good drag race, but Tyler came out on top of that one. So Tyler Fry moving into Sunday. Gotta like it. Scott Morgan, red Camaro here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side down to 960. Got the C-Gas setup. And Tony Citro, 987 out of Oakley. The mechanic, that's 75 Gen 2 Camaro.
Getting close to almost a heads-up race, about 2/10 of a second separating the two. .962 on a 960, and how about Scott Morgan getting it done, as unfortunately Tony Citro turns on the red light, runs a 988 on a 987. That'll be a hard pill to swallow for Tony. He was on a run, but unfortunately turns on the red light by 012, Steve.
Yeah, that's going to sting a little bit. You go 012 and almost right on the number. That's one of the, So we got Steve McReynolds out of Isaiah, 955 dial, and that's 71 Vega. We got Mark Dyke out of Canada. 67 Falcon dialed in at a 990. The Vega dialed in at a 955. Anybody's drag race here, who's it going to be? It's going to be the Vega, sending the Canadian home. 958 on the 955. He was second in reaction time with a 167 and ended up winning. Mark, 134 light, goes 997 and look at by 7 thousandths of a second at the finish line stripe. That's like 2 toenails and a mustache.
Yeah, no, and you can't determine those races really. Now we got Dan Jordan down at 985 in the 65 Pontiac GTO, and Dustin Shaw out of Visalia, 68 Caprice in the left-hand side lane, and unfortunately looks like problems may have occurred for Dustin Shaw, as Dan Jordan will coast to a win, 989 on 985.
I don't think Dan coasted. I think he stayed in it. He didn't even look at his rear.
Yeah,
he was
look at the mile per hour.
an hour.
Oh man.
Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. C, gas to the lanes, please. C, Charlie, gas to the lanes. Dan Jordan. That's Tyler Fry's father-in-law. Tell him to put a rearview mirror on that thing. He just dodged a bullet. So we got Stan Hyber out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. C, gas to the back of the lanes for Perry. Darren Hopkins out of Bakersfield, way out there in that 63 Nova. Top end of the racetrack going to be the Nova, 1126 at 108 miles an hour on the 1118 dial. Stan Hyber was 030 on this side, goes 1068 on the 960, and that was just a little rough. Maybe he had the wrong dial in for the wrong category?
I think so. Maybe he was on a
Canadian time?
And it looks like he may have stopped down there at the big end.
Yeah. So we got one stuck down there. It looks like Stan Hyber's having a hard time getting off. That he's 118 miles an hour, which isn't saying much, but he came to a hard stop down there. Didn't hit the wall or nothing, but we're going to get him off the racetrack and get into our next pair. And once again, C, Charlie Gas needs you to the back of the lanes for pairing. C, Charlie Gas needs you to the back of the lanes for pairing. In exhibition cars, you all should be in the lanes. Exhibition to the lanes. If you're not here, you should be on your way. So we'll send the quad after the Nova over there of Stan Hyber, and hopefully the car's not catastrophically wounded. So while it's quiet, show of hands, who's first time to the Hot Rod reunion? Raise your hand. First timers. Mike Rice, congratulations, welcome. You guys walk down to the swap meet, or into the manufacturer's midway, or even in the food vending area behind the grandstand. There's so much to eat, so much to drink here. We got A&W root beer in the house. There's Chinese food. There's pizza, Noel's. There's the dog pound. The dog pound, by the way, folks, regardless of what Mike English has told you guys, does not have chili dogs. They have nitro dogs, and then they have amazing breakfast burritos. So if you haven't had anything from the dog pound, be sure to stop by there. Jeff and Betty are amazing people. So be sure to stop by the dog pound and get yourself a nitro dog. They are amazing.
I think I should go by and get one before I leave, because we're leaving first thing in the morning. I think I should probably get one before I head out tonight.
Yeah, you should. That's the one thing that I look forward to most about going to Firebird Raceway. Out of all the racetracks I've been to across the country, you guys have the best cheeseburgers. It's the white cheddar cheese or the pepper, whatever it is. It's like It's just one of those things. I love In-N-Out here in California, and you guys don't have that in Idaho.
Not yet. It's coming.
It's coming. But I go to Idaho, and I look forward to the Firebird Raceway cheeseburger for some reason. Call me sick or whatever, but they're delicious.
Now, can you do the single or can you do the double?
I'll do the double.
The double, yeah. No,
come on, look at me, Connor.
No, definitely. The food at Firebird is second to none for sure, but definitely some of the best vendors back there that I've had.
Oh, yeah.
For sure out here at Bakersfield, especially, and down the beautiful Grove, you get food, and then you can go visit the car show, and then right down the way, you get to go to the swap meet. Like, it's
And
3
then on
for
your way
1.
back, you get to walk the vendor midway there and get yourself all kinds of swag. We got Clay Smith and Nick Woods Racing is in the house this weekend.
It's like a 4 for 1.
A 4 for 1. Speaking of 4 for 1s, Drake Paget, hello.
Hey, I like this. We're firing up cars again.
There we go. Yeah, no, we got it cleared off the top end of the racetrack, and we got Lloyd Anderson doing a burnout in that 73 Vega at a Visalia, 1055 dial. And Hector Aguilar at a Button Willow in a truck that's going all kinds of sideways in the burnout. He's used to racing a Button Willow. They have turns and stuff there. That 59 Apache truck, he's dialed in at a 1209, so he's going to get a couple second head start. And then Lloyd Anderson going to let go of that button and try to chase down that Apache. So pre-stage comes on for both drivers. Hector eager. They're staged and ready. Let's get this done.
He was ready.
Both green. Wow.
Oh, man.
So let's see if he doesn't screw this one up. So Lloyd Anderson goes triple O in reaction time and double breakout for the win. He was under by 3 thousandths of a second, 10:54.7. 12:08.4, under by 6 thou, under by 3 thou, less than 6. Lloyd Anderson was 3 thousandths away from a perfect pass here in HotRod. Trip, zip, perfect in reaction time, and almost dead on the dial. That's awesome. Lloyd Anderson, I tip my cap to you. That was a good pass.
I know. That's like, we've only had a few perfect passes in Firebird history. That was impressive.
Especially for nothing with a throttle stop on it. Mark Byer bows out, victim to the red light. Mark Bresinger goes 144 in reaction time and a 9:57. And Mark Byer is going to look at that time slip and go, really? I went 036 red to a 144 green? He's not going to be happy.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy. But, hey, Mark, he's all the way from British Columbia. He gets to race on Sunday. He's not packing up and leaving tonight.
That's true. Steve Cochran starts his day with a win light as Jeff Kreider. They call him Dragster Jeff. The car runs the number. Promise you it'll go 57 or 58, but he just went 034 red and done in HotRod. 59. No, Kreider knows how to tune a race car. He knows how to dial one in for sure. But he's used to racing that Pro Tree stuff. So they have him play off the bottom bulb here and bow out. Jeff will drink about it. Steve Cochran moving into round number 2 on Sunday. We got Jerry Bradbander out of Cloverdale, British Columbia. Glad to see the border is back open in Canada.
Yeah, no, it's we have Canadians back down at Firebird. It was a blessing to see them.
Oh, yeah. Then we got another Connor Gregory out of Bakersfield. The 16-year-old here in the Camaro.
And pretty comparable in reaction times. The separation of the two is 6 thousandths of a second at the starting line, which is very, very close. So they get down to the finish line. Top end says it is Jerry. 1092 on a 1082. He's off by a tenth of a second, but not as bad as Connor. 1191 on 1166. He is almost 3/10 over the number, and both of them, I think Jerry probably lifted to make sure that he wasn't going to break out, but Connor's going to get back to the pits. Look at that ET slip, and it's like, yep, that's not the best run of the weekend.
That was what you call Samsonite.
Yes.
I was way off. So John Hildebrand over there in that 31 Model A. And Tony Sanders in the other Model A. He's dialed in at a 13 flat here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side. And here comes John Hildebrand. Better in reaction time by a month already. Top end win night going to be John Hildebrand. 948 on that 922. He was 047 to a 236 light. Tony just comes out here and has fun. He's a good mechanic. He's out here, helps the track out a bunch. So good to see Tony out here playing around. But when you got John Hildebrand in the lane next to you, I've been victim of John Hildebrand myself. So we got Tom Bayer. another Tom Bayer, a Big Pine, California-based 62 Corvette, good-looking car there down to 1014, and Eric Hopkins.
These two were not.
There's an award for that.
Yes, and these two were definitely having a sandwich on the starting line.
Yeah. I think Eric forgot the mayonnaise. It was looking all over for it. 10:52, Tom Bayer getting the win there in that Corvette. He was 261 in reaction time, and Eric started with a 1 second, and that's where I'll stop. Goes 10:81 and a 10:65, so just kind of bad from start to start. But you got Jay Biddle, San Diego, California, the JBA Speed Shop sponsored 66 Shelby. A good-looking car right there, that GT350 dialed in 961. So Robin Roberts out of Big Pine, 1970 Nova dialed at 1280. So let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 3 seconds.
3 seconds, yeah.
3-second head start for the Nova. And that's what 3 seconds looks like in a bracket race. And the slow car advantage there gets it done.
I wonder if this Robin Roberts knows the Robin Roberts from Street Outlaws.
I doubt he even watches the show.
He may not.
So Robin Roberts gets it done, 12:92 at 105 on a 1280. He was 046, and Jay Biddle just got a little too eager. 083 on the red side and goes 963 on that 961 and bows out here in round number 1. We got Jeff Azevedo out of Salida, 70 CUDA, beautiful car, and Greg Racico, 63 Nova over there in the three-way Chevrolet side, and here comes the CUDA.
And look at that, one of these two, Steve 007.
Yeah, Greg is a March Meet event winner, and he's moving into route number 2, 007 on that reaction time there, and on the 1150 dial-in, he had plenty to play with, and he took his foot out of the go pedal, cruises on through to 1161.7, as Jeff Azevedo was 146 and basically dead to rights right there, 938 on a 942, and just ran out of track right there. As Greg Racico going to move into tomorrow. As we got Tom Price and Don Thompson. Thompson dialed in at a 971, and the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side, which is the right lane. 10-10 to the head start for the vet over there for Mr. Price. Here comes the fair lane. Trying to get around the Corvette. Can he do it? No, he can't. 1021 on the 1021, or on the 1010. He was 040 in reaction time. Don Thompson was 093, goes 978 on the 971, and bows out of competition here in round number 1. Go ahead, take the.
All right, now we got Elizabeth DeRock dialed at a 1050 out of Woodland. And that 65 Mustang over there in the left-hand side lane. And Stephanie Bracey out of Woodland in that 64 VW Bug. How often do you see that? And dialed at a 1208. And look at the Bug. Here comes the Mustang. And these two definitely weren't eager to leave the starting line. As they get down there, will the Mustang be able to take out the Bug top end? Nope. 1218 on a 1208. And Stephanie in the Bug will be back tomorrow for more, as Elizabeth, unfortunately, Steve, breaks out by just 0.07 of a second.
Yeah, but Elizabeth knew that there was a lot of work to do when the reaction time starts with the 2. She kept it in there, and whatever they were holding, she gave. So bows out there for Elizabeth DeRock, 1049 and a 1050. So we got Fred Shoemaker and Jack Milano, Bishop, California. Beautiful 1967 El Camino and that 64 Nova over there in the three-way Chevrolet side, going to be doing some chasing. Better late than never, I guess. So the Nova trying to get around the El Camino top end of the racetrack, can't get it done. El Camino all the way was 195 in reaction time. Fred Shoemaker 588. Reaction time goes 909. He went close to the number, but that reaction time started with a 5, and that's all she wrote.
That's when your reaction time starts with a 5, you can almost just say that your day's over.
So Jack Milano moving into Sunday, and how about that? Robert Gomez and Simon Kennedy. Simon over there out of a Livermore 55 Chevrolet, dialed in at a 1050. 64 Plymouth over here in the Michelob Ultra side of the racetrack, dialed in at a 1008. There goes the Chevy. Here comes the Plymouth.
Pretty comparable reaction times. 3 Huns separating the two at the starting line as they get down to the top end. How about that? 1016 on a 1008, and Robert Gomez with the round win. 1074 on a 1050 for Simon. Won't get it done, did not run the number, and Robert will be happy to take that into Sunday.
Absolutely. 1016 on a 1008. Reaction time may have played a role in that one. So next pair.
And we got Norm Bergman in the 65 Mustang. Concord, California over here, right side lane, and Drake Padgett out of
Quad Nips himself in the Alabama Hot Pocket 71 Camaro. Oh! 008 red for Drake. Norm Bergman moving on. So the Alabama Hot Pocket bows out in round number 1. And 1172 for Norm Bergman. He was 029 in reaction time, 1172 in the 1165. And looks like Drake's weekend ends early.
Now we got Wayne Carroll at Temecula, California in that 37 Chevy Coupe over their left side. And Jeff Rode down at 1290. So here comes the Coupe. The C10's already out there. And both of these two were not eager to leave the starting line either. As they get down to the top end, it is Rode. 1296 on a 1290. That C10 had a bunch of room to spare. And Wayne, unfortunately, with the reaction time starting with a 4, his weekend comes to an end. 952 on a 950. Ran the number, just didn't have the reaction time to back it up. So Jeff Rode advances in the C10 pickup truck.
So Roger Melton coming up and Dan Rowley. 68 Chevelle out of Danuba, and another one of those cars that just sticks his foot in the throttle and sends those RPMs to the moon as he's dialed in at a 1007. All the way from Ennis, Texas, is Roger Wilson. Or Melton, excuse me. Don't go anywhere, folks. There's still a lot of action. We got another full session of nitro methane coming up. We got round number 1 of Top Fuel, or qualifying number 3 for Top Fuel. Round number 1 of Funny Car, and also Q2 of Fuel Altered. Plus the Cackle Fest tonight. There's still a lot of fun to be had. The party is just getting started here in Famoso Drag Strip, believe me. Wow, Dan Rowley bows out in round number 1. 1009 gets there for Roger Melton on that 1006. Almost identical reaction times, 025 to an 028. Dan Rowley gets it put on the trailer in round 1. That is rare. So Gary Melton, Escondido, 68 Roadrunner, dialed in 881. 55 Chevy over here, dialed at 1060.
Look at the Roadrunner lifting and feathering down the front wheels as he gets down there to the quarter-mile stripe. Top end, 943 on an 881, and you can tell he was definitely off the throttle down there at the finish line. Made sure he didn't break out. He had a great 004 reaction time, Steve.
Can't beat that 004 to a 303. I would put money on that winning almost every time. Jeff Newcomb and Mitch Knight. Newcomb out of Reading, the forklift driver, 55 Bug. And Mitch Knight, the airline pilot. So he's the reason we're always late. He's down to 11-12. I'm kidding. 69 Barracuda over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. And how about that wheels up launch of the Barracuda trying to hunt down the Bug. The Bug made it hard as he's got about 600 in his pocket.
Wow, this is going to be interesting top end.
Oh,
wow.
Bug got there first and took 7/10 with him, and all he needed was 600. Oh, that'll sting. So the pilot going to be racing on Sunday. He dialed at 11-12, goes 11-75, and goes into round number 2. Jeff Newcomb, freight trying mid finish line as we got just a few cars left here in Hot Rod, and then we're going to switch gears here over into exhibition. All right, matter of fact, this is our final pair in Hot Rod. Red light start, Dan Davis. That's a win light start for Ryan Brown in the lifted 55 Chevy 210. And on that 1020, he goes 10 flat. Wow. So that's it for Hot Rod. That's it for us. We'll see you on Sunday. Bob Beck going to slide on in here, take you through exhibition and also Seagas Elimination, round number 1 of Eliminations of Seagas and exhibition coming up right now. Thank you, Connor.
All right, more racing action happening. Thanks, Steve LaBarber. I'm Hot Rod Bob in the tower right now with legendary custom car builder Gene Winfield. Gene is here. He's got a booth right alongside the Drag Cartoons booth as you enter into the area. Gene, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Just having a real good time. It's just fabulous to be here at the Hot Rod reunion.
And you just had a big event at your place. You do every year, the Watson Winfield Gathering. How'd that go?
It was real good. Yeah, it was last Saturday, and I just had a ball, and we had a over-the-top attendance. You know, it was great, fabulous.
All right, you've got a special book you put together called the Racing Days Scrapbook, and it's your days of racing, and you've got it available at your booth for how much?
45. You know, most people think that I just build custom cars, but I did a lot of drag racing, and so I made this book to show it.
All right, it's cool looking, and you can get it right over here by Gene at Gene's booth. He's there, and you'll even sign it for them, won't you?
Well, sure, of course.
Okay, so Gene Winfield, Winfield's Custom, he's got a book on his drag racing exploits as we move into some exhibition runs. Now, this is an exhibition run for a 57 Ford trying to get an NHRA license, and we were thinking about who drove this car in the past, and we figured out it was Mr. Markham. He had it, and he's going out there and do it now, and someone else owns the car now. It's changed hands a few times, but this is one of the quickest 57 Chevys, or excuse me, 57 Fords. I misspoke. Sorry. Shoot me now. So he's getting ready to go. He's a license pass, so I'm not sure if it's a full pass, a half pass, or what it is. You have to take 6 passes to get an NHRA license, 2 60-foots, 2 half tracks, and 2 full. Car stumbles a bit. He's headed down track. Looks like I don't think he was on a full pass because, well, he might be. No, not at 11:57. That was not quick enough to get a license. So he's headed down track. He could go quicker than that. I know on the 8th mile, I work in Irwindale. We do a lot of licensing there. You got to go quicker than 6:39. So I'm not sure what he did. Evan Lee Eirich, E-I-R-I-C-H. You're today's winner. Evan Lee Eirich, E-I-R-I-C-H. Please come to the tower. You're today's winner. Gene, over your period of working on cars, which is excessive 60 years.
Yes.
Yeah. What's your favorite car that you built?
Well, the favorite car was the Jade Idol. You know.
And that is a beautiful machine.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's been well known all over the world, and there's actually some duplicates made. So I made Jade Idol 2 and had it here a couple of years ago. So it was a lot of fun.
Good. And now you're here watching drag racing. We're going into C-Gas right now. Let's see what we got coming up here. We got a Mopar against the Willys, which is kind of a Mopar because of all the companies that have merged together. I mean, even a Fiat today is a Mopar, which is the strangest thing.
He's making the wheels go round.
Yeah, they do that, you know. And you notice the back tires are going forwards, too. Yeah. All right. We got Bill Becker from Paso Robles in the Willys over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Jeff Kleeman out of Bakersfield with the Mopar, the Dodge Demon.
57 Ford.
Yeah. No, it's a Chevelle.
That's a 68. It's an 9?
68. 69. It's got the big taillights. All right, Bill Becker getting ready to go. He's looking for a 960. This is round 1 of eliminations. He pulls away. Kleeman looking for that 960. Who's going to get there first? It's going to be Kleeman. 960 with a 7. Jeff Kleeman convincingly getting the win. He was a little late on the reaction time, 100th of a second over Becker, but he ran the number. Becker runs out the back door and breaks out.
John Friel out of Arbuckle, California, 67 Nova, 565 Big Block. The number 2 qualifier up against Jason Barta out of Bakersfield, number 21 qualifier. The number to hit, 960. This is C-Gas Heads Up Index. So we've got a Nova up against a 69 Chevelle. They're gone. Red light for Friel Barta going on to another round, so the number 2 qualifier becomes a first round runner-up. All right, next up, Mark Jordan out of West Sacramento. He's in the 3-way lane. Tom Christian in the Reno, Nevada car. Michelob lane looking for the elusive 960. He drilled the tree with a 008, and he gets the win, running 977 to a quicker 971, but he had the whole shot, and margin of victory, 37 thousandths of a second. Bill Anderson out of Cooperopolis, California. Bill Anderson driving the 74 Vega. Billy T got a Reedley, California. Number 1 qualifier in the 67 Nova. Second generation Nova, I believe. Yep. Bill Anderson in the Vega. Chevy's answer to the Pinto. We're not sure what the question they were answering was, though. But Hot Rod Ingenuity's fixed all the issues with the Vegas. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. And the number 1 qualifier, red lights with a 009. Oh, the upset. Number 20 puts out number 1, runs a 969. Teague runs a 960 on the nose, and red lights with a 009. Ouch. He's going to be kicking himself when he gets back to the pits. When he sees that ET slip. Brian Smith, Ojai, California, 960 is the index. He's the number 8 qualifier with a 962. Michael Karate out of Stockton, California, number 27 qualifier. You got that beautiful Cougar, Mercury's version of the Mustang. Completely different car. It used the same underpinnings, but it had a longer wheelbase, more luxurious, more comfortable. It was a bigger car. The Nova, here in the Michelob lane. Off they go. Reaction advantage, slim, headed down the track. 60-foot marks, nearly identical. Coming up at the finish line, lights the Cougar out in front. Oh, until the end. They both run 965. Margin of victory, 127 ten-thousandths of a second. And Corradi taking the win. Another top qualifier knocked out. Larry Hesman, 72 Pinto, number 6 qualifier, taking on Lee Roberts Jr., number 25. Roberts in the 41 Ford truck leaves the line. Reaction times nearly identical. Coming up on the finish line, lights. And it's another upset. Lee Roberts Jr., the 25 qualifier, knocks out number 6. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes. NE1 to the lanes. Lee Roberts gets the win. Gary Drager out of Bakersfield, number 33 qualifier, taking on Chris Ria, the number 14 qualifier, and he's out. 004 red light in the Michelob lane. Chris Ria, the number 14 qualifier, takes himself out with a red light. Drager runs a 991 on a 60 to a 964 on a 60, but the red light, Ria losing. Alan Brown out of Vista, California, number 11 qualifier, up against Walter Clivet. Levet, the number 30 qualifier in the Michelob lane. Three-way Chevrolet has the Allen Brown car. The Hot Rod Coupe over in the left lane. Love that car. Going to take on the Barracuda. 34 Coupe. 475 cubic inches worth of motivational power. The light goes green. They're gone. Reaction advantage marginal as they head down track. The Coupe has the slight edge coming up on the finish line. Light goes 961 and gets the win. 965 for Walter. He was close. Margin of victory, 0.06 of a second. Janice Hogan out of Orangevale, California. She's a caregiver in the 77 Chevy Vega. Number 13 qualifier taking on William Freeman. Number 32 qualifier. This is round one of eliminations. They are no longer in qualifying. So these wins really count. The Vega scoots out in front of the 57. The Gasser style Tri-5 Chevy tried to close the gap, was late on the lights and loses 962 to a 970. Janice going on to another round. Vega of J. Fry, Rialto, California. I believe that's Chino Hills Transmissions there. 36 qualifier up against Ron Combs in the Michelob lane. Number 17 qualifier in the Vet. Vegas stages. Vet rolls right in. They're both staged. The lights drop, and the Vet hole shots. Oh, Fry sleeping on the starting line. Get him some no-dos. At the stripe, Combs easily slows down to a 973 victory. Fry goes slower than he qualified with a 1026. Monty Fitzgerald from Sacramento, California in the Michelob lane. Herschel Ward in the 68 Camaro. So we got two pony cars, the Kiss and Cousin cars, the Firebird and the Camaro. Herschel qualified 34th. Monty Fitzgerald, number 15. If you listen to Monty on Facebook, you'll hear his reports from the cab of his big rig on Facebook. Full stage left lane, full stage right lane. Here we go. And Fitzgerald out in front. Better reaction time, and he's going to use it. Will he go too quick? Oh, look at Herschel closing the gap, though. Herschel comes on strong, but doesn't get the win. Fitzgerald gets the win with a 981 going on to the next round. NE1, we need you to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Connie Wold puts the wheels up in the air, but is 4/10 late on the tree. Chris Robbins pulls out in front, getting the win. Connie runs a better 964, but gave away 3/10 on the starting line. Steve Popoulos out of San Jose, number 7 qualifier, up against Don Momi. Momi running 2 categories today. Was first round runner-up in the Hot Rod class. He's come back in the Gassers, and they're gone. Reaction times almost identical as they head down the track looking for the same 960, and it's Momi losing again. 964 to Steve and 967 to Don Momi. So he becomes first round runner-up in 2 categories. Kent Combs out of Galt, California, number 24 qualifier in the 67 Camaro, 3-way Chevy lane. Scotty Morgan with the 67 Camaro, number 5 qualifier. Now watch his wife. She's in the top hat and the red jacket. If Scotty wins, watch her victory dance. She usually does that after each round that he wins. Let's see what happens. 960, the elusive number. They hit the loud pedal and red light. Scotty gets it. And there she starts her dance. There we go. Scotty Morgan looking for the 960, goes 961. Ken Combs not only red lights, but he breaks out. Insult to injury. All right, here we go. Gary Lynch out of Silmar, 58 Austin. Tyler Fry out of Europa Valley, 73 Vega. Cool Vega panel getting ready to go. Off the mark, reaction times show a big difference as they come up on the finish line lights. It's going to be a double breakout. Gary Lynch breaks out by less, 9:59 to a 9:55, and Lynch goes on to another round. Daniel Field out of Weiser, Idaho. Todd Ferguson out of Lakeside, California, the 56 Thunderbird, taking on the Barracuda. Ferguson qualified 19th. Field qualified 38th, was running under the number, never was able to get it to slow down enough. This time, though, he's in racing mode, so it could be different. Ferguson with a, whoa, look at the Plymouth, pull the front wheels up in the air. The Bird is chasing. Reaction time's not close as they head down the track. Who's going to get it? Field could not slow down again and breaks out, and Ferguson runs right on the number 960. On the 960 to take the win. Jay Biddle, speed shop operator, number 12 qualifier, the 66 Chevelle, taking on Mark Dick out of Osler, Saskatchewan, Canada, 67 Ford Falcon. And Biddle pulls away first. Biddle's got a 10th on the tree. Let's see what he can do with it. He gets the win, 974 to a 1002. Mark unable to run the number. George Shue out of Pioneer, California. Number 18 qualifier in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Matt Hiscox out of Boise, Idaho, 56 Chevrolet. Not making the call. So the George Shue making the win, getting the win. The 56 doesn't show. Let's see how close George does. He goes 965. Good for the win, though. His competition didn't show. Now, Al White and his competition doesn't show. Al White out of Azusa, California, 65 GTO, trying to slow that car down. He qualified with a 962, but his previous runs were quicker. Member of the Road Kings, with members like Tommy Ivo, Floyd Lippincott Jr., Don Prudhomme. He goes 961, right where he wants to be at 126 miles an hour. He gets another competition bye, go on to the next round. All right, more racing action. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, where are you? You're supposed to be in the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, we need you to the lanes, please. NE1, to the lanes.
Good Vibrations Motorsports specializes in the parts you need for gas, alcohol, and nitro engines. If you're muscling a funny car or top fueler down the quarter mile, cutting a rooster tail across the lake, or cruising the boulevard, Good Vibrations has the blower and fuel system solutions for your personal ride and race car. If you want to go fast, really fast, then Good Vibrations Motorsports is ready to hear from you at goodvibesracing.com.
All right, more racing action to happen. Again, we need Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Back to the lanes, please. NE1 to the lanes. NE1 to the lanes. Still tonight to go. We're going to be introducing you to the honorees at this year's Hot Rod Reunion, and then there's the Cackle Fest. So stick around. And a shout out to my grandkids. They've come to their first drag race ever. And they're in the stands. Brandon and Zachary are sitting there. And it's also Jerry Lynn's birthday today. Happy birthday to Jerry Lynn. And our crew member, Joe Rhodes. It's his birthday today. Joe has the distinction of helping park the vehicles in the pit area during setup days. And just a few years ago, he was able to tell how dirty one of the trailer was from underneath, as one of the guys backing up the trailer ran over him. He didn't get hurt bad, but he was there. So we never let Joe live that down, telling him not to stand behind the trailers. But Joe Rhodes, 80-plus years young, and he's here today. His sons came up to wish him a happy birthday. Knowing that he's going to be working here on his birthday, they came to join him. All right, the Fuel Eliminator 1 car is coming to the lanes. All right, to tell you the power of the Hot Rod reunion, people from all over the world come here not only to watch, but to race. But we just had a gentleman come into the tower. Introduce yourself. You're from jolly old England.
Yeah, my name's Sonny Betts from England.
All right, I got warned that Sonny was coming up here from another friend who lives in England. And you're car crazy just like the rest of us, regardless of where you are.
Yeah, I was born the wrong side of the pond, I think. Should have definitely been brought over here. We've run Nostalgia Funny Car in England. We've got a 34 Ford that we run. And our daily cars are all American. So, yeah, we're definitely in the wrong country.
What's powering your car?
The funny car is exactly the same as your Nostalgia Funny Cars over here. We run, I think, 601 at 245 is the quickest. We've not quite run a 5 yet. With the 34, it's a Hemi as well on alcohol. We've run 750 with that. We just love it. It's such a social thing for all the family as well. So, yeah, it's great.
It's good. Now, your home track, the one you race at, is the Santa Pod.
Yes, that's right. It's up in Northampton. Fantastic track. The guy that's running it is Keith Bartlett. Some people are not happy with him. Some are loving him. He's doing a fantastic job. You know, it's so much better than it was 10 years ago. He's really put some money into it. It's great.
Yeah, it's a great track. I was over there, got to see the track. It is the flattest, straightest track I have ever seen because it was a military air base back in World War II.
That's right. Yeah, it was an American base. There's a memorial down there as well at the end. But yeah, I mean, we still have the Lancaster bomber comes over at most of the events and that, and Spitfires and that. It's a fantastic venue, and without it, we've got nothing. So it's the best we're going to get.
Yeah, now your racing season though is a lot shorter than ours. Your weather is a little bit more unpredictable.
Yeah, we race. We start in Easter, which is never a good time. It's normally cold, and we go through to. Our racing finishes in September at the Euro finals. So we normally get 5 or 6 meetings within the year, and we probably do a third of what you guys do over here. Like.
And the one of the events that I've got to get over there and see, and we're going to work it out somehow, is Dragstalgia. Now, Dragstalgia is the British version of our Hot Rod reunion.
That's right. Yeah, we get all the old cars that we've got over there. There's a few from Sweden that come over, like Nostalgia Funny Cars. It's a fantastic event, and it's as good as we're going to get to being here. Luckily enough, we've been here 10 years now, I think it is. And we get home, and it's like, right, can't wait for Dragstalgia to come round. Like, you know, it's brilliant.
All right, and Jeff Stillwell's the guy that warned me you were going to be here, too, so that was good. And Jeff is instrumental in the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Jeff, I didn't know him before he done the Bonneville Salt Flats, and he told me to come out to watch that, and then Bob and Sharon were out there, and we've made so many friends through Jeff. He's such a lovely guy, he really is. He's helped us financially and knowing people, and I can't say a bad word about him. He's brilliant. I just wish he could get his car out and the salt flats had sort of come good for him,
Yeah, we got rained out pretty bad this last August. He's coming in I think 2 weeks, and we'll be racing at El Mirage. He's running on an open record, which is kind of strange. In his class, he's got to do, the minimum is 250. Now, he currently holds the record at Bonneville at 258, but it's a totally different situation from salt to sand.
Yeah, it's a lot shorter as well, I believe, the track itself. But like Jeff said, it's all good practice for him. He wants to get back to Bonneville. He wants that 300, and the car's definitely got it, and Jeff has as well. So,
yeah, 300 is the goal. El Mirage won't be 300. It's a 2-mile course versus a 7-mile at Bonneville. But it is true hot rodding, and the car has a lot of history as well, but he's updated it. It's almost unrecognizable from what it originally was. All right, we got some cars firing up. It's Nostalgia Eliminator 1, and thank you for coming up, Tony. Good to see you.
take care.
All right, cars are firing up. Dragster coming your way. Come on in. All right, here we go. First car out. It's Johnny Lenko out of Bakersfield, California. The #1 qualifier ran right on the number in qualifying, 760 with a 0. And in the tower with me right now is my grandson and his first drag race. What do you think of this so far?
It's so awesome.
Now, you normally see monster trucks. No one's going to jump anything here. Is this still cool?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Which cars do you like so far?
I like the gold one, and I like the Texas.
Oh, okay. So you're here for another day. You're going to see some good drag racing and such. You're going to be here for the Cackle Fest, too, later on this evening when they fire up the nitro cars.
Whoa, yeah.
I agree. All right. Johnny Lenko getting ready to go. This is a dragster. This is my grandson, Brandon. Dragster heads down track. Lenko with an 098 reaction, looking for that 760. He goes 770 at 171 miles an hour, and he got the bye. Getting Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Your round is going. You need to be in the lanes. Lots still to happen tonight. Dustin Lee, the points leader. Lives in Filler, Idaho. Driving a Neal Parks chassis car with an LS Series engine he built. 373 cubic inches. He qualified number 5 with a 760 and a 4. Tommy Brown out of Pearl City, Hawaii. Qualified 16th with a 764. As we saw, though, in the last round of racing, qualifying position means nothing. We saw the number 1 and 2 qualifiers get knocked out. Now, Dustin Lee comes from a drag racing family. His dad was a competitor in SCETA, Southern California Econo Dragster Association. His father, right there, pulls the pin on the dragster chute, checks out the car, talks to his son. He was the driver instructor at LA County Raceway during the early days of drag racing and started the junior dragster program there with us. Dustin drove in that and then started building engines for junior dragsters. Lights drop and they're gone. Headed down track. It's going to be tight. And I'll tell you what, we got a huge reaction advantage, but it didn't work. Dustin takes the win with a 762 to Brown's 766. Brown had an 0-2 reaction to an 0-3 for Dustin. Dustin at 170 miles an hour, just a little bit slower. Margin of victory, 26 thousandths of a second at the stripe. So Dustin Lee, the points leader, going on to another round of racing action here in the first elimination round of Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Last call, final call. If you're an NE1 competitor, your races are running now, and if you're not in the lanes, you're going to get eliminated. More action happening for you here. Thanks for coming out to the 30th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Pecora over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Driving the little Fiat Topolino. Sabrina Pecora out of Sonora, California, number 19 qualifier. Sean Wood out of San Anselmo, California, number 8 qualifier. He qualified 760 with a 7. Sabrina qualified 768. Sean Wood, a 2016 Shady chassis car with a 410 Chevy. Sabrina with the 37 Topolino says it's a 350 Dart engine. $760, the elusive number. RPM start to come up as they inch forward into the beams. Sabrina pre-stages. Now Sean does. Sabrina's fully staged. She's ready to go. Sean's there. RPM's coming up. They hammer the throttles and off they go. Pecora out in front. Is she going to be too quick? Or is she going to make it? 768. She gets the win. She got the tree. 028 to an 084 reaction. An 068 right on the number she qualified with. She is consistent. And Silberman out of Lake Isabella, California. A Sarmento chassis car in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Dan Martin out of Wilton, California. The 23T, your number 3 qualifier against your number 14. The three-way Chevy lane with Dan Martin. The Michelob Ultra Lane with Ed Silberman. Silberman with the altered. Or actually, Silberman with the dragster. Martin with the altered. Got the big wing high up in the air to keep that altered planted on the ground. He qualified with a 760 and a 3. Silberman, A gas to the lanes. A gas to the lanes, please. A gas to the lanes. Cars moving up. This is an eliminator round. This is not a qualifier. Leave the line pretty close. 60 foot says Silberman's moving out at the finish line. It is Martin. Silberman was out in front and broke out. Ran 757 on a 60. A 761 for Dan Martin. He goes on to another round. Hans Jacob, your number 2 qualifier. It's over to the Michelob lane. Dale Toros from La Mirada in the three-way Chevy lane. 2 long-time racers. Dale Toros and his brothers, noted for their Hawaiian shirts. Where they get these SFI-approved Hawaiian shirts, I don't know, but they always wear them. Hans Jacob, the auto shop instructor, made the move from SoCal to Havasu City, Arizona. So Hans Jacob getting ready to go. 2 tough drivers. Lots of experience between the 2. Toros brothers, well known in Southern California for their drag racing prowess. Full stage for Jacob. Dale just barely bumps in. Light goes green, and they are gone. They're close. They're side by side. 330s identical. 8th mile identical. Finish line, it's Toros. The margin of victory, 38 thousandths of a second. And Dale going on to another round. He unseats the number 2 qualifier. Bobby Lee out of Monrovia in the Michelob Ultra Lane, 23T. Number 15 qualifier with a 764. Jason Barta out of Bakersfield, California, your number 4 qualifier. He is the fastest UPS driver in the valley. That's what he does for a living. He's a UPS driver. He's the only guy that has slicks on the back of his UPS truck, I guess. Barta, the number 4 qualifier, ran a 760 with a 4. Bobby Lee ran a 764 with a 3. Lee in the Michelob lane. Barta in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. 760, the elusive number. A gas, we need you to the lanes. A gas, we need you to the lanes, please. A gas to the lanes. Cars slowly moving up. RPMs are up, and they're gone. Big gap in reaction times. You can see it out on track. Will he go too quick? Nope, he's right there. 781, what he needed to a 797. Bobby Lee unable to run the number. And Jason Barta goes on to another round. Bobby Lee becomes first round runner-up. Dave Lawson in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. He's the number 17 qualifier with a 764. Gabe Brown out of Reno, Nevada, the fabricator, the number 6 qualifier in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. A Neil Parks chassis car with a 565 Chevrolet, taking on a Tuttle chassis car with another 565 big block Chevy for power. All right, the pressure is on Lawson to win this round. If he does not win the round, Dustin Lee takes the championship. If he goes around, Lawson and Dustin have to keep on racing. So it's going to be a tough one. The pressure is on Lawson. Gabe Brown could be the upsetter here. Gabe qualified 6th. Lawson qualified 17th. So on paper, Gabe is closer to the number. The difference is 0.04 of a second, which is not very much when you look at the qualifying. But it was a difference of 11 vehicles between the two. RPMs come up and they're gone. Lawson, serious. Drills the tree. Is it going to be enough? At the stripe, it's not. He breaks out. Dustin Lee becomes the champion. 767 for Gabe Brown to take the win. Lawson breaks out with a 58 on a 60. He had the tree, an 0.14 reaction time. He was out in front. He stayed out in front. He took the stripe. He broke out. Gabe Brown goes on to another round, and Dustin Lee takes the championship. More racing action here as we pull up more Nostalgia Eliminator cars. Again, gassers. We need, or not gassers, we need a gas to the lanes. A gas to the lanes, please. And again, when I refer to the gas class cars, I'm referring to the cars, not the driver. We need the Nostalgia cars to pull up in the lanes, please. Nostalgia cars, please pull up in the lanes. More racing action to happen as we close out the day. More racing. We got lots more racing. Don't leave. A-Gas is coming up next. Nostalgia Eliminator, we need you to pull up. NE1 cars, we need you to pull up in the lanes, please. A-Gas, we need you to the lanes. We have another round of qualifying for the fuel cars a little bit later on. as well as the beginning rounds. We'll have the Honoree presentation about 5:30 on the stage there in front of the grandstands. We'll project to start the Cackle Fest at 6 p.m. So stick with us. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck, along with Mike English, Steve LaBarbera, Donnie Couch, and others, keeping you informed about what's hot, what's not, and what's going on throughout the days and this weekend. We thank you for being here. We do appreciate you. Hope you're liking the Hot Rod Reunion, the 30th annual event. Beautiful gold and white dragster here in the right lane. Taking on an altered Bantam Roadster. Big Bad Blown up against Injected. Matt Garcia out of Acampo, California in the Bantam. 540 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet. He qualified 18th with a 767. Kenny Upton out of Garden Grove, California. The number 7 qualifier ran a 760 with a 5, only 5 thousandths off the index. Kenny Upton in the Michelob Ultra Lane, CP Carrillo out of Garden Grove. He's a 68-year-old retired racer. A 2016 Leonard's Fab chassis with a Donovan 565. Matt Garcia out of Acampo, California. The 32 Bantam. He's a 31-year-old mechanic. He's half the age of his competition. That may not make him any faster, though. Garcia, the number 18 qualifier, ran a 767. Upton, a 760. Sun still shining, heat in the track, temperatures dropped, making horsepower. Track is warm enough to hold the traction. We haven't seen anyone really spinning them out. Full stage, both cars. Lights begin the drop, and they're gone. Reaction times. Oh, there's a gap. Is it showing? Ooh, parachute comes out, and he breaks out. Upton, too quick. 757 to a 771. Matt Garcia, the youngster, goes on to another round. Steve Schoenfeld out of Murray, Utah. Nielsen Parks chassis with a 396 Chevy. Number 11 qualifier in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Shannon Cottrell out of Nuevo, California. Number 22 qualifier. And yes, there's a connection with the number 1 qualifier in Funny Car, Bobby Cottrell. Shannon comes out to Irwindale occasionally and tests and tunes this dragster. It's got a 400-inch Chevy power plant. He qualified 22nd with a 778. Steve Schoenfeld qualified 11th with a 761. Getting ready to go. Remember, drag racing, a very festive sport. We light the Christmas tree before every round. Oh, a single. Cottrell doesn't make the call. And Schoenfeld just kind of launches it and says, okay, I can drive it. Yeah, okay. 12:54, good enough. Yeah, 100 miles an hour. Yeah, it was fun. Okay, I'll be back for another round. Shannon Cottrell doesn't make the call, and he is eliminated. Dave Isley out of Ontario, California. 2010 tunnel chassis here in the Michelob lane. 582 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet power, was the number 10 qualifier with the 1061, or 761. Bill DeMartin out of Sacramento, California, an iron worker with the 72 front-end dragster, unknown make. He's the number 21 qualifier with a 775. Pair of dragsters getting ready to go. 760, the elusive number they're trying to hit. They're all in the same neighborhood. Some of them are just in a different section of the street, let's say. So Isley leaves the line, and Martin out in front. Incremental show they're pretty close. Isley picks up the pace too quickly. Goes and breaks out. 7:58 for Isley. The number 10 qualifier goes out by a breakout. A 7:82 for Martin. Now, Martin had the reaction time of 0:13 to an 0:34. Margin of victory was 0.2 of a second at the finish line lights. So Billy Martin going on to another round of racing. DeMartin. Cole Foster out of Salinas, California. Custom car motorcycle builder. It's a dragster with a 354 old school Mopar Hemi. He's the number 20 qualifier with a 775. Danny Shrokosh out of San Marcos, California. The number 9 qualifier ran 760 on the 760 index. Final call, A-gas. Final call, A-gas to the lanes, please. Final call, A-gas to the lanes. Cole Foster doesn't make the call. And Danny Shrokosh goes 757 breakout on a single, no problem. We're seeing a lot of cars not making the call. Don't know if it's a mechanical breakdown or they're just not pulling up in the lanes. Bantam Roadster getting ready to go next. Stan Heber should be in the left lane, but he's not here. George Johns out of Bakersfield comes up with his Bantam. He was the number 12 qualifier. Heber was the number 23 qualifier. Heber not making the call. So another single. All George Johns needs to do is break the beam. Does not have to punish the vehicle going down track. But it's so much fun. Anyway, all right, here we go. George Johns. The only one that shows. Heber doesn't make the call. Johns out of Bakersfield. Moving forward. $7-0 Pro. 7-0 Pro. First call to the lanes. 7-0 Pro. First call to the staging lanes. I goes green. Off he goes. George Johns getting a checkout run. Gets a freebie. Goes to the lights with a 778, qualified with a 762, 176 miles an hour. All right, now we're moving into the gassers. My wife says, I'm a gasser, and I don't even have a car. Cliff Boyles out of Rancho Cordova, California. Number 7 qualifier in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Mark Schaff out of Redlands, California, the 52 Honoree J. Number 17 qualifier in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Honoree J, a compact car from the Kaiser Corporation, same people that brought you the Willys Jeeps. Honoree J, the name of the owner of the company, Honoree J. Kaiser. Honoree J early into the compact wars, much like Rambler and AMC were. Problem was the Honoree J, such a low production car, cost the same as a base model Ford. When you can get a full-size car for the same price as a compact with a V8, why would you buy it the four-cylinder? And that was the problem. The Honoree J also sold through Sears dealers, Sears as an Allstate. Studebaker out, trying to keep out in front. Incrementals show him there, and he gets the win. 773 to a 788. Cliff Boyles goes on to another round with the Super Stewed. Willys here on the right in the Michelob Ultra Carrillo lane. And Mark, it's actually Casey Truer with the Willys. Number 4 qualifier ran a 760 out of Santa Maria, California. Brett Pitchler out of Cameron Park. 69 Camaro. A huge 713 cubic inch DRCE engine. He was the number 14 qualifier with a 769. Truer, the number 4 qualifier, 760. Race of the screaming yellow cars here. Moving up. 760, still the elusive number they're trying to hit. Truer with the Willys on paper is going to be the number 1 guy in this race. But we've also seen a lot of upsets. Top guys getting upset and losing. Light goes green. They're gone. Reaction times are excellent for both drivers. It is going to be a race to the stripe. Camaro out in front and goes 771 to a 771. Margin of victory, 10 thousandths of a second. And that was the difference in reaction times. So Casey Truer going on to another round. Rich Wilson out of Glendora. The 35 Chrysler Airflow with a Brad Anderson 524 in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Number 3 qualifier. Ray Padgett out of Santa Paula, California. He owns a laser leveling service, 63 Corvette. Was the number 13 qualifier. Both these cars very familiar to racers here on the left coast. Chrysler's attempt at aerodynamics showed with the 35 Airflow they were not sales successes. People weren't ready for the advanced styling of the Airflow line. Chrysler had one for the Chrysler, the DeSoto. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. Reaction advantage, a slim one. Wilson with the Voodoo Hemi. Can he do it? No. He goes 766 to a 762, and Padgett, he runs what he's supposed to run and gets the win by 0.02 of a second. Candy Apple Red Nova here in the Michelob CP Carrillo lane. Going to take on the Blue Nova. You got a pair of deuces here. 2 Chevy 2s. Jim T got a Sanger, California. Hot Rod Restoration, his company, 67 Nova with an Alan Johnson 462. He was the number 2 qualifier. Brian Rogers out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Another 67 Nova, 632 cubic inches. He's given 200 cubic inch advantage. May not be much, but hey, the Alan Johnson 462 powering the Teague car, 632 Chevy in Rogers' car. Number 12 qualifier in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Number 2 qualifier in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. RPMs are up and they are gone. Couple hundreds difference in reaction times. See how it plays out. And it's a 760 with a 7 to a 760 with a 0. Teague goes 760, was 2 hundredths behind in reaction time, lost by 17 thousandths at the stripe. Terry Newton out of Camarillo, California, truck driver of the 53 Stud, number 5 qualifier. Ran a 761. Ron Connor out of Redwood City, concrete plant manager, 63 Corvette. He's the number 15 qualifier, ran a 771. Newton ran a 761. Newton, the number 5 qualifier. Connor, the number 15 qualifier. Connor in the three-way Chevrolet lane, and Newton in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Studebaker, almost as aerodynamic as the Corvette. Corvette got the picnic table style spoiler in the back. Studebaker got the traditional high riding one up in the clean air. Studebaker with a slight chop top. 10 years difference in the age of the cars. 53 Studebaker, 63 Corvette. Studebaker way ahead of their time with aerodynamic designs. Cars are still popular in Bonneville. Corvette sneaks out with a bright red light, lose, and it's going to be Terry Newton going on to another round. He goes 763 against the 786. The red light at the start gave the win away, and Terry Newton gets the victory. Chris Curtis from Bakersfield, California, 70 Chevelle, number 8 qualifier, taking on Justin Ferdemeyer from North Bend, Washington, number 18 qualifier. Curtis family legacy dates back to IndyCar days with the Curtis Craft cars. His grandfather, excellent chassis builder. It hasn't been lost on Chris. Chris, a fabricator. Chris just got Mattel to build a model of his grandfather's sports cars. You can check it out, the Curtis Craft sports car. Also sold through Muntz stereo dealers as the Muntz Jet. So the Willies over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, powered by, it says, 327 cubic inch small block Chevy. Chris Curtis at his Bakersfield with a 70 Chevelle, a 632 cubic inch Chevy. Chris Curtis, an excellent fabricator. Inherited the skills from his grandfather and father. RPMs come up, they hit the loud pedal, and off they go. Reaction times are close. Headed to the finish line lights. They are side by next. Curtis with a slight edge goes 771 for the victory. Justin Federmeyer slows down, goes 811, giving the win away to Chris Curtis. Tom Higgins out of Santa Paula, California with the 63 Corvette. Your number 1 qualifier. Ran right on the number, 760 with a 0. Frank Miranda out of Paso Robles, the 59 Nash Rambler, 500 cubic inches. The home wrecker 3 car was the number 11 qualifier. He's in the three-way Chevrolet lane, and Higgins in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Corvette against Rambler. Who would have thunk someone would make this into a race car? But they're actually relatively aerodynamic. The long roof racer over in the three-way Chevy lane. Small car, smooth sides. Miranda started racing with a Nomad. That was home wrecker 1. Had another wagon in between that, and then home wrecker Rambler here today. 760, still the number. This is the A-gas category. 7.0 Pro, you should be in the lanes. 7.0 Pro, you need to be in the lanes. 7.0 Pro, you need to be in the staging lanes. Red light for Higgins. Miranda goes 0.5 on his reaction time, gets the gimme. It goes 761. Higgins goes 760 with a 3 at red lights. Big time. 169 in the red. So Frank Miranda going another round, and that's a tough person to try and keep out of this. Shively Mack out of Menifee with a 68 Camaro in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Number 16 qualifier with a 772. Roy Castanetto out of Concord, California. 1967 Chevy Nova, 632 cubic inches. He was the number 6 qualifier with a 761. Novas were first introduced in 1962. First generation ran from 62 to 65. Second gen, 66, 67. And then the third generation beginning in 68. The base engine, 153 cubic inch 4-cylinder until 1971. 70 was the last year of the 4-cylinder. Mercury Marine still builds that Chevy 4-cylinder as a marine motor. Nova didn't get the V8 until 1964, and it was a 283. They were playing catch-up to the Ford Falcon. 760, the number they want to hit. The Camaro, introduced 1967 model year. First gen over the left lane. And hazing the tires, gets all crossed out, but over on his roof. Safety crews, safety safari going to the wreck. All right, the safety crews are there. They're going to get that fire out. Car put the tires up in smoke, then took an abrupt turn, hit the wall, and rolled over. We'll give you more information as soon as we hear it here in the tower. Will spectators, please stay away from the vehicle. Spectators, please stay away from the vehicle. All right, driver is out of the vehicle. Medical crew coming just to check him out and make sure he's okay. We're not going to make any assumptions on that, but the driver is out of the vehicle. Safety devices doing what they were expected to do. And our medical team there as a precaution to check him out and make sure everything is all right. Car's back up on its wheels. Again, driver is out of the vehicle. Safety crew is checking him out at this point. Car is back on its wheels. Hit the wall pretty hard. Started from the starting line when the light went green. Tires went up in smoke and just never stopped. Hit the wall. The wall kept him from going over, but it rolled him over when he hit it on the angle that he did. Again, driver is out of the vehicle. And they're doing a cursory check, talking with him. So he's in the ambulance just being checked out as a precaution. 7-0 Pro, you need to be in the lanes. 7-0 Pro, we need you to the lanes. All right, we've got a bit of a cleanup to do. We'll get the car off track. We'll get back to racing action in just a moment. Continuing on with the A gas category. All right, I've got a little bit of fluids down there. We'll get cleaned up, get the car off track, and we'll be back to racing action. Thank you for your patience and understanding. We'll get things gone as quickly as we can, but still more to come tonight. We're going to finish up the A-gas category. We've got 7.0 Pro. Pro mods still to come. This is not a call to the lanes. This is not a call to the lanes for Pro. We got fuel cars coming your way. Our Honoree presentation, the Cackle Fest, and we'll secure the track. One thing about the Cackle Fest is once we're done with that, you may come out and look at the cars up close and personal. We'll get involved with that in just a little while. Bear with us. Still racing here at the 30th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. California Hot Rod Reunion has an illustrious history. It has always been here at Famoso Drag Strip. It has never been at another track. Now, there have been 2 other reunions, Hot Rod reunions, one in Epping and one in Bowling Green, Kentucky. The one in Bowling Green still goes on, Father's Day weekend. So there's 2 Hot Rod reunions, California and Beach Bend Raceway at Bowling Green, Kentucky, home of the Corvette. And we do have our presentations there at the Corvette Museum. All right, Sidewalk Zamboni and the crew getting the track back prepped. They're going to get cleaned up. We'll be back to racing in just a little bit. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for being with us here at the 30th California Hot Rod Reunion. Looking over the stand, you see a lot of people from all over the world, including, look at the British flag flying there. So we've got a lot of people from out of the country. This is a truly an international event. Drivers from Britain, Sweden, and all over in Canada, all here to compete in this prestigious race. All right, reprepping the track, making sure it is as sticky there as it is everywhere else on the track. We'll be back to racing action, continuing on with the A-Gas category in just a little bit. We appreciate your patience and understanding. We'll get back to racing as soon as possible. All right, track's been sprayed. Safety crews are off. We are just about ready to go back to racing action. Drivers, please return to your vehicles. All right, we got the clear. We're ready to go. Drivers, please suit up. Drivers, please suit up. Pair of Corvettes coming your way. John Solani out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. He'll be in the three-way Chevrolet lane with his silver, or the blue and white Corvette. The silver vet, Jeff Pike, out of Granite Bay, California. Traffic control contractor. Your number 10 qualifier in the Michelob Ultra CP Gorilla lane with a 764. John Solani couldn't get the car down track well enough. Only did an 837 in qualifying. Having an issue. All right, they got it taken care of. Frank Magoo to the main entrance, please. Frank Magoo to the main entrance, please. All right, pair of Corvettes getting ready to go. Pike in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Number 10 qualifier, Super Silver Corvette. 781 cubic inches worth of motivational power under the hood. John Solani out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. His only has 540 cubic inches. He's given up 239 cubic inches. Now he qualified 20th with an 837. Pike in the three-way Chevrolet lane qualified 10th with a 764. The index, 760. And Solani patiently waiting. He's moved up, starts the stage. Pike now starts to roll forward. Pre-stage light lit for Solani. He's patiently waiting. 263 split window Corvettes. Index 760. Full stage, both cars, lights dropping, and they're gone. Reaction times are close, but the left lane scooting out in front. Is he going to be too quick? No, he's right there. 765 to an 817. Parachute pops open, and he's got the win. So Jeff Pike going on to another round. Mike Mossy out of Napa, California, 69 Camaro. Big swoopy Camaro body, 780 cubic inches worth of motivational power. Number 9 qualifier with a 764. Cale Mallory is his competition, but there's no Cale. Cale Mallory has not made the call. Mossy gets the bye. Competition does not show. He goes 763, better than he qualified at 180 miles an hour. And it looks like Julie Bevins is getting ready to do a little bit of an exhibition run, showing you what some of the cackle cars are going to be like. Julie Bevins over in the left lane right now. Sample of what the Cackle cars are going to be coming out here a little bit later on. Julie Bevins behind the wheel. The car is called the Checkmate Machine. Julie Bevins driving it. Jerry Bevins, the owner, out of Palm Desert, California. Car's running best at 234 miles an hour at 6.94 seconds. At a 392 Chrysler Hemi. Coming up, we're doing a 7.0 Pro. Seven 7.0 Pro coming up now. Chris Bates behind the wheel, the Redding, California-based altered Alan Johnson 455 cubic inch engine. They qualified 7th with a 7.056. Chris, part of the Bates family racing team. His brother and his dad currently racing. His aunt and uncle used to also race 7.0 Pro. Jerry Buckley out of Talent, Oregon in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Retired truck driver, 2011 Comstock front engine dragster. He's got a World 406 in it. He qualified 16th with a 7.18. Chris Bates qualified 7th with a 7.05. On the last qualifying run, Bates had a bit of a problem, though, and did not make a complete run. Chris Bates, hard to believe he's got listed here, he's 40 years old. Still remember when he was just a youngster running around the track. So Chris Bates in the three-way Chevrolet lane, Jerry Buckley in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. .7.0 Pro, the magic number 7.0 is what they're going to try and hit. It's heads up, but don't go quicker than 7.0. Get there first. Bates had a good qualifying pass, but only one. His subsequent 2 passes were a problem for him. The car had some issues.
Yeah, I live right outside the airport, not even 10 minutes away. How close to the water? 15 minutes away.
Pre-stage lights lit. Full stage for Buckley. Chris's stage. Lights go green. And Bates is out in front. Reaction times are close. Is Bates going to be too quick? No, 7:13. Good for the win to a 7:17. Buckley with a 1:67 reaction time. Bates with a 1:53. Both off the pace. Terry Lynn Brewster from Green Valley, California. Trade compliance manager. She's driving the Retro Rocket. Front engine dragster, 565 cubic inches, number 15 qualifier in the three-way Chevrolet lane. That's the bright colored machine. Alongside the big bad blown Chevy powered Jeff Casals, 9 Mile Falls, Washington-based machine. Number 8 qualifier with a 7.05. So 2 Chevy engined dragsters, long wheelbase, getting ready to rock and roll. A 2008 dragster chassis with a 540 in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Jerry Lynn Brewster, trade compliance manager with an 03 front engine dragster chassis, 565 Chevy against the 540 cubic inch Chevy. Brewster ran 15th at a 717. Casal 8th with a 705. The Pro 7.0 class. 7.0 Pro. Got to run 7.0. Don't go quicker. Let's see what they can do. Brewster getting ready. The Retro Rocket. Brightly colored machine. You can't miss it. They hammer the throttle and off they go. Brewster late on the lights, trying to make it up, and doesn't do it. Goes 722 to a 710. Casal taking the win. Over 0.2 of a second ahead at the finish line. Bill Workman out of Long Beach, California, driving the 32 Ford Victoria altered. The Vicky was a Highline two-door sedan from Ford back in the day, starting with the Model A in 1931. Rodeck 434 cubic inch big block power was the number 19 qualifier with a 729. Mike Cross out of Los Angeles, a DRE chassis, that's Bruce Dida. 95 chassis with a Donovan 375. Mike Cross driving the car, owned by Dave Rosenberg. Rosenberg and Dida were a teammate for a while, for a long time, and Bruce or Dida decided to get out of it. So Dave now owns the car. He's an ex-Snap-on dealer, retired. Bill Workman in the 32 Ford. Mike Cross doing the driving for the Rosenberg dragster. 7.0 Pro, the magic number. Cross qualified number 4 with a 7.04. Workman qualified 729, number 19. When the index for this category, well, actually, he ran the Nostalgia Eliminator category for many years and decided to step it up to 7.0 Pro. Cars backing up, getting ready to go. Vicky moving up to the beams first. Now the Rosenberg car moving up. Mike Cross, the driver. 7.0, the magic number. Cross qualified 4th with a 7.04. Workman, 19th, 7.29. Workman, pole shots. Workman out in front. Cross trying to catch him. Is he going to be too quick? No, he's right there. 7.08 to a 7.25. So Mike Cross going on to another round. The Pick Your Part sponsored Ape Shaker 2 here in the right lane. Blown big block Chevy power. Dwight Garland Jr. out of Mission Viejo, California. Number 18 qualifier with a 727. Vince Geraldo Jr. out of Las Vegas in the 32 Bantam. It's supposed to be his competition, but he's not there. Top fuel to the lanes. Top fuel to the lanes, please. Top fuel to the staging lanes. Oh, it appears Dwight Garland getting a gimme. Generalo does not make the call. So Garland just has to break the beam to go on to the next round, but he'll probably want lane choice. He wants a good ET. Garland moves up. 340 reaction, 1.1 60 foot, 3.3 at the 330, 5.2 at the halfway point, and goes 8.21. Doesn't run the number, didn't have to, but he ran it out there. Joachim Lundberg out of Gardena, California. Number 17 qualifier, the 23T altered. Ran a 720. Richard Phillips out of Visalia in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 32 Bantam, qualified sixth with a 705. All right, so T Roadster in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Bantam Roadster in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Richard Phillips in the Bantam. Joachim Lundberg in the T lane. In the Michelob Ultra lane, driving the T. Pre-stage lights lit. Inching forwards. RPM's coming up. They're gone. Reaction times are close as they head down track, side by side. Identical at the 8th mile, and it is going to be Joachim Lundberg with a 7:06 to a 7:07. 48 thousandths of a second separated them at the finish line. Brad Peters out of Lakeport, California in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Number 12 qualifier ran a 7:11. It's a 2019 Haas chassis with a 434 cubic inch Chrysler. Kevin Raposo out of Bakersfield in the Spitzer chassis car in the three-way Chevy lane. He qualified 11th with a 7:09. So you've got your number 11 and number 12 qualifiers side by side here getting ready to go. Raposo in a 2017 Spitzer chassis car. Peters in a 19 Hess chassis car. Light start. Brad Peters, Tony Tremp, and Vanderpool, number 2 in the points. Tremp, number 1. Vanderpool, number 2. This is a must-win situation for Tony Tremp in the Michelob lane with the Mustang. All right, Tony Tremp, if he wins this round, he takes the championship. Tremp in the Mustang. He was the number 9 qualifier with a 7:06. Vanderpool, the number 14 qualifier with a 7:13. They're moving up slowly. Vanderpool lights the pre-stage. Now Tremp. Now they both full stage rapidly, and Tremp was off the mark first. It's tough. It looks like Vanderpool's got the edge. He does. 7:06 to a 7:10. This is going to have to go a few more rounds to make the decision. Tramp losing by 63 hundredths of a second. So Vanderpool goes on to another round. Tramp shaking his head. We need Top Fuel to the lanes. Top Fuel to the lanes. Richard High out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. He's the number 2 qualifier in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Dean Nilsson out of Redding, California, the number 21 qualifier. Only able to muster an 18-second run. He's got to get things going, but he's not here. So it looks like he doesn't make the call, and Richard High gets a gimme into the next round. So High gets a bye run. Competition doesn't show. He's the number 2 qualifier. He ran a 7:01. And he is going to make a pass. He's already in the next round. .143 reaction, 1.160 foot, 3.0 at the 330, 4.5 at the 8th, 157 at the 8th, and then goes 7:08, 189 miles an hour. Mark Madsen out of Taylorsville, Utah. Then Granite Sales. The number 20 qualifier with an 8:03 is over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. The Michelob Ultra lane, it's got Steve Fowler from Lake Havasu City. Fowler in the Bantam is the number 3 qualifier. To the Bad Moon car. Moving up with the big block blown Chevrolet. He's doing his burnout. Madsen has not fired up yet. Madsen True has not lit his car. Or is that not Madsen there? No, that's a Roadster. Madsen's not making the call either. It's a Tuttle chassis car that's not there. So another competition by Steve Fowler, number 3 qualifier, going to move on to the next round. So Madsen blew the motor on his car last time, and he's not making, obviously not making it back. So Fowler going on to another round. And he hits the loud pedal, and it just goes, There it goes. Coming back. Doesn't matter. He's in the next round. All he had to do is break the beams. Dalen Perea out of Peoria, Arizona. Number 1 qualifier. Getting the bye run. He actually gets the official bye. Dalen in the 32 Bantam out of Peoria, Arizona. 540 cubic inches for the Chevrolet. Qualified number 1 with a 7:01.1. All right, Dalen getting ready to go. Number 1 qualifier gets the real buy in the category. Leaves the line with a 156 reaction, and through the lights goes 695. Next up is the Crower Cams car. Danny Shrokash behind the wheel, El Cajon, California based. Number 13 qualifier, Tommy Sheffield is to be his competition, does not make the call either. Shrokash for the Crower car. Getting ready to go. .113 reaction, 1.160 foot. Looking for the 7.0. Gets 707, his best run of the weekend so far. 707, 197 miles an hour. All right, time for some door slamming action with ProMod. ProMod coming your way. Rob Moore out of El Cajon, California, the 1960 Chevy. Had trouble getting down track last time. Only did a 13:39. Eric Peterson from Pacific, Washington. Number 8 qualifier in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. The 60 Chevy coming up first. It's Rob Moore. Now Peterson moves up. 2 Super Chevys in suede. The Batmobile over in the left lane. Look at those wings on the back of that machine. The 51 Chevy of Eric Peterson has a picnic table mounted in the back. Trying to keep that car stable at speed. Chopped, channeled, sectioned. There's a stock body panel on that car. Cars backing up. Moore, the first one to get back. Now Peterson rolls in. Peterson was the number 8 qualifier. Moore was the number 9 qualifier. So 8 and 9 getting ready to go. Peterson ran only a 10.85. Moore ran a 13.39. Neither one of the cars getting down track the way they want to. Moving up into the beams. Gonna get him staged. Getting ready to go. Pre-stage light led for Peterson. He's the first one there. Now Moore. RPM start to climb. They're staged. They're gone. And Moore pulls out the whole shot. Whoops, we got a lot of stuff here in the right lane. Bob Moore getting the win with a 765. And Eric Peterson brings it to a stop at the guardrail, and we will get this cleaned up. So Moore going on to the next round. Peterson, he's got some problems right on the hit. All right, fluid won't take that long to clean up. It's fuel. It'll evaporate it's relatively quickly. So we'll be back to racing action with a pair of Corvettes in just a moment. All right, Eric Peterson's car is off track. We'll get it mopped up. We'll be back to racing in just a moment. Lost fuel out there. It should evaporate relatively quickly, but we do have to mop it.
Boop, boop, boop. Nope, okay, doesn't work. To all the hot moms, show your titties.
All right, track's done. Pro mods continuing on. John Durden out of San Juan Bautista, California. 59 Corvette, qualified number 7. He's over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Carl Wilson out of Anaheim, California. The 93 Corvette. A C1 Corvette against a C4. The number 2 qualifier, Carl Wilson. Fourth generation Corvette, Carl Wilson, number 2 qualifier with a 588, 248 miles an hour. John Durden was the number 7 qualifier, only going 927 at 92 miles an hour. Wasn't able to get it down the track earlier. Does a good burnout. Car sounds good. Let's see if it works out. Wilson's already backing up as Durden goes all the way to half track. So Durden with the bright yellow machine, 526 cubic inches worth of motivational power. Brad Anderson, 471 cubic inch in Carl Wilson's 4th generation Corvette. Cars are getting ready. They've both gotten back to the starting line. Corvette's a pair. Durden hasn't got runs that compare to Wilson's. Let's see how he does. Full stage for Wilson. They're gone. Durden car is coming alive. Durden in the left lane. Oh, so close. 605 to a 596. 24 hundredths of a second separated him at the stripe. Wilson gets the victory with the 596. Slowed down from his original 598. But Durden, 3 seconds quicker than he qualified. Whatever the problems were during qualifying, they resolved. Wade Sostrom from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. 57 Bel Air with a BAE. Brad Anderson, 522. Qualified 6th with a 661. Brett Williamson out of Gilroy, California. He says his occupation is race car driver. Number 3 qualifier with a 589. We'll see what they can do here. Cars backing up. Michelob Ultra Lane's got the vintage 57 Chevrolet. Britt Williamson driving the 63 Corvette in the 3-way Chevy lane. They're both back to the starting line. Your number 3 qualifier in the 3-way Chevrolet lane, 63 Corvette. Against your number 6 qualifier. 661's the best that Wade has run. Brett did a 5:89. RPM's coming up. They're staged. They're gone. Wow, look at Williamson's Corvette go. He runs 584, 258 miles an hour. Wade slows down to a 680 at 210, his best mile per hour, but 2/10 off his qualifying. Williamson, 584, 258. I believe that could be top mile per hour of the meet so far. Josh Kalish out of Aromas, California, 53 Studebaker. It's the number 4 qualifier, 526 cubic inch Hemi engine. Ran 593 in qualifying. Garrett Richards out of Tacoma, Washington, the number 5 qualifier. He's driving the Shelby Mustang Pro Mod. He qualified with a 6:05. 237 miles an hour. Go. Studebaker in the 3-way Chevrolet lane on the left. Garrett Richards, the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane with the Shelby on the right. Ford 522. It's actually a Ford-powered Ford. Fuel altereds through the lanes, please. Fuel altereds through the lanes, please. Wheels go up in the air. The parachute comes out as the Chevy goes, the Studebaker goes all over the place. The Mustang getting the win, 644, goes straight, 157 miles an hour, but it was a wild ride for Josh Kalish as the front end came up, the car came down wonky, and the parachute came out when he landed. And looks like we've got some stuff down there as well we're going to have to take care of. All right, we're checking the track, seeing what we've got to do to get things back rolling again. Still completing the Pro Mod section. Justin Wake out of Clovis, California, Shorty's Fabrication. 53 Corvette waiting patiently to make his run. He was the number 1 qualifier with a 584. He's in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane right now. So we're checking the track, finding out what we've got to take care of. Crews are down past the finish line area as well. Thanks for coming out to the 30th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here with us. All right, we got the all clear. Quick cleanup. And Justin Wake going to make a pass with his 53 Corvette. Your number one qualifier gets the competition by. Let's get it ready to go. He's run a best of 584, 237 miles an hour. Backing it up, 53 Corvette. First year of the Corvette. This is obviously not an original Corvette. Getting ready to go. It's got a Hemi, 526 cubic inches worth. In a 53 Corvette replica body. Actually a lot bigger than what the original Corvette was. Corvette moving up now, getting ready to go. Fully staged, lights drop, he hammers the throttle. Keeping it in the groove, straight down the track for a 580 250 miles an hour. His best run of the weekend, 580, 250 miles an hour. And we have a license pass for this Pro Mod coming up next. Beautiful 69 Camaro Pro Mod. Getting ready to go. License pass. Not sure which one this is. To get an NHRA competition license, you have to make a certain number of passes. Usually it's 2 60-foots, 2 half tracks, and 2 full passes. Not sure which one he is on. We've seen him make about 3 or 4 passes today. And if it's one of his full passes, it's going to be interesting to watch. Coming up after the Pro Mod is going to be Nitro. So come on back to the stands. Get ready. The Top Fuel dragsters coming your way next. Top Fuel final qualifying round, followed by first round of Funny Car and second round of altered qualifying. We'll go into the Honoree presentation and the Cackle Fest after that. Full stage. There he goes. Backs out, gets back in it again, backs out again. So not sure, again, which competition pass this was. He goes 739 at 128 miles an hour. All right, I'm going to turn the mic over to Donnie Couch and Mike English as the Top Fuel cars come up for their final qualifying session.
Thank you very much, Bob Beck, as we are going to qualify session number 3 in Top Fuel Eliminator with former national champion Pete Whitberg sitting in that number 4 spot. The circuit breaker car far side 576-4 and Tyler Hester. The overtime special out of Exeter, just up that favorite highway. Donnie Couch, the 99 highway, set number 7. The bump spot right now, Brian Hall, the HH Nomad team car at 588.6.
Mike, the sun's going down, temperature's cooled off, track temperature's down. We're going to see some record numbers out here, I believe.
Yes, the conditions here, is you being a former crew chief turned announcer, I'd say they're pretty optimum.
Yeah, well, when cool air and everything, you make more power with the motors. And then, you know, the track's cool, you get better bite. So, optimal conditions out here right now. The fans are in for a treat.
Final session, Top Fuel qualifying, round number 1, funny cars, AA fuel altereds. What a Saturday night.
Under the lights at Formosa.
Daryl Tedford walks away from Tyler here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane.
Both pre-stage, Mike English.
That 588 bump is going to drop big time, Donnie. Oh, Pete Whitberg in that circuit breaker car through the lights, 577. And I believe Tyler Hester may have tossed a clutch out there, Donnie, at 583, 236. But Wittenberg, 577, 6, 243, stays number 4. Tyler, 583, 1, will move up to that number 5 spot. Brian Hall still sitting on the bump at 5886. And don't forget, we still got a points battle here for the championship. And the guy who's sitting number 1 in the points going into this session, the third and final session, is not in the field. We'll get to that later. So Jim Murphy, the now retired Jim Murphy, back drag racing full time. That Dan Wilkinson tune-up. Be here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo Lane. And Brian Hall, that HH Nomad team car. Wife Kelly, part of that California Hot Rod Reunion Halloween costume contest out in front of her husband, as she's done so many times. Jim Murphy coming up here. Brian on the bump with that car over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane at 588.6. Like to move that baby up big time.
Man, hear those motors cackling. It sounds pretty good. They're nice and crisp and loaded for bear.
Of course, Brian Farside, former March Meet champion and AA fuel altered.
The Tramp.
Kelly Hall taking the throttle stop off her car, husband's car, and Jim Murphy coming up here. Dan Wilkinson walks up to that Murphy car, making an adjustment on the ejector there for his good bud, Jim Murphy. Pre-stage, Jim Murphy, Brian Hall in. Brian wants to get off that bump spot. Murphy wants to improve on that number 6 spot. Oh, that Nomad car trucking on down through their top end, a cloud of smoke. 569.
Wow.
Brian Hall, 246 miles an hour. Murphy also improves at a 576. Brian Hall from the bump to the number 3 spot at 569.9. Murphy to the number 6 spot, and Shane Stewart, the Sullivan and Stewart car, is on the bump, and I'm not sure they're going to run this session after going into the beach down there top end. Safety Safari, SoCal Speed Shop, Safari, checking that left lane, a cloud of smoke, but they don't care. They're up to the number 3 spot in a career best run for a guy who spent time in a fuel altered.
Well, they're going to have some work to do, but hey, they're going to be a part of this tomorrow.
Absolutely,
Part of
they
the
don't
finals,
care.
and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, interesting note. Brian Hall at half track in that Nomad car, 209.59 mile an hour. Jim Murphy was right there at 206. Nice round of applause for that white truck there. Great job.
You know, it's Sherilyn's birthday.
Seriously? So Brian coming to a stop on the track there and a career best run at the top end. Be just a few minutes. So the safety sparring's from the SoCal Speed Shop safety sparring down there. Unfortunately, the Zamboni going to have to roll there and going to have to do a little bit of cleanup as they sacrificed a bunch of pistons to the gods down there at 569.9. Well, there is that. Boy, it's pretty good, Donnie. Qualifying under the lights here at Formosa Drag Strip, the California Hot Rod Reunion. Absolutely, just a spectacular show here. And Brendan Murray, in from San Jose, racecarparts.com. You know, Brendan Murray and Pete Kaiser, over the past 3 decades, it's amazing how many times these two have raced. Now, Pete did take some time off here to do tuning on Dan Horan's cars and stepped out of the driver's seat, and now getting back behind the wheel of the dragster as Dan said, hey, you're going to drive this weekend, and in qualifying here, these two pair up.
Well, I talked to Kaiser, and he said he's going for it this run. He's not shutting it off early, and he's going to go for it and put that speed up there and lower that ET. Not that he has to. He's qualified number 1, but, you know, you're never satisfied with your run.
Nah, it'll run quicker.
Right?
Yeah.
We got more pistons in the trailer.
Pistons, they'll just drop another bullet in it.
Right.
There you go.
They got Mindy Fry over there working on that motor, so we all know what she can do driving one of these.
Yeah, pretty good at it. Drives them, tunes them, works on them. Love to see her get back behind the wheel of a top fuel dragster.
Well, she's out here, so I know she's getting some kind of itch to be back out here with us, so we'll see. She claims no, but I don't know. I think we'll see her in the car.
She's lied.
As long as she's got a breath. Sleep good tonight.
I'd like to sleep. So the Zamboni out on the track there, putting a little bit of sweep down there right at the finish line, in that three-way Chevrolet lane. But got a lot going on tonight after the activities and stuff. Just going to be a lot of fun here. The Cackle Fest. And, oh, wait a minute. We got a rock concert going on, Donnie. Joe Walla's going to be back in the staging lanes here, rocking it tonight. Got the stage set up there.
Joe Walla does a good show for everybody, and he just loves drag racing. He loves the people. So after the races, be sure to join him over there for a great concert.
Little bit of rock concert, baby. I'm not singing, by the way, in case it makes
You know,
any-
I
No.
taught Joe how to play guitar. So
Really?
Yeah.
Good job. You walked down the midway today, Donnie?
Yeah, I was at the Good Vibrations tent over there. Jim and James
Vibrations
Mayer.
tent.
I was over there
Clay
at
Smith Camps.
Clay
I got
Smith
to talk
Camps,
to Tracy.
the Streagles.
Lou Hart over there with his great display.
Oh,
Bought a
speaking
couple
of
pictures.
Good Vibrations
Speaking of
Motorsports,
Good
look at
Vibrations,
this.
Jim Mayer comes in
We were
the
just
tower
talking
here.
about, were your ears ringing?
Yeah.
That's
Glad he
from
pays
James.
attention.
Thank you, James Mayer. Oh. Yeah. Burning something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
Just
you,
a great
Jim Bear.
organization.
Good Vibrations Motorsports over there in the Midway. Stop by and see them. They got a practice tree over there and all kinds of parts, and they'll sell them to you. Oh, look at that.
So word is down there from the top end of the track, just a few more minutes, and we'll be back rocking and rolling. Qualifying session number 3 in top Fuel Eliminator to set the field for round number 1 tomorrow here at the 30th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion. Of course, coming up after Top Fuel, it will be round 1 of Funny Car, the 16-car field in Funny Car. Round 1 will follow Top Fuel. Just a spectacular Saturday night here at Famosa Drag Strip. So appreciate your patience. SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari hustling down there. Get her clean, and we're going to rock and roll here Saturday night under the lights, Famosa Drag Strip. So, Brett, I'm hearing down there's a pretty good little puddle of oil down there that's taking just a few minutes here, and we'll be rock and rolling right along. Just a great Saturday night. Nitro at night, Donnie Couch.
It does not get any better, Mike English, to see these cars. And as it gets darker, those flames get bigger.
Flames get bigger, cars get faster.
A lot of great activities around here today. Walking around, Donnie, watching, checking things out down the manufacturer's midway. Like I said, stop by the Clay Smith Cam booth. Stith Printing, a great array of shirts there. And thank you to Kevin and the staff at Stith Printing for putting together that great poster that you got autographs on from the honorees, earlier autograph session today. And, you know, you said the Good Vibrations Motorsports Mart, you know, their booth over there, the Lou Hart's photo booth. I bought a couple of great well, you bought
I bought one too. Lou Hart doing a great job there.
Spectacular pictures there. The Reunion Central tent over there with the shirts and stuff. There's just a lot of great stuff. And right across from them, Don Ewald and the team at We Did It for Love and their great website, and just so many things to go see and visit with, and walking around in the pit area looking at the different cars. And
it's hard to see it all.
It
Got to
really
get
is.
here early and spend the whole day.
Did you go down the swamp meet by any chance?
I never made it that far.
I did get a ride down there and just walked around briefly and checked things out. Went a little bit down when Bob Beck was not kind enough to spend some time up here on the PA, as he always does, along with Steve LaBarber and Connor New. And it was just just a lot of stuff down there. I saw a guy walking out. Well, he wasn't walking. He was carrying 2 blower cases. Wow. So the equipment down there at the top end is, of course, as we always swear to it, the latest and greatest stuff that there is. And Parker on the Zamboni down there just does a great job of washing the track and getting any of the foreign matter up there. And then Jim Black's right behind him on that Kubota tractor, and he will do the drag with the counter-rotating slicks. And we'll be back rocking and rolling with Top Fuel Eliminator. By the way, all our friends back home wanting to look for qualifying results and all the great results throughout the weekend here for the 30th Annual California HotRod Reunion. Or anybody here in the grandstands on your phone, hey, check out CompetitionPlus.com. Darren Williams in the house, first time on his own, man, doing a great job providing all the read for the event notebook at CompetitionPlus.com. And Darren hadn't spent a whole lot of time in the tower because he's been hustling around there, but Bobby Bennett, appreciate you sending him out here and making the efforts that he's doing. So the folks back home watching on Good Vibrations Motorsports, sponsored dragracer.tv on the World Wide Web, you can check out qualifying results at CompetitionPlus.com. So Donnie Catch, crew chief to the Stars. Retired crew chief to the Stars, I'm sorry. You're really desperate, too, and you retired and came up here with me. But obviously the conditions out there on the track are changing tremendously, and as a crew chief, if you were back in the staging lanes right now, what would you be doing?
I'd be getting in the bell housing and making some adjustments on the clutch, because with the cooler air, you're going to make more horsepower, which is going to create more clutch anyway. So, the track's pretty tight right now, and possibly go out there and shake. So I would take weight off the clutch and make sure we got it down through there.
Now, obviously, you can't do anything with a percentage of nitro in your car. So would you do anything if you had the pulleys with the blower drive?
Well, you can do that, and you can make an adjustment with the ignition, the timing. So there's several things you can do, but usually it's all in the bell housing. Right, Dave Settles?
It wouldn't hurt to take a little air out of the tires.
Yeah, there you go.
It's strange. You and Settles came up with the exact same ideas I would have.
Really?
Yeah, that's just what I thought of doing.
The three amigos.
Yeah. Of course, the chances of me ever having the opportunity to do that are a whole lot less than you and Dave Settles.
Well, Dave, one of the best out there, and makes the best fuel pumps, and had a great career out there. And of course, he was honored last night, and we all had a good time. And he gave a great speech when he thought he wasn't even going to give a speech, So it was fun, and
always a good time. The Friday night reception down at the Doubletree.
Yeah.
That, anybody who didn't attend missed out a great, great time, and just a chance to get some pictures. Some of the great, true heroes of the sport that you and I have admired for so many years, including Dave Settles out of Texas, man. Being here in California and reading the National Dragster Drag News, and driving for Candies and Hughes and Carroll Brothers and just about every fuel car that came out of Texas.
Well, he's had a great career, like I said, and he's a lot better just hanging out with them. We have a good time, and we do a lot of things together, and it's a good life, right, Dave? Don't you have a house full of kids in Waco? Mike English, look who we got in the tower. Cameron Foray. Cameron, what are you doing up here?
How's it going, everybody? I just came to cheer on my father-in-law. He's getting ready to run first round with Happy Hour Funny Car, and did a little seat fitting for my lovely bride, who might maybe stepping on the gas in that thing before too long.
What do you mean, Mike? Come on, Cameron. Your fuel career is over. Angelina's getting behind the wheel of Dad's funny car. And man, I don't know who had a bigger smile, her or Dad.
I know. I think both her dad and I both teared up when she warmed it up in the pits. It was pretty awesome. And,
yeah, you look pretty good.
Yeah, and it just got a little more expensive for me. So, sounds like we're selling the house and everything we own so we can come play.
Well,
wait a minute. I think you may have just lied to me.
Mike and I were there, and it was a pretty exciting time, and she looked pretty comfortable in that car. And, of course, Dad was standing off to the side. He's a proud dad, So
very true, very true.
We love it. And what's next for you?
I will be in Las Vegas and Pomona, driving for Terry Haddock Racing. We had to do a little bit of a switch. I had some plans to do some other stuff, but we had some unfortunate things happen outside of racing with with the passing of a very great legend of drag racing, Mr. Barry Payton. I had planned on driving with him, but unfortunately he lost his life about a week ago. So we're racing for him and in his honor. And you know, if anybody ever met the captain, you know he was always good for a bowl of ice cream and a big old smile on his face. So yeah, so we're gonna go race in his honor. I'm gonna run Super Comp and Top Fuel at Vegas and Pomona.
Very cool. You're gonna wait a minute. You're gonna run Super Comp, going back to your roots, huh?
Yeah.
In Angelina's car.
Yeah, she actually, when things went down, she was like, "Why don't you drive the Super Comp car? It's probably be the only time you'll ever get to drive it." So, so I figured I'd jump at the chance and do two things next weekend. So go out and have some fun and enjoy, you know, drag racing, and it's what we do as a family. We love racing, and you know, it's where we want to be. So anything we can get behind, we're ready to rock and roll.
Well, I got to tell everybody that you have a son that is an incredible motorcycle racer, 4 years old. He's already been in a commercial for Suzuki or Kawasaki. We've got him out to the speedway races, the oval track, and he's gotten on the podium. Yep. And he got some money from Barry Wise.
He's working the sponsorship stuff already at 4 years old. I said, you know, Daddy's got expensive hobbies, and so does Mommy now too. So you better learn how to find some sponsorship money to keep it going. But no, he's got some pretty serious natural ability on a two-wheeled motorcycle, and we're very happy and fortunate that he loves to do it. And you know, I wouldn't have it any other way. He loves racing, and so do we, so it works out. I keep telling him all the time, you better watch it, because his little sister's coming up behind him, and she's going to smoke him.
She looks pretty aggressive when I see videos of her riding the little bicycles around. So it's great. You and Angelina have a great family and a great racing career ahead of you, both of you, all four of you probably.
Yeah, hopefully. Right? That's the plan. If you know, our ultimate goal has always been, you know, making a living racing cars, and we've done so far pretty good. So you know, we just got to keep up the good work, and you know, keep trying to find sponsorship so we can stay out there and, you know, yeah, chase our dreams and yeah, stay off the couch.
Now, Cameron, I know that you work it pretty hard trying to get sponsorships, and I know that takes a lot of time. And you teach at the school down there.
Yeah, I'm a professor at Cerritos College. Is my real day job. So I kind of have two lives. I teach college auto body and paint in the automotive department during the week, and go chase the dream on the weekends. So from Monday through Thursday, I'm teaching, and Thursday night, usually on the red eye, to Sunday, I'm either in an airport or going down a drag strip somewhere. So, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, you're doing a great job at everything you do. And Angelina's following in your tracks, and so is Jet. And, you know, you got a little girl coming up that's going to be right behind Jet. So
we're all in trouble, but we love coming out to the California Hot Rod reunion. This place is awesome. I did a lot of junior dragster racing here when I was a kid, and you know, it has a special place in my heart. So it's really cool to see such a good crowd and all this, you know, going down. So I've been coming here for probably I want to say maybe 20 years. So it's you know, to this race, and it's really cool to see everybody still supporting it.
Well, everybody here is happy that you're up here, and we wish you good luck in finding a good ride out there. And we know you're going to drive Terry Haddock's car at the last two races, which is great. You're out there. And Terry Haddock, you know, he's got a good car, could step up, and he's a good guy. So hopefully you'll have some good runs, get her in the show, and keep pushing those sponsors, keeping them happy.
That's right. It's all good. You know, I'm very grateful to him to give me the opportunities to go out there and to drive his car when nobody's renting it, and to keep my name out there. That's the biggest thing. You want to make sure you stay off the couch, and, you know, you got to be in it to win it. And my mom always told me when I was a kid, John Force wasn't going to knock on the door and ask me to drive his funny car or a dragster or whatever. So you got to go find it, and that's what I'm out doing.
Well, you're doing a great job. We thank you for coming up to the tower, and good luck in the future.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
All right. You can stay up here.
Cameron Parade, thank you very much, man. Appreciate you coming up here and stay and hang out with us, man. We appreciate it. As we go back in Top Fuel Eliminator with Brandon Murray out of San Jose, comes up here in that Michelob Ultra CP Gorilla Lane. And Pete Kaiser sitting number one spot, qualified at 5.660, 255 miles an hour.
Cameron, how'd you like to drive a front-engine Top Fuel dragster? I know you drive rear-engine dragsters.
I was just having a conversation with Henry Walter in the staging lanes, asking me when I was ready to drive one of these things, and I don't know. I think that might be where I draw the line.
Oh, okay. Well, they're pretty exciting. I know they're a handful with that little tire, but it's going to be a pretty good session here with the cool weather.
Oh, absolutely. These things are wild, and they're a hell of a thing to watch. And you know, yeah. So I don't. Yeah. All I can say is, yeah, they
Hey,
got
Cameron?
bigger.
I'm gonna go talk to your. I'm gonna go talk to your wife. She'll drive one.
Yeah, she probably would, but she's the one that told me no on this or a fuel altered.
Yeah. Well, Pete Kaiser coming up, buddy. You look for a big number coming out of this car because he said he's going to run it to the end. He shut it off early on the first run, and he's low ET, number one qualifier, but I look for some big numbers out of that car over there.
Absolutely. Watch that Brendan Murray car here on the right side of the track for Michelob and CP Carrillo. John Brewer doing the tune-up on that car. 585.4, that bump spot if you want to be part of that 8-car field tomorrow. Pete Kaiser pre-stage. Brendan Murray rolls right in. Brendan Murray deep stage, and that will affect the lap time. Whoa, look at that Pete Kaiser car over there. Watch that baby down there, top end. 565.4 runs quicker yet at 259.96 miles an hour. That baby was 208 at half track. And Pete Kaiser, Dan Horan, Bendy Fry, that team. Wow.
Wow, that thing was over on the center line. He was fighting to keep it off the center line. He had his hands full down there.
So just a spectacular run there for Kaiser and Horan, man. 66 into 65 back-to-back runs there at almost 260 miles an hour. Brendan Murray gets down through there at an 8:38 and will not be part of that 16 or 8-car field in Top Fuel Eliminator. Is the next pair coming up. The guy who's in the hunt for the championship. Tyler Hilton will be over here, and Sean Bowen over there far side.
Well, Tyler Hilton in that new car, they are, I'd look for a big number coming out of this car because Bobby Hilton, he was smiling pretty hard down there.
What? Okay. All right, Cameron, thanks for coming up, buddy. Thank you. We have a woo! Sean Bowen getting after it there. Has the 660 run to his credit. Tyler Hilton sitting number 2 at 569.3 and saw. Somebody lose fire down there, Donnie?
Not sure if it did, it'd be Tyler Hilton,
Yeah,
but
he's
nope,
backing
he's
up.
good. He's
Okay.
good.
We have a GMC truck blocking the entrance to the Grove that needs to be moved. A GMC truck is Tyler Hilton just pecking away at those qualifying points to close the gap after Brett Williamson, who is not in the field.
That's amazing.
Isn't it stunning that that Forever Young car is not in there? But look at the conditions.
Yeah, they can step it up.
Absolutely.
They're not in the hunt for the championship for nothing.
So Sean Bowen, far side out of Michigan, the Violator, who has not really put, Sean Bowen has not put down a Sean Bowen type run here.
No, he has not. But we're going to see what he can come up with now because the conditions are perfect.
I want to watch the car here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo Lane. Whack of the throttle out of Sean Bowen. Tyler Hill going to tickle that second line. Sean shuts it off. Tyler Hilton down there. 563.3. Tyler Hilton goes to the top. 563.3, 241. Sean Bowen, 6'10", 165. Will not be in that field. But Tyler Hilton, those valuable qualifying points for now, has 10 points. He has almost rolled the trifecta and got the perfect. Unfortunately, round number 2, Pete Kaiser picked his pocket. But now 563, 241 to the number 1 spot for Tyler and the team in that championship hunt. Speaking of championship hunts, the guy sitting number 1 in the points, Brett Williamson, will be here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo Lane. And Adam Sorokin, the Champion Speed Shop team car. Adam, qualified number 4 at 575.7 for Bobby McGlennon and the team out of, the driver out of Southern California, the team out of Northern California. Adam has been driving for this team for over 20 years. Man, the combination is just deadly. Brett Williamson, just a tremendous talent out of Gilroy. Builds them, drives them, tunes them, and he is in a championship hunt here for the NHRA Heritage Series National Championship in top Fuel Eliminator. Car owner Mike Fuller standing down there, and Dave Yahara, and just a Hall of Fame lineup over here, and a pretty big-time bunch of players over there. So, Donnie Couch, I have to ask, if you are that forever young team here, get it in the field or go for number 1?
I say get it in the field. Just go from A to B, get it in the show. That gives you some more data to look at for tomorrow.
You know that's never happened before with Mike Fuller and Brett Williams.
No, they always go for the throat.
Absolutely. Eric, what do we got down there, bro? So they're saying there's some like bits of paper or something down there on the track. So they're going to run the mat over it. That deal I was telling you about that goes behind the quad there, just kind of like sucks the stuff up. It's kind of an interesting deal, but it works. That's the important thing. Donnie, this session of Nitro so far has just been a thing of beauty, man. Tyler Hilton in that brand new ride for them, going to the number 1 spot at 563. Pete Kaiser back-to-back 566 and 565. Brian Hall at 569. And, man, the hits just keep on coming. But the qualifying drama here for the championship is just, oh, man, glad I'm not down there.
Yeah, stunner with Brett Williamson, you know.
Just a very, very rock-solid car that all of a sudden seems to have stumbled a little bit here. But they don't stumble many times.
No, that's a talented crew over there, and they got top-rate equipment and a wily veteran driving the car. They'll be fine. Like I say, they just get it in the show. They can concentrate on performance tomorrow. Go from A to B tonight.
Yeah. Brett Williamson always says his occupation is race car driver. I say his occupation is race car driver, builder, tuner extraordinaire. I mean, his talents are just incredible.
Yep. Like I said in the past, I've seen him drive alcohol hydroplanes at the drag boat races and win races.
Yeah, very talented. March meet champion to start off the season here in the championship run, and they'd like to cap it here with a title.
Well, we're going to find out shortly.
And, of course, that guy over there in the other lane, that Adam Sorokin.
His small block Chevrolet.
On Nitro, man, the mouse that roared. But Bobby McLennan and that team from Champion Speed Shop, and, as we said earlier, that is not the brand new car that we saw earlier this year. They just felt they had struggles with it and combined the 2009 car and this car and put them together with what they thought worked on that car and what they thought worked on this car. And, 575.7 for the number 4 spot seems to be a pretty good old combo.
Well, don't ever count Bobby McLennan and Adam Sorokin out.
And Adam's got wife Jenny in the house here this weekend. Glad to have her back out here.
Mike English, how about we see Cruz Petragon down there on the starting line. Gets a week off from the NHRA Tour, and where's he come? Right here to Formosa for the Hot Rod reunion.
Well, Cruz has been out here racing. Remember the California Charger funny car that he raced, man? And Cruz is just a racing guy. Melissa, girlfriend there, you know, it's like, hey, we're off this weekend. Where are we going? Cruz says Bakerfield. And I know Melissa very well. We worked together at NHRA, and she said, that sounds like a good idea.
Right. That's a good girl that loves racing. But, Cruz is going to be having that car out here at the March meet, he said, so we'll get to see it.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that'd be spectacular.
Yes. He has been busy this year with his car, and they changed the combination in that California Charger, and he won't have it done till the March meet.
So Brett Williamson fires up here. Car owner Mike Fuller and Dave Yahara down there. And Adam Sorokin. So far. Donnie Couch somewhat wrong on the burnout there for Brett Williamson's car. That car, he whacked the throttle, and that car has not moved.
A lot of drama down there right now as they need to get that thing in the show and having some problems getting the car to go forward.
He did the burnout, and those tires did not spin at all.
Well, they're spinning now. He did an abbreviated burnout.
But Donnie, serious biz, how many times have we seen people come up and do a abbreviated burnout like that and just go right on down through there?
Well, that's a tribute to the track preparation and the good job the crew does here at Formosa Dragway. And they got all the right equipment. The people are trained well. So we've seen it where they don't do a burnout and they go down there and they can set low ET. Strange deal, though, but we're going to see what happens here.
Oh, the drama. Now, well, we're not even going to go there. Let's wait and see what happens here. So that champion speed shop over there, routine burnout, driver coming back. Bobby McClendon bringing his driver up over there. But nothing routine over here on this side for your points leader, Donnie Couch. They need to improve to a 585.3 to have any chance to dance on Sunday for the championship in Top Fuel Eliminator. Brett Williamson is pre-staged. He is staged. Waiting on Adam Sorokin over there. Here comes Adam, that champion speed shop car. All eyes on the right lane here. That car went nowhere. Wow, watch that champion car down there, top end. Wow. 5801, 246. And your points leader is going to be a DNQ, Donnie Couch. Now, let me just do the math here real quick and tell you that this does not give Tyler Hilton. By the way, in the interest, fair reporting, 1791 at 62 miles an hour for Brett Williamson.
What a tough break, a heartbreak for that team, and to do good all summer, and it comes down to this.
But honestly, Donnie, it's not over yet. It is not over yet. Tyler Hilton came into this race behind in the points and picked up 30 points to take him up to. That will give him right now 285 points. Brett Williamson picked up 7 qualifying points to take him to 295. So in order to have a shot at the championship or win the championship, Tyler will have to win round number 1. So just big-time drama here in Top Fuel qualifying. at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Dusty Green, Phil Ruskowski. Phil coming up, the team in from British Columbia. The Islands Racing, small block Chevrolet for that Lordco Auto Parts team. Small block Chevrolet, Donnie, on nitro, right, just like the champion car.
Yeah, and we know that car runs good.
Yes, it does. Dusty Green over there, far side, making his return to Top Fuel Racing. Two guys not in the field. Dusty Green. Phil Ruskowski. Did you hear that small block Chevrolet?
Yeah, it's roaring.
Somebody leaned out there, and I believe it's that Island Racing Team car. Is Celia Green out in front of her husband there with the trifecta backup babes for the Halloween costume contest here at the California Hot Rod Reunion.
Oh, the drama.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So burnout's done. Drivers come forward. And I'll tell you what happened there. Phil Ruskowski did not get into the stage beams. Got that automatic red light. Dusty Green up in smoke.
Heartbreaking. It looked like he rolled the lights down there, Mike English, and that was it. You get no
Dusty
time
will
out of
coast
that.
on through down there in 1939. So two cars not in the field there. Phil Ruskowski and Dusty Green. Unfortunately, not part of that 8-car field. It's Michael Anderson, the team out of Texas. That oil and gas business, that ain't too bad. Abilene, Texas. Sitting number 10.
Brand new team, and they're doing a good job out there.
Yes, they are. Very good team. Hey, Eric. There's not a brake rule, is there? Okay. Really? He got 29 points in qualifying. For what? Okay, so that. Okay, but qualifying points make a difference. Okay. Okay. I like mine better. There's more drama. So word is we got a little bit of that stuff down there. So it'll be just a second here. Michael Anderson, that team in from Texas, going to hang on here. We're going to rock it. What a great Saturday night. Donnie Couch.
Under the lights. It reminds me of Orange County, Irwindale, and the Lions.
Carlsbad.
Right.
Yeah, just Fontana. Just go right down the list.
You don't get to see this too often, so I hope the fans are enjoying it down there, and we'll just be down for a little bit, so don't go too far.
just the coolest guy. His name's Bertram Galler. Is that not an English name or what?
No.
Bertram Galler.
That's our home at the racetrack.
Oh, yeah.
Winnebago sites, yeah.
I have a Winnebago too.
Yeah, and then the
Feeling
three
drops, guys.
The 3 race cars fit in the trailer. Somehow they do.
This is here or at your
Back in England, yeah, back in England.
Man, well, that's big time.
Yeah.
That's a big motorhome for England.
30 foot fits on the drive.
Yeah, well, my uncle Johnny Cash has a little diesel one. It's only like a 25 footer. But yeah, he goes, you just don't see a lot of big ones.
It fits on the drive about that much each side.
Yes, tight quarters.
Oh, yeah. Barely fit.
Now, do you guys have a detached or semi-detached?
Semi-detached.
Yeah. See, I know some of the stuff about it. I know the bonnet. I know the dustbin.
Yeah. And then you got this. So mine's underneath. The quad for the juniors is right in the front, like crossways. Then ours goes in backwards.
Did you make that like that?
Yeah. And then it's got 2 A-frames, and then that's like a scaffold with 2 platforms. It'll be lower down, and the 2 juniors fit up on top.
Awesome. Now, how far are you from your drag strip?
Only 80 miles.
Now, that's good.
It's 7 to the gallon. It needs to be.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's about what mine gets.
We
the V10 in it.
Yeah.
So appreciate the patience as everybody here is just a little bit of that stuff, and it won't be long. We're going to be rocking and rolling here at Top Fuel Eliminator. Going to close. Let's see. We are going to have Michael Anderson, the new team out of Texas, and Frank McBee Jr. Finish up Top Fuel Eliminator.
Oh, I had it wrong. You like the Chevy. Yes. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
No, that V10 is a high revving.
You remember that one when it came over here? Habit.
Oh yes. Those guys are English.
Yeah.
My son met them.
Rob Lauren and Nick Davis.
They had a bull terrier.
So laid back.
I think they had an English bull terrier with them.
That motor was on its 2nd year when they brought it over here. It was like basically no maintenance.
But they build engines for a living.
Yeah.
Well, still to have something like that last.
They took it apart after 2.5 years, and it was basically brand new.
He's still got that parked. They've got a twin turbo pro mod, but Nick, the guy who drives this, he's in the process of building a 90-inch wheelbase Topolino, like fuel ordered.
Oh my God! I got to show you the first pro mod that I've ever seen, and it was built by a local guy named Bob Bunker. You ever heard of Bob Bunker? Folsom Flash.
Rings the bell.
Well, you might recognize the car. Yes, he was, like I say, the first pro mod I'd ever seen. The car used to look like this for years, and then went to that.
Wow. I can't think of it. Yeah, the Chevy.
It's a 55.
Yeah, the
That's
Chevy.
your year right
It's
there.
raining.
It is raining, I know. No, I was feeling it.
Well, the good news is we have not lost the track yet, so just hang on and appreciate your patience there, and shouldn't be too long here. We're going to finish up with this session of Top Fuel Eliminator. Funny car round number 1, AA fuel altered, rocking on, rolling right on through the 30th annual California Hot Rod Reunion here at Formosa Drag Strip.
Yellow and white.
Sweet.
Right?
Yeah. Speed yellow.
Burn out, reverse back up. He goes, and no run of line, 1,000 foot. You can see the side profile of this car. He was like this, right?
Oh my God.
And he pulled it straight, and whatever.
And all over the track.
But I was like, wow. And the yank next to me goes, yeah, but it was slow. I'm like, it was fucking sideways at 1,000.
He went 1,200 feet at that point and sideways.
He took a long way around.
See, I remember being at Sonoma and they had some little exhibition.
Yeah.
These guys by us going, what the hell are those cars? They didn't even know what a Pro Mod was.
I love Pro
And I'm
Mod.
going, that's the reason I'm here, is to see those.
Yeah.
But man, this was Dave Riolo.
55 plane Pro Mod would be my ideal car. Yeah.
That was his, Bunker and him always raced. This guy's name's Dave Riolo. This was a scaled down car.
7.8 Fuel.
Yes,
Yeah,
and with
7.8.
nitrous on it, but he could never run with the flash. This thing never broke 7.0.
Yeah?
It just never would. Carbon fiber body. He owns a paving business, ton of money into it, but never would run, man.
Crazy, innit?
Yeah, that blower motor car just ate it up. But I'll show you a few. Let's see.
I can't think of the guys now. I've got a model at home. It's 55. Yeah, shoe box.
Yep, looks like Hawaii. This is my buddy, Don Carter. He's the guy that owned the offshore boat we raced.
Right,
So
okay.
then he got into Pro Mods. This is his first one he bought. He doesn't drive them. He gets hired guys, but I have a Class A license, so I always drove the trucks.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This we use a toter home. Sweet. Double stack or trailer.
Yeah.
But we went down there, Vegas, for the Supercar Street Nationals.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is next month. I think, what were you talking about then?
Yeah.
Or was that someone else I was talking
No,
to?
you were talking about
I
that.
talk to a lot of people today. So. Anyway, our first race, we go down there. My son's 17 at the time. We're staying at the Rio. He went in the bars with us and stuff.
Yeah.
Loving life.
Yeah.
Having a good time. Bill Wyndham was racing today. He's driving the. It's a Firebird. He's right at the start there on the side. It's a nitro burning funny car.
Yeah.
Well, he was driving this car. And,
Right.
And we had it in the warehouse. We're doing a warm up on it, and I could tell he was like freaking out. Like, not crazy, but I could tell he didn't feel comfortable. Bottom line, he was afraid of this car. And you don't want to be. Yeah, and drives that, but that's how Pro Mods are crazy, as you know.
Yeah.
They are wild cars. So we go down there. His best run was a 622, which got us into the field. The first round was about this time at night, and it was cold in Vegas. So Bob Bunker's son-in-law was our crew chief, a guy named Jeff Butler, and he tells Bill Wyndham, hey, heat the tires up good because it's cold out, man. So I'm about right here where these guys are. He does a burner, wheel speed like crazy, rams the guardrail right in front of me. I'm filming the whole thing. I'm like, whoa, he's coming at me. Well, needless to say, it was the end of our race. We loaded up and went home. But that car got crashed again. This thing's got a black cloud hanging over it.
One of them cars is
Yes, but beautiful looking.
Yeah.
So down track there with the drags down there checking things out, and I have what I consider a very, very special guest here in the tower, Ron Hope, driver of the Rat Trap Fuel Altered. My friend, your final race after 25 years, you're going to call it a day?
Well, I guess so. No, the answer to that is yes. I am calling it a day. But, hey, it's a great event. And, you know, my heart goes out to all the fans in the stands. Thanks for hanging in there, and hopefully we'll get this thing in.
Absolutely, going to make a great effort.
Because I'm racing my son, Brian, and I just need to beat him.
You know what? Hey, Ron, he said the same thing about you. I want to whoop the old man one more time.
He was wrong. But that's the way it goes. You know, you can only do so much with the kids. I'm really pleased that we're doing this because, as I've said before, I have a face for radio. So that makes it better that we're not on TV.
Yeah, absolutely. But how about your grandson, Michael, man? Starting his racing career, and Brian said you're going to run him kind of slower for a little while and then put him on nitro. And I told Michael, I says, well, that put him on nitro is going to last about one race.
Yeah.
And you'll have him a full dose of that, baby.
Well, and that's true. I'll tell you, very, very proud of Michael. We started the licensing procedure last weekend, actually, and he did incredible. So You know, I'm not going away. I'm going to stay still involved with the fuel alters and do what I can, but not from the seat. So we'll continue to promote the fuel alters and do what we can around the world, and we've been extremely fortunate with that, and we want it to continue. But Michael is the right one to carry it on.
Absolutely. And I got to tell you, Ron, I've known you for, I'm not sure how many years, but it's been way too long. But it has been an absolute honor to know you, to watch you race, and be able to announce the races you've done in that rat trap. It's just been a thing of beauty, and I'm absolutely honored, my friend.
Well, those are extremely kind remarks, and I hope I can live up to them. But
Oh, you have.
I appreciate everyone's support. You know, as I've said, I just was favored with being the mouthpiece for the fuel alters. It's all of the teams that have brought it together that really has brought our success. So we're pleased to be here. We want to put on a good show for everybody. And right after I beat Brian rather, we'll continue on.
Absolutely spectacular, my friend. Thank you very much for coming up. Appreciate it. Much success in the future, and just looking forward to watching Michael's progression as a driver. It'll be fun to watch.
Well,
and by the way, real quick, Don Green would be very proud.
Well, I hope so. Don was actually, you know, the creator of the rat trap, and we try and honor him every way we can. But hopefully we can carry this on and this rat trap legacy, and appreciate you all.
Appreciate
you especially, Mike.
Thank you very much, man. Just been an honor for me, and thanks for coming up, and just wish you all the best in the future and retirement, man. Well, I guess you could call that retirement.
Well, yeah, stepping back.
There you go.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you very much, Ron Hope, and enjoy those days on the beach.
Okay.
All right, we're going to do the honoree presentations to you and the memorial in just a couple of minutes. We'll be out there on stage in front of the grandstands, so please bear with us as we get the honorees gathered on the stage, and then we'll read off the memorial for those that we have lost over the past year.
Bob, you got to tell me what's going on, brother. Okay, sounds good. Yeah. So you want all the honorees out at the stage? Yes. Okay, sounds good. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Bob, take Dave with you. Oh, you got to leave him there? Oh, that's right, you're going to forget about him again. California Hot Rod Reunion honorees, need you to the stage in front of the grandstands, please. California Hot Rod Reunion honorees, need you to the stage, please. Oh, did you? Okay. We'll catch up, Dave. Maybe at the hotel. Thank you, sir. So here's a little difference in the game plan here, as Bob Beck alluded to. We're going to do the Twilight Memorial here. We're going to introduce the honorees to you as we wait for the SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari to do the cleanup down here on the track. As a little bit of moisture, and it's not going to take a whole lot of time. Well, they're one of the best in the biz down here. So if you're not in the grandstands or along the fence here, you might want to make your way over here, as you'll get to meet the great honorees here at the 30th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion and unfortunate Twilight Memorial. One of the things that I do not like to do at the race, but unfortunately it's one of those things. We've lost some great friends over the years, and just sad times, but we want to remember them, each and every one of them. So come on back to the grandstands, grab a seat. There will be just a few minutes, and start cruising along with the Twilight Memorial. The honorees here, the 30th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion.
They shake, they rattle, and occasionally roll. They're the most violent, unpredictable racing machines man has yet conceived. Funny cars, floppers, plastic fantastics. Call them what you will, but their chaotic, run-what-you-brung combat is unlike anything you've ever seen. No rulebook, no performance limits. It's heads up, anything goes, real deal drag racing. Just one rule, only funny cars allowed. Long, smoky burnouts, dry hops, backup girls, and more. We're keeping the fun meter pegged at Funny Car Chaos. Nitro burners, alcohol burners, new school and old school. Funny Car Chaos has it all. Join us at a Chaos event near you and experience 2 days of ground-pounding flopper action that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Every ticket's a pit pass, and kids 12 and under are always free. It's the one, the only, Funny Car Chaos. We're ready to put on a show for you. So come on out and we'll see you at the Drags.
How about that, everybody? We're loving Funny Car Chaos.
They shake, they rattle, and occasionally roll.
The rate things are going. But what we're going to try and do is introduce to you the honorees that we had today. If you haven't already met them in the signing session, we're going to bring them up here on stage and introduce them. And those that are still here, looks like we got 3 right now. So we'll try and get Larry. You're here. What's the names here? And if you weren't at the presentation last night, you won't understand that one. And Dave Layton is here, so we'll try and get things going. Larry, why don't you come on up first? This way I can still forget him and not worry about it. I got you. You're important. Larry Torres is our Grand Marshal this year and has a long, illustrious career making parts and racing and breaking parts. Tell us a little bit about your history.
Well, we started out racing junior stock cars in 1964, I think, and raced all over Division 7 with them, and went on to super stock in early 70s and through 75, and then into competition eliminator cars, and ran them until the late 80s. So
and then you got out of it and enjoyed the fruits of your labor.
Made 2 division championships, 5 national event wins, and so had a great time.
All right, Larry, come on over here. So normally I'd have a little card that I'd read, but, you know, best laid plans. All right, Dave Layton, why don't you come on up here? And Dave has an escort. His grandson is coming up here, future drag racer. Now, Dave Layton, if you're a racer, you see him at the head of staging because he's the stage master as well as a racer. Now, you're not racing much anymore, are you?
No, actually, my daughter's doing most of the driving in our Super Comp car, but I'm still got my fingers way in there.
Yeah, now you've been traveling with us with NHRA. You've been the stage master at a number of events. You're here on a regular basis as well. Your finger's still in it. Your history goes back to the days of Ridgecrest.
Yep.
Oh, well, what are you going to do?
I've been known to tell people I'm 67 years old with 68 years of racing experience, so I've been in this sport my entire life, and I can't think of a better path to have taken.
All right, thank you, Dave. And Are you yet? You got to shake your head louder.
No.
Okay. I'm trying. All right, Raz McDaniels is another of our honorees, but he couldn't be here right now. Richard Schute's coming up here. We'll talk about him in just a little bit. We'll forget him this time. I guess we don't. He comes up here. Richard Shute, if you went through your program, you saw tons of racing photographs. And this gentleman started out photographing drag racing as a kid, not knowing what drag racing even was.
Yes, I really didn't have much of an idea of it. I had a relative that basically was a few years older than me, and he was cool. He was a senior in high school, and he asked me if I wanted to go to Fremont, and I had no idea what that was, but it was a cool idea to go drive around in my uncle's, 57 Chevy, and so that was my introduction to drag racing.
And you started out with an Instamatic camera. I know a lot of us had it when we were kids, and you moved out and made a career and an industry out of race photography.
Yes, I had no idea what I was going to do. Basically, I got the hook for drag racing. I loved the fact that it attacked every one of your senses. I mean, your sight, your eyes watered, your ears rang, your nose ran. It's like the earth shook. I just said, okay, I got to find a way to do this.
All right, well, let's wait for the guy to go by. All right, and you're finally giving up being behind the lens.
Yes, as of November last year at the World Finals, I set my cameras down as far as shooting the big show. I go, and now I shoot for fun, things that I wouldn't normally have gone to, such as the Chaos Race series. I go do some of those. I'll come up here, and some of the other kind of things that you just didn't get to do if you were on the road for 24 events doing the big show.
All right, thank you. Congratulations, Richard Shute. You can see all his photography inside the program. Come on up here. Come on. I forgot you last night. I'm not going to forget you tonight. Introduce yourself to everybody.
I'm Dave Settles from Panama City Beach, Florida now. And that's about it.
No, it's not. You got a lot more to say.
Okay, I started this madness just out of high school, and when I was going to Arizona State as studying mechanical engineering, and I got driving nitro cars, and just continued on, and then I moved to Texas when I graduated, and I got some really good rides, Carroll Brothers, Candies and Hughes, and I always had an A field dragster sitting around in my garage that I'd run when I wasn't doing the big cars, and which kept me busy. And I've done a little bit of everything in the sport. I've driven, I've crew chiefed, I've built chassis, invented some stuff like rocker arms, had a really good data acquisition system, and I'm still in the manufacturing business. I make some nitro fuel pumps for some of the guys. So I'm still active and just augering in. I'm not as active as I once was, obviously. But that's about it. It's been a great ride. I wouldn't trade it for anything. For sure not a house full of kids. And No complaints.
He's not complaining because last night he did. No. Mr. Settles, let's have a round of applause for our honorees, please. All right, one of the traditions at the California Hot Rod Reunion.
Thank you very much, Bob Beck. Appreciate that. Down on the grandstands there, going back into top Fuel Eliminator qualifying with a brand new team in from Texas and Michael Anderson in Abilene, Texas. The 609 DS efforts in his debut here at Formosa Drag Strip in the California Hot Rod Reunion. Glad to see a new team coming out. And actually, not a bad run at all at 609, the debut. Michael and the team, of course, Halloween, California Hot Rod Reunion, Halloween costume contest there. So Michael coming back here. 585.3 Donnie Couch, and you will be part of that 8-car field.
Man, it's pretty cold outside there, Mike. These engines are going to make a lot of horsepower. Let's hope they can get the traction they need.
Well, Michael and the team have been part of the Heritage Series the past few races. They would like to come out here and, shall we say, make his mark.
From Abilene, Texas.
One shot to be part of the field.
All right, crew chief walks away as he bumps it into the field.
Pre-stage starts to bring that RPM up. Whoa, did that baby make a move there? Michael, relatively new to Top Fuel, but wisely lifted off that throttle, is going to coast on down through there, and unfortunately not going to be part of that 8-car field. 12 flats, 71 miles an hour for the numbers, but that baby moved out there and then all of a sudden darted to the left, and Michael went, I'm going to lift. Here's one more car. Frank McBee Jr., the team in from Madera, 675 for that 13th spot. Word is down there at the top end of the track, we are good to go. So they're plugging the starter into Frank McBee Jr. as the funny cars roll around the corner for round number 1, Donnie Couch.
Okay, I'm going, what? I fucking left my phone.
A brand new car for this team, Donnie Couch. A car that they say this is a car you've been looking for, a car that was built to run Top Fuel Eliminator.
It's a beautiful, beautiful red car, and it put together really well. Let's see if they can put it to the ground here and get in the show. A lot of pressure when you're the last car to run.
Not in the field.
Not in the field. You got to know you got to get it down through there. It's cold. It's dark.
Sounds like spectacular racing conditions.
Exactly. It is.
Final car Top Fuel Eliminator. 585.3, you're in the field. Anything else? Pack it up and head up the 99 highway to Madera. Everything is done. It's all up to Junior now as he pre-stages. Stages. Oh, Johnny, that's pretty good down there. It has to shut it off. You started spinning the tire down there. It has to roll out of the throttle. 739, 121 for the team in from Madera. And unfortunately, not going to be part of that 8-car field. Funny Cars out on the pad next.
Well, it looked like he was drifting slowly towards that guardrail, and I'm sure that guardrail looks pretty big at night, so wisely shutting it off. But the shakedown funny car coming up next, Bill Wyndham. He'll be in the three-way Chevrolet lane up against Capital Punishment, Tony Gerardo, who's in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Tony Gerardo having a great weekend. He's got a new crew, and the car's running good, and they're not hurting a bunch of parts, and they're very happy over there.
Hey, Eric, can you give me a funny car ladder?
Yeah, definitely.
Please.
Cool.
Parts are hard right now, though.
Oh, and well, when we over the winter we did some chassis upgrades. I had a new roll cage fitted because I had the car built around me in 2006, and I've grown a bit since.
And also I'm taller. And also I'm taller than him, so I'm going to have a big roll cage when I drive it.
We had a new cage fit on it, but I still ran 4-pop spindles on the front axle. And obviously it was getting a bit, and the steering box was an old steering box, like Ford steering box. I could go on the stage and there's that much playing it, like, you know what I mean? So I was like, right, we'll go full strain spindle, strain steering box. Wow. And luckily for us, one of our chief starter, he was in Gainesville, right, at the beginning of the year. His daughter works for a parts company in England. So she's phoned all of us.
First pair, Funny Car Eliminator, going to start it off with Bill Wyndham. The Shakedown Firebird for the team up Northern California. And the Clutch Girls, Tony Schultz, Michelle Reed, and David Fears doing the wrenches on that Shakedown car. And Tony Gerardo, Donnie, as you said, has a whole new crew for that team. 570 out of the number 4 spot for Tony and the team. 596, Bill Wyndham. The team.
Well, Tony Gerardo's new crew, they're making improvements every run. And Tony's doing a great job of driving. He hadn't been in the nostalgia car for a while. He was over there running the big show. Decided he wanted to come back and have fun and have a barbecue. So he's over here racing with us.
Glad you mentioned that barbecue because I just happened to walk by and Tony said, hey, Mike, you want something to eat? So before we go into round number 1 of Funny Car Eliminator, that's right, eliminations. 2 go down and 1 come back. Jim Black going to hop on the quad there and put a little bit of sticky stuff down each lane there. And, oh, man, after that qualifying session in Top Fuel, we go into round number 1 of Funny Car. I think I'm a little bit out of breath, Donnie.
Yeah, no, we've got quite a few funny cars lined up in the lanes trying to get up here to the start line, be a part of the show tomorrow.
By the way, if you reach into your pocket or your purse, whatever you have, and you're missing your cell phone, well, Donnie Couch has it in the tower here. Again, if you're missing your cell phone here, just check your pocket, check your purse, whatever you want to do. We have a lost cell phone who's calling out for you up here in the tower. So the sticky stuff down. Not sure if Jim Black's going to make another lap or not. Mike Ames, you're not a nice person. Just saying. So waiting for Russ to give the word to fire him up down there is Tony Gerardo, the capital punishment car. He will pick his lane, and he's going to go up in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Bill Windham out of that very lucky number 13th qualifying spot. Be over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. First pair, round number 1, Funny Car Eliminator, the 30th annual California Hot Rod Reunion at Famosa Drag Strip.
I hear him come to life, Mike English.
Yes, they do. Donnie Couch, Bill Windham, Tony Gerardo. Round number 1, Funny Car to race on Sunday in Funny Car Eliminator here, the California Hot Rod Reunion. Bill Windham debuted this car a couple months ago, Donnie, at Boise, and is starting to find his way now. A 5-second run, the first one on the brand new car. Tony Gerardo, capital punishment team car doing his burnout there. That is a rock solid 570 car.
Yep, and one of the best looking cars on the lot. Dark paint job and the purple flames.
Stunning.
Well, they backed up pretty quick from their burnouts and trying to rush it up there. And
yeah, absolutely. Well,
right?
You know, hustle it up there. Come on, boys. It's getting late. Getting past my bedtime. Anyway. Has had his struggles there, but has now got it in the field. And hey, once you're in the field, you got a chance.
Right. There's 2 races. One qualifying, getting in the show, and then running the show.
Windham with one of the clutch pedal types. The pedal clutch we talked about, Donnie, he will leave that baby at about 6,500, 7,000 RPM. Tony Gerardo over here, the more, shall we say, traditional clutch, centrifugal type clutch. Gerardo's in. Windham lights that second light. Windham with a big time movement up in smoke. Tony Gerardo down there top end. 5.841, 255. Tony into round number 2 and is going to dance on Sunday. Goes 261, a little soft there. It's to the 330 and 195 at half track, possibly spinning the tires. Bill Windham made the move off the starting line there and then went out there and started spinning the tires just past 60 foot. So Tony will be round number 2 on Sunday at 584, 255.
Mike, I wanted to let everybody know after the funny car session, they're going to do the cackle cars. So everybody stick around. Don't take off.
And then we're going to follow up the cackle cars with Joe Walla.
Yeah.
Rock and roll in the staging lanes. Next pair coming around the corner. A big-time matchup here. Billy Morris for Eddie Knox and his dad Rick Morris and the team, the Problem Child Camaro, and Brad Thompson. Brad out of that number 14th qualifying spot. Billy Morris, 568.7 for the number 3 qualifying spot. So the jailbreak Camaro for Brad and the team and Steve Faria and System 1's filtration system be over there, the 3-way Chevrolet lane. And Billy Morris the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane.
No, they did this one, and then what? So they did this one. Yeah. 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 That's a nice place to stay, huh? Yeah, very nice. And then I met him at 66. They started this one up, and I couldn't really see. So we'll see in a minute. These started firing the motor over and everything, and he's still on methanol there. Yeah, I used to drill on a nitro with a bit of a rear end car, and I always used to sit in and do the warm up. So I have, yeah.
Well, they're getting the signal to fire them up, Mike English.
Yeah, Russ down there playing race director, and Billy Morris comes to life with that problem child. Brad Thompson. Brad trying to put down back-to-back. A good, solid effort here to take out that problem child Camaro of Billy Morris and Rick and Eddie Knox in the bunch. As Eddie walks up to that starting line there. Billy's dad, Rick. So Billy coming back, Jana bringing her husband back over there. That three-way Chevrolet lane. Brad Thompson gonna have to step on it, Donnie Couch, to take out that problem child Camaro of Billy Morris. Now, Donnie, 2 cars with the pedal clutch in here.
Well, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Of course, Brad Thompson, he doesn't have Steve Faria over there because Steve's running a sprint car race up there in Tulare.
Tulare
so
tonight.
he's had a rough weekend, but they got enough talent to get it in the show. And we know that got a lot of problem child talent over there.
So these drivers will pre-stage and bring the RPMs up to go to round number 2. Billy Morris is pre-staged. Brad Thompson coming up in the jailbreak Camaro. The RPMs will now start coming up. They are set. What a great side-by-side run down there, top end. Billy Morris, 5.66.4. Brad Thompson, 6.29.3. They were side-by-side to the 1,000-foot mark. Then you saw Brad start eating up pistons there in that left side three-way Chevrolet lane. But Billy Morris improves on qualifying, goes 5.66.4, 2.57, and on to round number 2. Well, I will tell you, Donnie Couch, round 1 of Funny Car, been a thing of beauty.
Yep, it's getting serious, too. Look at who's up next. Bucky Austin with Bobby Cottrell driving it. And Jeff Utterback in the other lane, the Advanced Surfaces Vega. Beautiful new car.
Stunning car over there for Jeff, who just a race car fabricator extraordinaire. And Bobby Cottrell, not too bad himself, is building race cars and stuff. And another championship for your number 1 qualifier, the Bardall Redline Oil, Austin and O'Brien team car. It's going to come up here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane.
Nice burnout by that Bucky Austin car. Jeff Utterback coming up right now in that Vega.
Jeff Utterback, a veteran driver, a number of decades behind the wheel of nitro cars.
He's been around since the beginning of this nostalgia funny car class.
Yes, he has. Had a lot of input and just different things to do here to make this a spectacular class that it is. And of course, Bucky Austin, Michael Bryan, and Jeanette and the team getting together, Benchmark IV and Bucky's Auto Repair up in the Great Northwest, and just put together a combination that's just second to none, and another championship to add to that very lengthy resume that they already have.
Well, the key to that is they've kept the crew together for many years, and that's very important. They all gel good and know their job.
Very much so. Big Ken standing down there, you know, has been part of this team for, it seems like eternity. Bucky Austin in front of his car. As Jeff Utterback comes up over there, the Advanced Services team car. Bobby Cottrell, 5:59.5 for that number 1 spot. Jeff Utterback out of that number 16 spot. Got in the field, gives you a chance to dance. Oh, that Bucky's car right on down through there, top end, Bobby Cottrell. 5.623. Look at that speed, Donnie. 260 miles an hour to go with that earlier 261 mile an hour blast. Bobby was 207. 8th mile, he was 254 to the 330 down there in that. Bobby Cottrell, Jason, Bucky's Automotive, Benchmark RV, team car to round number 2. Jeff Utterback, 6:33, 2:12, best run of the weekend. But when the guy in the other lane's going 5.62, that's tough to get around, Donnie Couch.
Yeah, you got to look up and say, wow, did I stop? Am I stopped on the track? How'd he go around me so fast? Look who's up next, though. Tim Boychuk in the happy hour machine.
And Chris Davis, old school nitro for Chris Davis and the team. Of course, Tim Boychuk, his daughter down here, Angelina.
She got fitted for the car today, and she's going to be driving it.
Yep, got to get her license a week from Monday in Las Vegas.
It's going to be good.
Tim Boychuk qualified number 2 with that happy hour Camaro at 5.68.4, 252 miles an hour. Now, we have to be fair. Donnie just mentioned that he did ding a valve in that car there, did not run the last session. Chris Davis, 6:27.9 for the number 15 spot. Tim Boychuk try and run another 60, Donnie Couch, or just go down the track?
He's in pretty solid in the show, but I know they want to improve. But, you know, it's a lot of work.
But light the win light's more important than running quick.
Yeah, but in qualifying, doesn't matter if you win or lose as long as you got a good ET.
Tim Boychuk's in. Chris Davis is in. Chris Davis going to move off that starting line. Wow, check that baby out down there. Tim Boychuk had to hustle there. 580-245. Chris Davis over there in Old School Nitro had a big-time move off that starting line. And I will tell you, Tim Boychuk in that happy hour Camaro saw that Old School Nitro Plymouth Arrow for a very long time before he ran him down there. Moves to round number 2. That happy hour team does.
Twig Ziegler making some good horsepower and keeping that car running good, and that's a good round win for that team.
Gonna dance on Sunday.
Right. Everybody wants to dance on Sunday at the Hot Rod reunion.
Is Corey Lee. For Gary Turner and the team, the Peddler, Challenger, and Dan Horan Jr. Infinity Plumbing and Barry Speed Shop, the team. Number 5 qualifiers, Dan Horan here in Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo Lane. Number 12 qualifier, Corey Lee, over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Ran 5708 for that number 5 spot. Corey, 596.1 for the number 12 spot. Eric, what do we got down there, brother? So one of the cars came to a stop on the track down there, and all they're going to do is just push him off, and we'll continue on with round number 1 of Funny Car Eliminator. Yeah, that's true. That wasn't bad. You know, he was right with him for a long time. So Dan Horan comes to life here. Pete Kaiser, who drives the top fuel car this weekend, also doing the tune-up on here. And Corey Lee, a couple of veteran drivers here. Great side-by-side burnouts there. Corey, of course, driving for Gary Turner, who became so famous, and he built those GT bicycles over the years that were the bike to have in bicycle motocross for a number of years. GT, Gary sold that company and has recently purchased it back. So Dan Horan coming back here in the Camaro, qualified number 5.
Mike English has just got word there's cackle cars after this funny car competition. They're going to push down in the 3-way Chevrolet lane, make a U-turn, and they're going to angle right into the spectators' guardrail here and do their cackle. So it's going to be pretty exciting. Spectators are going to be up close and personal. They're going to push start them down here. That lane. Here we go.
Crew chiefs walk away. Drivers roll forward. Pre-stage is Corey Lee. Dan Horan comes in there. Bring the RPMs up a little bit. Move off that starting line. Check that Peddler car out down there, top end. Corey Lee, 579, 258 miles an hour. He made the move on Dan Horan. Dan Horan goes 5,800, 259 miles an hour. Could not run him down. How about a nice round of applause for that Peddler team there, man. Out of the bottom half of the field in the number 12 spot. Corey Lee, 579, 258, and he gets Tony Gerardo round number 2 on Sunday. Look at Gary Turner down there with a smile big time.
He's not even limping either. Good for you, Gary Turner.
Great job for that team out of the number 12 spot, man. Stepped on it big time.
And the numbers were pretty even with both cars all the way down the track.
But Corey
Lee got the jump.
Made that move off that starting line, and Dan Horan running 259 miles an hour and could not get around him. Nice round of applause for that white van there. Going to round number 2. Funny Car Eliminator here at the California Hot Rod Reunion is Nathan Sitko and Drew Austin in the next pair. Nathan in his debut, the Pacemaker Firebird in from Canada, and Drew Austin out of Washington for the ProMax Automotive Dinsmore Auto Group team car. Drew qualified number 6 at 571 here. The Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo Lane. Nathan in his debut filling in for Ryan Hodgkins. Qualified in that number 11 spot at 593.9. Winner of this pair, Donnie Couch, will match up with Billy Morris tomorrow.
That's not an easy draw for anybody.
Yeah, you win round 1 and your rewards is you get Billy Morris. So Drew Austin coming back here and Nathan Sitko over there.
Of course, Drew Austin has a Ford power plant in that car, the only one in the property and possibly the country that has that.
Yeah, absolutely. Boss 500. Of course, that Firebird over the other lane there, Donnie Couch, that's a pretty good car.
Yeah, it's a strong running car, and Ron Hodgson puts a lot of money into that team, has a lot of parts. They're ready to race. They're ready to rumble.
Gonna rock and roll.
We're gonna rock and roll with Joe Walla.
Yeah. You gonna dance?
I'm gonna dance, yeah.
Okay, that's more than I wanted to know. So here we go. Nathan in his debut, filling in for Ryan, and Drew Austin. Of course, Hall of Famer dad down there, Pat Austin. Pre-stage, both drivers. They're set. Here we go. Wow, watch that. Wow, a fire out of Drew Austin's car down there. Nathan Sitko, check that baby out. 571, 251. Lights up that scoreboard in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Drew was right there. Drew was better in reaction time. Goes 583, 242, and could not get there as that pacemaker car ran him down. Nathan was 256.8 to the 330. Drew Austin was 259. Nathan was 201 at half track. Drew Austin was 198, and man, 571, 251, and you get Billy Morris next round.
Of course, on Drew's car, we saw a flash of flame about past half track out there, so we don't know what that was, but evidently it did affect his performance. But
Well,
good job by Jim Basco over there in that pacemaker team.
Doing a great job there. Of course, you take a look at the speed. He is down about 10 miles an hour from Nathan Sitko's run there. So possibly when you saw that flash of fire, Donnie?
Yeah, so I don't know. Could have been in the clutch. It was like not a motor fire. It was like more in the clutch. So he might have lost a disc.
Great job with that pacemaker team going down there. And they may have some work to do tonight, but they don't care.
Nope.
Going to round 2.
Going to round 2 at the Hot Rod Reunion.
And get Billy Morris. There's Mike Peck Sr. and James Day in the next pair. Mike Peck Sr., the quote wizard instigator, will be here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo Lane, and James Day for Cecil Matthews and the team. That three-way Chevrolet lane. Your number 8 qualifier over here, Mike Peck Sr. Your number 9 qualifier over there, James Day.
Wow, high idol over there.
reach in and grab the butterfly there, Donnie, and close it?
You could. It seems like it's stuck a little.
So James Day for Cecil Matthews and the team. 581 for James Day in qualifying. Mike Peck, 576 in qualifying. So, Donnie, I look at the numbers here in qualifying. Michael Peck over here, 576, 255. James Day, 581 at only 203 miles an hour. Tells you there is a whole lot more in that Cecil Matthews car far side.
Well, we've seen 550 numbers out of that car from James Day, and we know it can run. Obviously, he shut the car off early a couple times as they had some damage occur, but we'll see what they come up with. Mike Peck is no easy matchup.
Not at all. Your reward, if you win this round Sunday, you get number 1 qualifier, Bobby Control.
Uh-oh. Well, it's always different on race day.
Yes, it is. Crew chiefs look at each other, say pre-stage. Mike Peck's in, James Day's in. Oh man, check out James Day over there. Donnie Couch top end, 570, 247. That team stepped up big time. 570, 247, James Day. Mike Peck was right alongside him off that starting line, then started spinning the tires, goes 6037, 227. James Day, Bobby Cottrell, round 2 funny car. Should be spectacular.
That'll be a great matchup, as they always are.
Yes, James Day was 254 to the 330, and then at half track down there, 201 miles an hour.
Yeah, a nice straight run, too.
Man, I'll tell you, redemption from qualifying where they had a lot of problems. Mike Peck and the team heading back to Washington, and a great job there as the final pair of funny car. Donnie, Matt Bynum in from Indiana, the Nitro Nick Firebird with a paint job designed by Kenny Youngblood and Kamaka Pocock.
Both of these cars designed by Kenny Youngblood. The California Hustler, Kamaka Pocock, they've been doing good. They got a new crew chief over there.
Mark Lee doing a very good job
Mark Lee
there.
doing a great job. And Don Nelson smiling over there. And we look for big things out of this car in the future.
Kamaka, the California Hustler here in the Michelob Ultra CP Gorilla Lane, qualified number 7. Matt Bynum, in his debut here in this car, the California Hot Rod Reunion, has driven other cars here. Qualified number 10, 582, Matt Bynum. 576, Kamaka Pocock. Kamaka, of course, one of those fabricator guys. Of course, Matt Bynum, the car chief for Alexis DeGioia in the NHRA Camping World Funny Car Eliminator Drag Racing Series.
And Matt Bynum, that car he's driving, formerly a Jim Head car, and his son Chad won the March meet with that car, and it's been sitting for years at their shop. And Matt Bynum finally getting that car and bringing it back out.
Absolutely.
Dusted it off.
Pedal clutch for Matt Bynum over there far side, the more traditional clutch for Kamaka Pocock.
All right, crew chiefs walk away.
Final pair, round number 1, Funny Car Eliminator, the California Hot Rod Reunion. They are pre-staged. Matt Bynum bringing that RPM up. What a great matchup there. Check that baby out. Donnie Couch, Matt Bynum. Wow. 588-2, 241, Matt Bynum. 591 in a losing effort, 230 Kamaka Pocock. Let me tell you something, folks. How close is that baby at the finish line? 13 ten-thousandths of a second. That wind light comes on over there, that three-way Chevrolet lane, and Matt Bynum is going to dance on Sunday and pair up with Tim Boychuk in the happy hour. How about that for round number 1 of Funny Car, folks? Put your hands together. Don't go away. We're not done. We're going to bring the Cackle Fest cars down the track. They're going to make the U-turn in front of the tower, and they're going to park in front of the grandstands here on the return road and cackle for all you great California Hot Rod Reunion fans. Wrap that baby up with rock and roll with Joe Wallen, the staging ladies, Donnie Couch.
These guys are going to be up front and personal with those cackle cars.
Yes, they are. Whoa, what a session. Hey, by the way, gates open 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Next round of competition in Hot Rod at 8 a.m. after the exhibition cars.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be doing the cackle. The cars are getting lined up. They're getting ready to go, so don't leave. Give us a few minutes as we get it organized. We're going to have some great cackle cars coming down, and we're going to stop them right in front of the grandstands. So they're not going to be out on track. They're going to be right in front of you, right by the white guardrail. So stick with us because the cackle cars are coming.
or what you do is you make it have permanently off. Yeah. So that you can just flip the switch and only one goes down.
We went to a car meet over Leicester Way, and it originally was a JDM night. They do like an MX-5 night with JDM, but they had to change. The place where it was looked beautiful. It was like the Italian restaurant type place, but it was up quite high, so the car park parked at like the edge of this armour cone was like open to fields or whatever. So they had to move to a different place, which was like HotRod shows, like a diner, a porta cabin in lay-by.
It's almost like an ace cafe.
Yeah, a porta cabin in lay-by. The woman there was lovely and obviously well into the car culture stuff. But a lot of the people there had got MX-5s originally. The woman who set it all up. It's all about mental health. It's like car stuff. She raises money for a Shout, which is mental health charity. But yeah, there was lovely the cube there. But it was mainly MX-5s, and they've got a few with the like.
I really want one, like a Mark 1, just to do up as like a little bit of a, yeah, you can get somewhere between 500 and £1 grand. Problem is, all of them are just silver got. That's the problem with it.
Well, the thing is, they're Japanese, and the Japanese.
So what you can do,
they've all got the import plate.
is what I'll have to do. I've got one, I'll have to get married to do the seals, put the silver on it, or
Yeah. Well, a lot of these ones, to be honest, I was a bit shocked at this like car meeting.
Yeah.
A lot of them are really good. And obviously my cube's not immaculate, it's obviously having its like paint job or whatever. But a lot of them are really good.
Yeah, they will be. Most of them are good cars. Dailies, like hard to stay. What I want is one that can drift. Like, it'd be an MX-5 with a turbo. That's realistically with an MX-5, all you need to make is 250 horsepower to get it sideways. It's a tiny car. So, I'd do a turbo.
The same way you use them.
Nice wheels. Just make sure it's solid. Bucket seats.
Yeah, we're probably going to see about.
You know, the suede wheel I've got on my simulator. That wheel. And big brake. I'd probably want it if I had the money.
What else? Bolt kits, don't they?
That's what I mean. All you have to do is drill holes in
bolt on. I was looking at them because Steve was like, obviously, I don't know.
That's how Liberty Walk gets one.
Yeah.
Like the big money gets one.
I just didn't. I've never really paid attention to it. I'm like,
they literally bolt on.
Bolt that on? It's like, yeah. So when the silver got underneath, they're just like bolt. Oh,
Yeah.
I like that one. So you get like wide arch kits for the cube. They're like black.
You're going to stance the cube out, like proper like camber like that.
It's probably going to be lower at some point. Just because it's got the. If I didn't drive it like to work every day, perhaps, but because it is literally my daily drive, it's got to be.
Bit of camber, not too much, it's still driving. Slam it on bags.
I want its moon discs. I need its moon discs. But John painted it. That's it.
You want to stretch wheels on it, the tips of the rims still showing. Slight camber on it, sort of bit like that, and it's still drivable.
I was looking at banded steels at one point.
Yeah, and then slam it to the ground.
I was going to get like banded steels, like painted black.
What,
Make
like
them.
solid wheels? Is that
No, you know, like you can. Well, I've got moon discs which are going to be painted black.
they're solid.
They're solid, aren't they?
Yeah.
So that's what it's going to look like.
Yeah.
But I was looking at one point at getting, so they're like just these steel rims, but they cut them, so they make them basically steel rims wider.
You're going to, I want to set a BBS wheels on it, I've found, for Mark 5. Oh no, they're for a Mark 6, which is what mine is. I keep calling it a Mark 5 because that's what I originally
like the
called it.
BBS.
They're black wheels with like the red outer trim, like red sort of line around them. I quite like that. And then lower it on some coilovers. That's the thing, I can't lower it too much. I still want to be able to take it fishing. That's my main thing.
That's the thing with like lowering the cube. It's like I want to lower it just a little bit because it just
get rid of that gap.
It's that little bit
yeah.
high.
That's
But
what I'm doing.
I drive it over speed bumps by work.
Yeah.
Quite big speed bumps. So I'm like,
Lower it slightly, and then
is it a good engine? That would be decent for them.
I think there was a Mark 6 I was looking at. It had a Mark 5 front end. It's actually a Mark 6, but it had a Mark 5 front end and a Z-Tech in it. And I was like, insane to insure. I mean, it's advanced. It's not going to be the cheapest anyway. And then, plus the fact that it's...
How does that work? Because you'll have to get a commercial, won't you? But it's
No,
it's
no,
car
because
based
it's not a commercial vehicle.
It's a car based van, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's just going to cost me more money to insure because it's a van.
I would have thought because it's not your bad boy little hot hat.
Yeah. But like I said, it's because it's a... I forgot the reason. It's because it's a van, it's going to cost me more. So BBS wheel, that, lower it. And then what else? Like I said, I want turbo, but that can come later.
Can you retro? I'm assuming you can retrofit a turbo on it.
It's literally all of us just change the manifold. Oh no, change the headers, because basically the manifold's the exact same. So it comes out of the top of the block where the four exhausts are, goes down into one pipe, which is where the turbo normally goes. But instead it just goes straight down into the jaws. So all I did do, put a turbo on that.